think I'm kind of curious to see what they go for. I think that you do have some options. It's just tough because I see Ari, Xin, Rumble, and I'm thinking like, hey, Kaisa could be, or Ezreal could be kind of nice here. These bans, that Kaisa ban, I'm wondering if we see Ezreal taken away from LP, just to be able to get out of the potential wombo that can be thrown down against you. Might be nice to have that mobility, and with the rise to those empowered rune prisons, I will say we're lacking a little bit of crowd control for LNG. So Ezreal would really lack in that department, but again, would feel really nice in what's showing for EDG. So do think that we have choices, because if you pick Ashe, you're really vulnerable to Xin, Ari, Rumble, but it might fit the comp better. So just wondering what LNG go for here.
Yeah, I do think that if you end up going with this Ashe, that would just be positive for LNG if EDG decides, hey, we're going to go after LP. Like, everybody else on LNG is like, yeah, man, please target our AD carry. First game on the team, guess what? Big target on your back, buddy. Good luck on the back line.
Let's see if it's that or the Ezreal could be a potential misfortune. This is a bit of a deny pick, as we've seen MF paired up a lot with Rumble Xin. But again, I think the lacking of damage doesn't matter as much when you're lacking a tank as EDG. They have that Rumble Xin. But yeah, I think that this Jhin for me would make a lot of sense. Just bring that utility, bring that crowd control to help really keep people in place and open up Xin Rumble to do a lot more work in these fights.
Let's see what they want to pair it with, because I'm pretty sure this will be locked in. Rel would be a good takeaway. Rel typically paired up with a Misfortune and would give LNG that hard engage they sorely need outside of what we're looking at Ambessa ultimate, and we're looking at Nefiri using her ultimate as well. So this would be a really nice takeaway. Maybe they'll end up going with something that fits their comp a little bit more. Really dependent on how you feel. Right? Would you rather take it away, or would you rather go with something that's better for you?
Could be Nautilus, so yeah, likely Rel. You have that Misfortune power play now. If Rel burns Flash, have that set up with the empowered bullet time. So EDG still, I like the idea they have where it's what's trying to outrange what LNG has. If MF isn't casting ultimate or Ryze isn't ulting, the range that they have in those champions, pretty low. Potential to really outplay that with Xin, Ari, Rumble, Jhin. Just control space and make sure you can utilize the range advantage that you have. Whenever that's the case, onus is going to be on LNG to have those clean engages. So the Realm Warps from Highchild, the public executions from Zika, and also the power play on the Rel when you burn that Flash, burn that ultimate with the crash down and bullet time on top. Those are going to be your real opportunities to close the gap and make sure that those engages are sound. So we'll see if they can execute that against EDG.
And I think EDG definitely have a timer here, right? They need to go hard, go fast, early, right? Make sure that this Ambessa can't farm up. Make sure that this Ryze is unable to farm up, because you have these great pick tools. You've got this good early fighter in Jinzhao, right? So, I want to see this Ari, this Nautilus move around and make these plays and shut at least one member down on the side of LNG. And if you can do that, I think you'll be in good shape.
Definitely have the potential to do that.
Dormi bem, mano.
Rumble,
Dormi suave. Bom dia, Felipe. Bom dia, Cotocarry. Eu acordei sozinho, gente, sem despertador.
Who, again, Realm Warps and, yeah, Strut's a thing, but still, that red carpet going to be slowing people down.
Acordei sozinho, sem despertador, 5 da manhã.
I do like the draft that EDG has. I think that, in theory, outranging Ryze and Misfortune and just outranging this comp is a good way to beat it. So we'll see if they can absorb the engages from LNG.
Yeah, it's good thematic fit for themselves, right?
Yeah.
This will be really worrisome for 5T5, right? Because this is a champion that we've mentioned, this Nefiri, that wants to get aggressive early, that has done well to get a lot of early kills. My God, that skybox is beautiful. That is so cool. But a champion that, again, we expect to see making early moves, and if you misstep, right, like, I know the dogs can kind of block for you sometimes, but there's a lot of opportunities for you to just get picked off and die.
Well, diving on in, we're going to see what ends up happening. It looks like we have EDG favored a little bit early on with the drafts, whereas LNG favored later on with the LPL bot we have. I always find that one interesting, just how I don't know exactly how they calculate the percentages, but do feel like they have an okay grasp on the scaling. So agreeing with you, Yanni, early on, potential for EDG to make a lot of plays.
Yeah, LNG, what we really need to see is Highchild, right? we've seen Rises make some really creative realm warps early. A champion that everybody, I think, still has the idea that, oh, we're a late game scaling champion, right? That's all you're going to do. Is we are seeing Ignites getting burned here. All right. No further trading, but Wink taking the brunt of that damage.
A nice trade coming out here from LNG as the sustain advantage. It is a fleet on, so we'll be able to out-sustain MF through this early lane, but still, early trades going in LNG's favor, and both junglers making their way towards the bot lane, so each team kind of making things a little bit volatile. See if we get any action as the junglers make their way down.
Deixa eu arrumar aqui. E aí, rapaziada? Salve, Braga. Estamos ao vivo no YouTube, hein, pessoal? Quem tiver na Twitch, quem puder abrir a live do YouTube, dar aquela moral aí. Pô, mano, sou muito fã do campeão Rumble, né? Shinzal, eu até gosto contra essas coisas aqui. Contra o MF também é legal. Contra o Ryze já não sei tanto. Gosto de range contra o Ryze, tem o Jhin aqui. Ryze é bom contra a Ahri, né? Bom contra o Nautilus. Ryze é bem forte aqui no geral, não?
Zhao did not scout this one. That's going to be a freebie for the Neferi.
They disrespected this man, and he's going to make them know. He's going to put the league on notice. He's already stealing camps 3 minutes into his debut. That's always a nice thing to hang your hat on, and we'll see if he's able to use whatever small leads he can get. So Zhuo is going to have to hop out of there. He gets ignited too.
Force him out. Zhao gets the bad news. We'll be in time though for this crab, which
575? Que é isso? Como assim 575? Tiraram Wei mesmo. Caralho, tá? É o jungle, caralho. Wei tá no banco. Caralho.
5D5 does has a very full health bar. He'll get engaged on first. Hops under the turret here. Just going to try and, you know, force him to stay here, keep the dog on the leash, and go steal away camps. Turnabout is fair play.
Oh, no. He's got some help, too. It's not been spotted yet. Okay, just gonna be a spot.
Nossa, mano. Que cara um Tarzan pra pegar esse Wei e agora não temos que jogar com 575, mano.
And EDG gonna take their resets. We'll say
cara, te manda a oração do dia, né?
And curious, I know that you were talking a lot early, Yanni, about how EDG likely favored the Grubs a little bit more in their group stage games, would give up a couple of those early dragons. Curious with the bot lane going bot for this one, if they are planning on switching things up at all, maybe prioritizing that first dragon. They do have a little bit of edge in the bot lane after the early lane phase here.
It'll be dangerous for them to do that, right? Because, you know, they could do that, and if they want to go and rush it right away, obviously could sacrifice a lot of their tempo to try and go up to those Grubs afterward. But do you really want to give over Grubs to Ryze and to Mbessa? Ryze, as we know, very strong side laner. Mbessa, a complete menace with them. That's a dangerous game to play, Cubby.
Yeah, I think overall Grubs used better by LNG, so if EDG were to try and take this Drake, could be nice. And Zhao making his way towards the bot side again. As Neferi did have a little bit of a later base, went for the super clear. Xin gonna have to base before he does make his way down here, but his top side camp's been cleared out. So, yeah, I do think we're gonna get our side set on the dragon here for both teams.
O Tiki também tá no banco com LP, né? Cara, o time tava muito mal, tava sendo um dos piores times. Se a LNG quis mudar, eles acreditam que o time tá melhor assim, né? Nossa, toma, dito isso.
It will end up being a trade, but the question is on the backside here, how much damage can On actually do? Can he allow Zhao Hao to get an advantage down here to go get this dragon? The root is out.
I mean, that's well worth it. That's a kill onto On. And now we have Neferi being found. Okay.
It's taking a lot of damage. Zhao does quite a bit early, just has the tunneler in the inventory, but it seems to outdamage this Neferi, provided the Neferi is not actually on top of you, right? But 5d5 getting this kill does mean that the snowball could be ready to go.
still just curious. I mean, we're 6:30 in, and no one's posturing for the dragon or the grubs. So, interested to see which objective ends up being looked at first by either of our teams here. I feel like you do have to have Jhin base on this wave, so I think this is the opportunity where you can rotate him up top and then look for the prio grubs.
Yeah, we see Zhuo hanging out in the mid lane, looking to unlock Hai Chao just a little bit, but they haven't really been able to do anything off of it, right? Wink is moving up, spotted on a ward. And Jhin with the back on coming up to the top side means that EDG are going to look
rapaz.
away. Doesn't look like LNG has too much interest in securing those. They did have some pings on the dragon, but nothing more.
And I feel we can make
Paçoca no EDG.
after those topside camps taken.
Esse deep low é de quem?
If any of these grubs contestants in did hit 6 along with an Fury, just dinged it off the red buff with that secured. Both teams gonna posture.
Esse é o jungle que tá jogando? O cara é mestre.
Really curious, Gubby. I mean, I guess that LNG is a little concerned about getting their solo laners behind. You know, Rumble does have a lot of power at level 6, can always show up to a fight. Obviously, he doesn't have teleport available, so he can't show up to a dragon fight. But, you know, if you die in a fight, then maybe you're just kind of cooked at that point. So, I guess I can respect the amount of care they're putting into this first game.
I mean,
será que toda paçoca é paçoca, então?
Yeah, you know, I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice.
I know. I think that's where I'm at right now.
They seem a little too scared right now. A little too timid.
They're dropping Dragon, too. Like, they don't have edge bot lane.
They're not dropping Dragon.
Okay.
Right, they're going to go on to Wink.
Like
Wink going to land the hook, and Zhao Hao is right there. The unvulnerability, untargetability for T5, but he's going to flash over the wall, but Angel's in hot pursuit. The dogs, though, are protecting him, and here's the bullet time, but he gets blocked out.
Meu Deus.
Flashes in, looking to get more damage.
Flash MF deu certo.
And now it's a 4v3. On's got to run away, but can Zhuo catch up? Here comes the Realm Warp. Good use of it, and Zhuo shows up, and he splits the difference between the support and the AD carry, and that means that Wink is caught, and he falls, and the Dragon should go to LNG.
Ended up being nice in the back half thanks to a beautiful bullet time from LP, getting the majority of the targets against EDG, and also Angel threw everything to try and chase this Nefiri, but couldn't connect on the charm. One of the puppers ate it up, and that made a big difference in the end with Nefiri able to escape. So much was used to try and close the gap against that Nefiri.
Take a look at this replay. It's, you know, looking good, right? Already you've taken 5T5 to half HP. He's forced to flash, forced to use his protection. But again, the dogs.
Ai, meu Deus. Ele deu charme no cachorrinho da Nefiri. Meu Deus, Angel.
He was looking for the cancel, but a nice flash forward from LP as well to escape that danger, and they were able to pull off the fight. Yeah, I mean, again, pretty pleasantly surprised there from LNG, able to turn that one around. Curious if they did pick up the Dragon as we head out of the replay. Looks like they did not secure the objective, so they opted in for the resets, and that first Dragon's still standing.
And you know what?
Confio no EDG aqui, pelo menos.
Get your Rise to go back, get that Rod of Ages, get your tier. This is okay. If you want to give up that early Dragon because you took such a good fight there, I think that's okay. The only problem is you didn't really get a gold lead off of it, but it's still early. You're not really too worried about that. Now you're set up for it once again, so they could take this Dragon if they want. But now it's made a weird timer with the grubs.
Looks like in the replay, Ambessa was forced out of the top side, so a bit of a lead for ZDZ on this Prio Rumble. And as we get back into the potential Dragon Pit, LNG, they're set up. This Nefiri's strong.
On's caught here. He does have all summoners, but here comes the Hound's Pursuit. He's taking a half, and he's got a flash.
Curtain Call still available on, should be able to participate in any fight, but a good flash summoner spell burned pretty much for free by LNG, so we have seen some good stuff so far from 5-5, and I gotta say that the combo with the Rise Nefiri, it's been a big one with Nefiri really cropping up on the last patch. It's been some good attempts so far from LNG to actually use this duo to snowball. I know that you wanted to see Hai Chao with someone that could escape lane, make some plays early, and so far you've gotten that wish, Yanni, and it's looked pretty good for LNG.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. I know it's early. We're only 11 minutes into Group Nirvana here. But maybe, just maybe, LNG has found the sauce to play a little bit different, right? They look a little bit different in this early game. And, you know, EDG, I'm really disappointed by Zhao Hao and really Angel, right? Outside of that Dragon play where Angel tried to make a big play, I haven't seen him move at all.
O Rumble tá destruindo na lane, tá?
In this lane again, I like the Rise into the Ahri. I was a little bit surprised to see Ahri taken into Rise, just given that historically we didn't see any plays made pre-6 on Ahri, but with Rise you definitely have the availability. You can do so, right? And also you get tanky enough where Ahri can't really combo you, and if you're able to get those machine gun spells off later on, can be quite deadly. So I do like the pick from Haichao. Thought it was a interesting selection from Angel going with the Ahri this game. Just into that Rise matchup again, not one that I'm a fan of particularly. We'll see if that can continue to be good for LNG here moving forward as Grubs. Fourth Grub secured, but LNG want to get in here and at least try and take one.
The top laners are ready to make their impact. ZDZ near that danger zone, and here comes Wink over the wall. Angel from behind, good hook lands. There's the equalizer. It splits the gap. Double knock there
Fury.
As 5T5 is burning to death and goes down. They get a quick pick, and they will secure 5 Grubs as LNG managed to snag 1, but overall good for EDG.
Yeah, of course, that untargetable from the Fury was used to try and get out of the depth charge, but when he came out of that, depth charge still found him as it was chasing its way into the back line. I think that was the difference maker in making sure that EDG got a kill, and now looking for more, of course, big Grub advantage. They're going to overload on this top side, try and melt down this turret. Love this play.
Vamos lá, EDG.
Yeah, really fantastic stuff. And for
Let's
LNG,
go, EDG.
They should have known. They should have known the powerful Rumble. Maybe want to stay away. They don't get anything else, and now they're just sort of playing catch-up, right? But it's so many plates have gone. Zhuo is going all in here with a good engage. Angel's got to use his ultimate, try to get out. ZD's
Caramba, o dano do Rumble.
Looks like he should be able to walk this one out. So, nothing doing for LNG there. EDG still making good plays.
A Ahri tá jogando com a skin do Faker.
Tools burned into the Ahri, who had ult and flash up. So, probably not the best target there for LNG. And that flash on Rel, again, talked about that potential power play with the combo coming in. That was used there by Zhuo for nothing. So, a big point of power now missing for whenever the teams want to potentially look at the next fighter. Actually sniff out one of these.
Ninguém fez Drake até agora.
Before a single dragon was.
Yeah, and maybe Zhuo was just showing them, I can do that. I can make this flash play, right? Just putting EDG on notice perhaps, but we're gonna need to see LNG make some more plays with purpose, right? It just felt like they were like, hey, they're all grouped up for Grubs. Maybe we should go fight them. Well, maybe you shouldn't, right? Zika still needs a little bit more time to try to get in the game. And, this guy's essentially the LNG elder statesman at this point, the franchise player, I would think, as Alk would put it. And, with Wei Wei gone, he's going to be the guy that they're going to look to for a lot of guidance, having, gone to Worlds and been a pretty good player. And in this game, he hasn't made a misstep, right? He's been in a tough matchup, but we've yet to see his impact.
Of course, that investable skill nicely into the game, so we will see if Zika can continue to be a solid player on a struggling team, really, which is tough to do as a top laner as well. So, still feel like he's got some game in him. LNG trying to make sure that they find the game, though, as a team.
What's going on? What am I looking at?
I know, Dragon's actually being hit. It's shocking.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's so weird that this Dragon spawned at 14:30 this game. I think we should look into that,
It's a crazy new patch,
Yeah. It's certainly not the party Drake, that's for sure.
Yeah, where's my Pengu Garen on the Rift?
Yeah.
I came here to cast eye candy.
I have not seen one party favor on this map so far.
Yeah, as someone that hides eye candy, when I play League of Legends, I've been playing a little bit more ranked of late. I wonder why.
Maybe I should hide eye candy. You might be onto something. But I've got too many nice skins to hide eye candy.
That's true.
LNG looking to take down this turret. They've already lost the first turret war, but they managed to get some good gold onto their jungler and mid laner, which is very relevant.
Again, Haichao is the one that really has the lead, and eyes have to be on him. I said that it's a player that I was a little bit surprised to see with changes being made to LNG. Haichao wasn't the one that was, swamped out. We have seen games where he has picked up early leads. It's just been a couple fights later on where it's a mispositioning or not being grouped as a whole, where LNG have struggled and Haichao has struggled himself. But man, 2-0, about to get that Roa fully stacked and also a Seraph's to boot in the back. That's where Rise starts to get really strong. Level 11 to a nice break point for him. So real potential to see Haichao actually put up a big game.
Yeah, and we talked about EDG kind of has this timer, right, to set members of LNG behind.
A gente já pegou o primeiro Drake, né?
CS lead up in the top lane.
A skin do Faker é menos o Faker, sim. Pô, mano, o jogo não tá bem de boa pra EDG, não?
Is up right now, and
Vão ter arauto pra tentar abrir o mid. Rumble tá forte. Foda que a área tá meio fraca, né? Depois da área vai procar 2 minutos antes do Ryze.
I like the fact, too, one of the real positives for LNG this game, Haichao, not only a good matchup into the Ahri, but also historically an old risky counter to the Rumble pick in the top lane, and the side lane later on. With Phase Rush, you can get out of the Harpoons, out of the Equalizer. Ryze, very favorable, going up against that Rumble as time goes on. So again, see if Haichao can really step up this game. I think he's set up to do so.
Yeah, and you specifically have talked about that Haichao has had games where he's had a lead.
Ixi. Minha live caiu? Alô, alô? Estão me escutando? Estão me escutando aí, gente? Ué. Ué. Meu Chrome bugou. Você que tá com VPN conectado? Não. Ué. Ué. O que tá acontecendo? Cara, pior que a segunda vez que acontece isso, velho. Pode ser alguma coisa de rota do... Que isso, mano? Deixa eu abrir um outro navegador aqui. Cara, não, minha internet tá funcionando, pô. Não faz sentido. Eu acho que o jogador canal vai ser nunca. Deixa eu ver como que tá o jogo aqui. Cara, que isso? A internet só não tá... Será que é DNS? Será que eu tenho que mudar meu DNS? Qual que é o DNS do Google, hein? Alguém consegue pegar aí um chat aí pra mim que eu não consigo digitar DNS do Google. Não consigo, eu não consigo procurar no Google qual é o DNS do Google. Cara, que porra é essa? Que bizarro. Pera aí, deixa eu finalizar Nord e, sei lá, Exit Lag, porque são programas de VPN, talvez pode ser isso. Ah, pode ter sido Nord. Vou dar uma olhada, porque eu voltei a usar o Nord agora. Deixa eu...
And Haichao gets his teammates out of there.
That was a bit disappointing from LNG.
Oh my god, dude. Like, oh, come on.
Yeah, good engage from Wink. Again, LNG, they don't pull the trigger. Wink is the first one to make the play, and that power play we're talking about by João.
Voltamos, rapaziada. Voltamos com as imagens.
Have that magnet storm.
Nosso Winzal fez. Só o Winzal.
LNG's kind of grouped here. Haichao wouldn't have been in position. LP is not in position. Of course, Zika is still rotating around on the Sambessa, so João getting caught out like that, unwarranted, and leads to a really poor fight. Where, again, everyone just so disconnected. Like, Haichao is in mid. Zika was the one looking for the angle. João getting caught like that before those two were set up.
Meu Deus do céu.
Before the fight could even have any potential.
Essa LNG é chumbadaça.
Yeah, and LP cannot be there as a misfortune, right? Your bullet time did nothing. Then you stepped up and got picked off. Like, you have enough movement speed to be able to rotate around to be next to João, to be next to 5T5.
Totalmente esse negócio de DNS
very
aqui.
I can kind of see a world where he's there if the solo laners were actually trying to pinch and collapse.
Yes,
but again,
I can agree with that.
Like just the timing of that was poor across the board.
All right, now LNG is saying we are going to make a move.
Okay.
Beleza, estão focando no Shinzal, mas o Shinzal está... Não, né? O Shinzal tem ult dele. Opa, bom... O Rumble tem ult ainda, tá? Opa, vamos ultar, Jin. Quer ultar? O Jin quer ultar, não? Tem ult. Se o Jin tivesse ult...
Yeah, now Otacon really on the table for EDG. I gotta say, Haichao, his TP instantly had the flash over the wall, and it was a complete non-factor in that fight. Whereas that engaged the attempt from LNG, in the end, feels like it's kind of unwarranted, Yanni, as Xiaohao, his ult split the fight, enabled him to actually E backwards towards his team, and LNG, that fight looked like they had no business taking it, as now pushing them off mid. Angel.
Yeah, are they going to lose something for this potentially? Doesn't look like it, so.
Bom, cara, eu tô aí do mid ali, muito bom, muito bom.
Losing the Otacon, but wondering if they were going to drop any more deaths, as we are going to get the Otacon revives in this game. You know what? It's a nice little treat.
It's been quieter. It's been quieter. It's a little bit harder to guess now, as damage dealt in the game is a bit of a factor. But yeah, taking a look. Look at this ult from Xiaohao. It actually pushes back João, and then he gets stuck. And then this TP in from Haichao. He has to flash over the wall immediately and just gets nothing done in the fight. I mean, he's heading for the hills the entire time. So just, again, he's the one that really has to be in the front lines. Like, he's the fed one, has the evolved Seraphs, the empowered Roa, right, at 10 stacks. Pretty strong breakpoint for Haichao on the rise with him.
Calma, Julian. Julian do mal, calma aí. O dia que... Hacks de tanguinha, que nick é esse, mano? Essa área é o Jinkido. Pô, só tá 2k de gold lead, né? Porque esse cara lá não tá torre. Meu Deus, o Jin... Ah, ele tem AGA, né? Nem flashou. Quem vai responder aquela lambeça lá embaixo agora que gastou TP pra nada aí?
Good freebie picked up here by LNG, and nice win for them too. Zika getting this wave all the way in the bot lane, and Bessa going to continue to get those levels, get those items, and scale.
Yep, you buy yourself a little bit of time, and LNG knows that that's all they have to do at this point, right? Just get those solo laners. Your dog, your Nefiri is going to be a threat no matter what.
Essa agachada. Eu gosto mesmo. Foda é ficar assistindo tudo isso, né? Muito campeonato.
Rotating up from River, but he got cut off from the Raptor pit. I feel like that walk from him unwarranted. Has to go the safe way.
Second time,
no matter what. Yeah.
Second time that's happened to him this game.
Yeah. So bit of an oopsie there from EDG. Going to slow the game down a bit as those withdrawals coming to an end. Only 30 more seconds available, and then that Otacon pretty much null and void.
Yeah, and we've really seen a lot of teams use this Otacon to...
É, Logic, cara, Logic jogou mal, né? Mas eu acho que foi muita coisa individual ali, bobeirinha individual, tá ligado? Team no primeiro jogo.
And you don't get that opportunity with that mid lane turret that's still standing. That bottom tier team that you invested the Rift Herald into is still standing gold that your team's not able to claim right now. And it just feels like that EDG has not used the gifts that they've been given in this game very well at all.
Again, frankly, this is a group Nirvana game, and I do have to emphasize yet again that the stakes are high for these players. I mean, this is a really scary group to be in, right? A single round-robin best-of-3 where you have the chance to go to playoffs, the chance for you to not play until... Eu não sei como é que se no Fantasy lá da Riot tem isso aí de perder dinheiro. No Cartola tem. Se tu mandar mal, tu perde dinheiro. Se tu mandar mal de novo, tu perde dinheiro. Só que geralmente, quanto mais dinheiro você tem, você consegue jogadores mais caros. Porém, jogadores mais caros, a chance dele desvalorizar é sempre maior, né?
It's a little bit more than, you know, being one ranked loss away from demoting, right? This is a little bit more severe.
Bring back series, you know?
Yeah, exactly. A little bit more severe. So the Dragon has been started and will easily be claimed by EDG. Again, don't think it's going to be that much of a factor, although 5v5 is immediately ripping the Baron on Vision right now. LNG has control of the topside river. Wink. See if EDJ can wrestle their way in. Wink going to get caught here, trying to get out, down to half HP. They're going to turn it around and get good damage on 5v5. Curtain call coming out. First shot doesn't land, the bullet time, just to try to dissuade something, but Angel will chase the dog down, and Xiao Hao cleans it up, and now Haichao's going to be the next target. He's rooted, he's charmed, and he is dead. They find
Quebraram no Brasil?
As this Ahri has made
Quebraram no Brasil aqui, hein?
Now LNG in the mid lane looking to find something onto ZDZ here.
Sai vivo o Rumble. Ele tem flash ainda, meu Rumble.
In the draft, they don't have a whole lot of CC, and no CC for the Rumble.
Isso, o cara mandando um monte de cobrinha na tela.
Done by EDG. It's slow, but it looks like it's uncontested.
I mean, not a lot of CC and also not a lot of range. We saw the range tools from EDG take over that fight. 5T5 was forced on the wrong side of the rift as he gets isolated, picked off, and not one with the pack there with his team. That's going to be a pretty easy Baron going over to EDG, and the sadly uninspiring performances for LNG kind of continue here, Yanni, as Wink, nice job of buying some space, buying some time. I liked how he buffered his dredge line there.
Consegue, você sempre vai conseguir fechar um time. Na pior das hipóteses, você pode repetir os mesmos 5 jogadores. Tá ligado? Se você pegou os jogadores que mais valorizaram e agora você ficou com o menor dinheiro possível, sei lá o quê. Se você ficar com o mesmo time, na teoria você tem dinheiro pra comprar o mesmo time, tá ligado? É, eu também botei o Red Vest também.
In that rough position, and you know, a credit to Haichao for trying to bail him out. It's the most we've seen out of Haichao since getting those first 2 kills. I hate to say it, but you know, at least you're trying to do something here, as the rest of LNG has struggled. The bottom tier 2 will finally fall. It looks like EDG is ready to start knocking down these mid turrets.
Rise might realm war bot here, as ZDZ still has ult and equalizer. Might be a tough target. Him and Ambassador were setting up. Angel pops an opportunistic ultimate. That one's going to go to the wayside, but hey, level 16, pretty low cooldown.
The second one.
Yeah, it's going to try.
Or you could land an equalizer. Okay. You could say, to hell with the CC. Let's go with pure damage. And he goes golden under the turret too. Xiao Hao going to tank it up to make sure he's able to get out. The first mid turret will fall as EDG are going to look for more after 2 members have fallen. A 5v3.
Great play there from ZDZ.
Levar T2 o top, EDG.
He caught Haichao. All the shields in the world can't save you as the onslaught of EDG continues. 5T5 has been put to heal and has to go back to the kennel as the mid inhibitor will fall. The question is, does EDG want to go for more? Zhuo is up, but LP is down for 15 more seconds. 5v3, and the siege continues. They have the grubs, they have good damage, and they are scary. The first turret will fall, the charm goes to the wayside, but LNG just has to buy time. LP is up in 4 seconds, and EDG realizes this, and they will look to walk away.
Does have flash if they want to go for anything.
Leva aquela torre ali, EDG. Vão levar top. Ou não?
Against LNG and Matt, just the picks these dredge lines.
Não, EDG, leve a torre da. Leve a torre do bot.
No one else can catch these without being punished. And that utility bot lane really creating a lot of space and a lot of time for ZDZ to just melt people in this front line. Is this Rumble?
Não tava ponto 3 não, tava ponto 15, sei lá, essa porra agora nesse jogo.
We talked about how these last 2 picks really put a bow on what they wanted to do. You could have went in either direction, and they indexed heavier into pick, and guess what? It was a little slower.
Ah, esse aí tá suave, Raid.
Really saw it come to fruition in these.
Tava de 12 torres, né? Precisava que caísse, que eles levassem. Diz que a EDG leve mais uma torre, pô. Só mais uma. Tirando a do Nexus, né? Pô, a do top. Vamos puxar top? Ou deixa os caras levar essa aí, ó. Se eles levarem essa aí, tá bom também. Morre aí, Angel. Morre aí, então. Pode morrer. Não, LNG, faça uma play pra levar essa torre agora.
Yeah, again, you got to try some at this point. I think Ari would have escaped for free, but maybe it's a no-ult situation for Dragon then. You can go contest that. Said LNG just gonna
Eu topo.
put
O Andy
full
morrer
top
aqui.
and give away this Dragon, and we'll see what happens. They might not even be able to push this in.
E o
Ari
Rumble,
has
o
so
Jin
much
levar
damage
ali. Não, Jin.
Yeah, just it's gonna be a nice walk in the wilderness. That's about it.
Is that walk?
Vamos levar bot, vamos levar bot.
They look lost right now. Somebody call the Park Rangers.
A do Nexus volta e conta de novo, nem fudendo.
Right now. They are being chased down by the Slender Man in their minds.
Conta?
They are so petrified of trying to fight Angel 4v1.
Eu acho que era pra eles levar bot ou ter 2 do top, né?
No.
No.
Listen, actually, 5T5, listen, his early game, you know,
Tem certeza que conta?
not too bad. I'm willing to give this guy at least some credit, right?
We didn't do much.
He did not, but he did something, right? Tough situation for him to come into, but showed something at least. LP has not.
2 do top, eu quero ter 2 do top então.
LNG still
1 minuto ainda roubaram. Vamos levar esses 2 do top.
An absolute empty carcass, sadly.
Ou Ambessa leva bot.
They look like Zika this game. He just has a cardio game. This is a cardio game.
Soul's not there, man.
Isso. 2 do top, 2 do top.
Soul's not there in this LNG.
2 do top. Ela cai rapidinho. É só querer. Ih, tá em casa, vambora.
No scout. That bot side, of course, going elsewhere and really feeling the brunt of the pain for LNG as a team fighting for their life now in Group Nirvana. Not what you would have expected if you told someone that a year ago this time, Yanni.
Not at all, Cubby. And going back to your soulless point of LNG, you know, you have esports friends, and you know that sometimes esports friends will sleep into the late afternoon. You ever knock on their door when they just woke up and they're like kind of not all there yet? That's LNG today when they've taken the Rift in this first game. The lights are on, somebody is home, but they're like not like all there yet. Maybe they will wake up. They're making a teleport play, looking to cut somebody off.
I like this angle.
Yeah,
the Jin trap, is the Jin trap
Café
gonna
com mate?
find?
Yeah,
Okay, they spotted
Eu gosto que mas assim, é tipo mate com cafeína, você tá falando? Chá com
anyway.
cafeína, com café?
Let's see
Gosto de mate, gosto de chá.
Impact in this game, 34 minutes in. LNG gonna take control of this mid wave here, but Angel cutting off the wave on the backside, so it's all equal, right? And EDG did mention that their damage a little bit low on this Baron, so if not all members are committed to it, it will take some time. Easy off to the side, and Zika in a 1v1, but oh my god, Zika just gets chunked out.
I really like what EDG and in that situation ZDZ were doing, just trying to mark this Ambessa. The last fight, it was the Ari that was marking it. Now,
oh wait, he got caught.
Dead. Okay.
They found him. Yeah, they found him. They take him out, and yeah,
Acaba com
this
esse
is
jogo logo
going
aí.
to be the game, I think.
E a Ari,
Angel
na filha
backside,
da Ari.
slide out. João goes down, but he did bring the dog over to On, and On takes a bullet time to the face, but he's all right for now because 5v5 is like, I've got nobody to help. I know the walls are closing in.
O Rice tá puxando mid, foda-se. O Rice tá puxando mid lá, foda-se.
Haichao's given up, sadly. He kind of wants to go next here from the looks of
Haichao has
things.
played this game under protest.
É, eu vou ver 14 torres, né?
He will get this turn.
Caralho, caiu a torre pra caralho. 13. Quantos agora? 13, 14, 15. Que porra é essa, mano?
You know, Cubby, this might be a clutch or kick scenario. Who knows?
Ele tava 14 e meio.
Actually know, Cubby. This could be a League of Legends version of clutch or kick.
Oh,
João
boy.
is going to be
like
here. It's 5v2.
Turret's
The
respawning.
turret is, yeah, no, it already has respawn. We just cannot see the health on it. It'll go down eventually, I'm sure. Although Haichao is starting to put out some pretty good damage here. Zika is going into the backline, but the Nexus has been exposed. There's a lot of low health bars, but Angel is getting a free hit. All of a sudden, it's a 2v2. Hang on a minute. Maybe, just maybe, LNG can save the game.
Bora. Que isso? Me assusta não. Que porra é essa? Que susto foi esse? Eu tô lá no Telegram, falando merda ali no Telegram. Tô ali ditando merda no Telegram, olho pro lado. Meu time todo morto. Os caras no Nexus. Meu Deus do céu.
While you may have gone and won the round, quote unquote, you weren't paying attention to Summit in his stream when he went and
eu também. Que é isso?
LNG, they saved the excitement for the end of the game, and I am still whelmed.
Yeah, looks like we have Wink getting Pog votes. I gotta say, it was a decent game for Wink on the Nautilus. Felt like he was on the front lines of a lot of positive engages coming in. But, I mean, again, for LNG, like this roster swap, you're looking to see if they could get any spark, anything that's been missing for a team that is 1-17,
Contou a torre que voltou?
17 on the Rift this year, and we just don't see it. And
Ah, contou ali em cima? Deixa eu ver aqui rapidinho.
Yes, like he actually did get a bit of a lead, but
mandar isso lá pra avisar, falar sobre isso. Legal isso aí.
Get any spark, anything that's
Ó.
Actually, no, Cubby. This could be
9-14.
version of clutch or kick.
Oh boy, I don't
15.
know.
It's 5v2.
Turret's respawning.
The turret is, yeah, no, it already has respawned. We just cannot see the health on it. It'll go down eventually, I'm sure. Although Haichao is starting to put out some pretty good damage here. Zika is going into the backline, but the Nexus has been exposed. There's a lot of low health bars, but Angel is
Destruíram a torre.
all of a sudden it's a 2v2.
Ah, é
Hang
16.
on a minute, maybe, just maybe, LNG can save the game. Oh.
Peraí, só pra
Maybe,
pintar.
just maybe, LNG can save the game. Oh.
É. Contou no contador de torres ali. Não, se matar na fonte conta. É porque se você morrer só pra fonte e ninguém dá um hit, aí não é kill mesmo, aí não é kill pro outro time.
You know, I think we talk about how Haichao may be the player that LNG was going to look at and did not end up being the player that they were going to look at to make a change. I don't know if this game changes the perception for LNG, right? Because it's a weird thing to play like roster carousel, right? Because it's not making any other changes afterward. You're just playing roster carousel, right? You and I have seen that in tier 3, in tier 2, and no, it does not work, right? We know that this typically does not work.
I mean, LNG, they don't have a backup mid on their roster, so I don't know if they're able to make any changes. Again, I was surprised that jungle and AD were changed when, for me, Haichao is the one where that's probably the change you would have made if I'm really looking to switch anything up on LNG. But we're not privy to the rumors of what's going on over in the LPL or China. Not too much. You know, there's a lot more that happens over on Weibo than Twitter when it comes to that league. We got to rely on our trusted sources that we have that support the LPL English
who knows?
too.
Maybe he's a scrim god.
It's tough.
Right? Maybe we just don't actually know because. Or
my theory he makes a great sandwich, and the sandwich cannot practice can't function if Haichao doesn't make his sandwich for the team because it's just too good off the Rift. You know, he's too good for the vibes.
He might not get assists on the Rift, but he certainly gets assists off the Rift, perhaps.
Yeah.
Só andar reto, tô mais executado, não.
I don't know, you gotta ask him. It's
Da fonte é isso aí mesmo.
Whatever
Caralho, o Rumble foi top damage ainda, né?
Sandwich?
Maybe like a banana pepper in there?
I'd say...
I don't even know what kind of meat we're starting with.
I mean, the sandwich definitely doesn't include flash because that's missing.
No.
But, you know.
All right.
Yeah.
Taking a look quickly at the damage charts here. Thank God we're seeing the percentages because the numbers were bleak. 5d5 actually did not end up doing that much damage at all. Perhaps I was hypnotized by the early plays made that, you know, maybe doing less than 10k damage. Maybe you were right, Cubby. I apologize for doubting you.
Who knows? I gotta say, in terms of MVP, curious if it goes to Wink or ZDZ. I feel like those would be my two candidates. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of damage for the Rumble. Looking back.
Yeah, let me get ZDZ. Honestly.
Yeah, I think it was nice.
Wink certainly was around in more plays, it felt like. But when ZDZ showed up, people died. Like, people got roasted.
Yeah.
His equalizers were pretty good.
Played the lane well.
Single-handedly kept 3 people away in this fight. like just by teleporting in Zonia's. So big stuff there. And EDG after a quiet early game, kudos to them. They found picks, and then once they got ahead, like once they realized
Bom dia, Truzinho.
they did not let go, and they got their big advantages, and then ended the game from there. So at least clean stuff there when they got very far ahead.
Yeah, I feel like, thinking back, a Wink or ZDZ MVP, I think both would be pretty justified. So
yes,
this play was the one I was really impressed with by
yeah.
ZDC. Yeah, again, just the overheat, positions the Flame Spitter really nicely before he goes golden. Team helps him juggle the aggro on the way out. That's good stuff coming out of EDG, as ZDZ again proves that, like, it feels like every top laner can do in the LPL. There's so many memes.
Boa, Mega RJ. Vai dar tudo certo, velho. Fica nervoso não, mano. Pode ficar nervoso não. Fica suave, tá ligado?
There's not a lot of changes in it.
Yeah, and then taking a look at this fight, I mean, you see this pick right now, but how did he get so low? It was ZDZ on the side, recognizing I am just going to mark Zika all game long, and that's really what he did, right? Zika had before that fight a 0-0-0 score line, and this was a very late fight in the game. Really just did a good job of shutting down the ace of LNG, really. Oh my god, we have a third health bar.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how this one panned out in the end. As the one who played it really nice was actually Zika. That public execution was really big, and then again able to get through everyone at the end. Just not able to get through the rest of the minions.
Was it a grub? I think it was a grub. I think it was that grub on the. Yeah, I think it was the grub that was just under
a Twitch chatter?
The Nexus turret. Yes, I believe one of you went and helped out EDG win that game. Whichever one it was, you guys can decide amongst yourselves. But I've seen the chat sometimes. Let's not make it a total war out there.
LNG parece muito maior que Golfinho, sim.
I mean, I will say, I'll take a war for the MVP.
Chegou ali, fez uma gracinha e já tá assumindo, né?
Yeah.
And then we'll see what happens as we get ready to go. We're going to see MVP. We'll go into the break, go into the next game. Yanni, are there any changes that you want to see being made? I know we've been a little bit, I think, rightfully hard on LNG. Likely they're going to go to the blue side. I can't really think of, like, any promising strats or picks that I want to see from them, but they got a couple new faces. Okay. So I'm kind of curious if there's anything that you want to see for this upcoming game.
I'd like to see them play something a little bit more early game oriented, right?
I want to see Hai Chao like die, just because I feel like when you're 2-0 on Rise and you don't do anything, like at least if he dies, he's doing something. It's like the Dion Waiters / the Shy mentality. I'm not going to get Sentel'd up here.
Shoot or shoot.
Yeah, shoot or shoot. I need Hai Chao to take some shots.
He needs to start shooting. He looks very Ben Simmons out here, and I need him to look a little bit more like Steph Curry. But we are going to go kick it to a very short break. But before we do, I want to give a big shout out to our Ko-Fi and YouTube subscribers, right? Because you guys level up the show. You help us level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast. We saw all the new graphics that we have. Really cool stuff. Shout out Chris Sunga. But a huge bulk of this goes to paying on-air talent and our content creators. If you subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat, you can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. They are going to be very, very cool. This is a very cool thing that you can do, so go ahead and check that out. But we're going to run to the break now. When we're back, we'll kick it to the Game 2 draft. We will see you there.
Ja. Uns 5 minutos. Tem pra gente assistir. Pô, quero ver um vídeo aqui desse cara aqui que eu comecei a ver. Tem que terminar de ver, velho. Caramba, Power Rankings do Nerd La Lousa. Vamos ver esse aqui depois também hoje. Meu Deus. Ah, agora entendi o que aconteceu com a EG. Agora entendi o que aconteceu com a EG. Que é isso, o cara botou a L na frente da uma live. Aí botou a DK e a Long X na frente da T1. Meu Deus. Tô com sono. Sono não, né? Tô, sei lá, cansado. Deixa eu ver o que a galera comentou aqui. Como que faz a aposta? Qual é o meu telegrama? Rumble é osso mesmo, mano. Mas ontem eu fui. Ontem a Lauducha perdeu de Rumble, né? Qual outro jogo a gente tem hoje mesmo? Tese Weibo, né, mano? É. Quantas mortes deu? Hum, 16 mais 8, 24. Você tava no quê? Você tava no quê? Ah, aí é normal não bater mesmo. Caralho, velho. É por causa do final, mano. Olha só. 22 kills. Ó, ó, um frame. De um frame pro outro, olha, os 6 virando 8. Tu! 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 Que merda, hein? Tudo porque o ZDZ ficou passeando em vez de irritar o Nexus ali, ó. Ó. Ah, ele tava irritando, tava irritando. Mas ele aqui tava passeando, ó. Olha o ZDZ ali em cima. Nossa, o Shinzal só sai ali também. Que isso, Ambessa fez muito ali agora.
Yeah, 5-2, T5 can look for a better game 2 in their LPL debut here for LNG.
Yeah, and most played champion throughout his career so far has been Viego. I would have said, hey, maybe give him a Xinjiao for game 2, but obviously he's picked to win game 1. So we are in full fearless, so not going to be able to see that on the board. Just give him the Viego, man. Just like try to play some sort of reset comp here. I don't know, do something different than what you did last game. Let's not farm and scale and be boring LNG. Let's go and let's play a little bit more aggressively in the early game because you won an early game.
Não, não vou fazer o Academy hoje não, porque eu vou pra São Paulo. Pego o avião. Que horas que meu voo?
Maybe your fortunes will change.
Yeah, I mean, that is one
5 horas.
Of course, they do swap over to the blue side, so access to a priority pick, as blue has just been consensus side for Fearless, really. Very few teams in the world taking red side. So, interested to see as we dive through this draft, you know, what kind of direction LNG wants to take with this new look.
See what the moves are. EDG is still hunting around for their second ban at this point. Looks like they will once again keep Yone out of the hands of Haichao, one of his better champions. As Ari is already taken away too, so now we're digging to this guy's lesser played champions, and you know it's a little bit tougher, especially for what we've seen. As you mentioned, could potentially see a Jace route around here, but you know at this point it's kind of hard to determine what you were going to see out of LNG, just because. You know, we've seen a lot of first pick junglers or first couple of picks, and, you know, we don't really have too much tape on 5T5.
All right, so of course the Scion ban really prompting and raising the priority of a Jace ban, as Scion is one of the more common answers into it. Curious what LNG has now for first pick. It's just going to be a Haichao Azir, so no Rise to go into it, no Talia either. Curious what Angel wants. Of course, you do have options like Orianna, but when you have a pick like Skarner, opportunity to maybe look for a Silas angle later on in the draft.
Yeah, and Skarner has been a champion that has been allowed through a couple of times. We'll see if EDG ends up picking it. And actually doesn't have a positive win rate right now, which is really crazy to me. And the teams that have been picking it, we haven't seen a Zyra against it. Zyra typically a champion that is seen as really good in a Skarner. We haven't seen high or low of that champion at all so far. Corgi going to be the initial lock-in for EDG, so probably going to take that into the Azir and just look for that early lane dominance.
Yeah, I fear, Yanni, I might have been baited by the Hutter talking about the Skarner.
It's valid, though. Like, it's valid.
Yeah.
You would expect them to just slam Skarner there, no? I did.
I mean, potentially, it's always an option, Skarner. So tanky and brings a lot of power to the table. Able to cheat terrain, AoE, suppress ultimate. Yeah, pretty good champion. One that 5T5 might actually be looking at himself here in the second phase of bans.
What if they mind-controlled LNG?
Well, so, I mean, if they don't lock this one in, they might be mind-controlling me. Okay, we're going to go with the Skarner this time around.
All right, this does still leave the door open for the for Silas, as you had mentioned, potentially like for LNG, but now EDG could have an opportunity to take...
Skarneras. E cadê o Ivan aí contra Skarner, hein? Ninguém aprendeu com a Penzucha ontem, não?
See what the final pick for LNG is here for the first half. Okay, this would be sweet. I'm totally for this. This is a little bit more exciting than what we saw in the last game here. So we're going to see the Zika Camille.
Yeah, and now really option to drop jungle, or like honestly choices here for EDG. I don't think they're going to lock in a mid laner because they still want to threaten the Corki flex. I will say that with Corki, I think his best pairing in the bot lane is Leona. Your ability to proc Leona's passive with Corki's kit, it's really easy to do. So, wondering now if we get any bans to protect a potential Corki bot, whereas I expect LNG to use their bans to at least target jungle, because they can guarantee then that those bans will land.
And for EDG, it looks like something that LNG could pick the tide of the room together. You just really want to take out, obviously, the Alistar is good. The Alistar can do a great job of keeping the Gnar out of a fight, keep the Leona out of a fight. So maybe some more of these disengaged supports will be picked up. And for LNG, I wonder if they'll go after any mid laners here. If they want to force this Corki mid, perhaps.
And a potential Braum or Rakan ban here, too, for EDG. Both are up, so you got to believe that Zhuo's going to get a champ that he'll still be comfortable on at support. But if you do take away the Braum, the Leona into Rakan matchup can be positive for Leona, especially if you have something like a Corki behind you. You're a very bursty lane. So it would deny something like a Braum Ashe, which would look pretty good here for LNG with this core.
Ziga tem 75% de win rate de Camille. Ele é bom de Camille, né? Tem memórias dele de Camille.
See what the second option is for a ban here.
Could be the Zyro.
Yeah, could be the Zyro. You know, there's a Vi still available, but Vi is a little tricky into his ear sometimes. So maybe they'll just allow EDG to pick that if they want. It does end up being the Zyro, so not going to be too worried about Skarner getting outpaced.
Yeah, and again, taking away some of those magic damage junglers to maybe push that Corki into the bot lane. Interesting here, as I fully expect jungle to be locked in, so you can preserve that Corki flex throughout draft, but Xiaohao kind of down a few options, might just default over to that Vi, have that point and click go button, so we'll see if that ends up being a good one for Xiaohao later on for EDG.
Yeah, last time I saw a Vi into an Azir, I saw many times where the Azir carried the Vi in between tier 1 and tier 2 mid turrets. Xiaohao going to have to be very careful about that, perhaps.
É, eu também acho. Nossa, Kalista passou até agora. Kalista é muito bom aqui. Kalista Renata, foda-se. Kalista Renata contra Vi aqui. Dá LNG pra caralho. O meu bica não tá tampando o draft. Kalista Renata! Sou fã.
Two best ones, but with the team comp that EDG has put together, this Renata makes a whole lot of sense.
I like
que é LNG, rapaziada. Guys, que dá LNG. O E é bom pra ter mais range aqui.
I'm curious, I mean, they have the option to Ziggs bot, but you can get abused by Kalista Renata if you go for something like that, so going to be the Hui, which we expect to be in the hands of Angel mid.
Eu sou mais da LNG. Se essa Camille estiver ok no game, ela destrói o jogo junto com a...
Not only do you have really nice synergy there, but that Vi and Leona want to go in, right? So having that hostile takeover could be really big for LNG in these fights. I like the fact they're bringing a lot of circles to the table. We're just going to have to see if they can execute.
Yeah, it's just so dangerous to go in if you're EDG, because, you know, not only the Renata ultimate...
E aí, Guilherme Borges, salve, mano. Pô, aí é foda, hein? Mas, pô, aí você não vai ganhar a skin do Yasuo, mano. Relaxa. Tá valendo muito isso aí.
Obviously, going into a Skarner Impale is always a little tricky. You know, they have a fair amount of damage over on the side of LNG. And then, of course, we all know that Camille with the hook shot is a champion that is a little bit difficult to lock down. Has the ultimate to dodge out onto some key CC pieces. So, a lot of slipperiness, really, from this LNG composition. And already, I'm feeling a little bit more inspired in this game compared to the first one. But we all know it comes down to the play on the Rift.
Yeah, that play from LNG in Game 1 with their new look, not exactly what they were looking for. Saw a little bit of a lack of proactivity here, but real chance for 5T5. Of course, had that carrying a Fury in Game 1 on the supportive Skarner Game 2. I like the draft that LNG has. I think it's really playable and winnable, so just want to see if they can execute this one. As every game matters here, of course, you are playing for your lives for Split 3 for the rest of the competitive year for LPL Esports. So, see if they can step up.
Eu curti a LNG também. Esse bar, tem que pegar esse barco agora, que eles têm Kalista, né? Obrigado.
We're still waiting for Zika to get strong. We're still waiting for Zika to get strong. And then Haichao, of course, is going to play the Haichao game of doing not a whole lot early and maybe being a late threat. So LNG does still fall under some worry here that EDG's strong early game can kind of run them over.
Whatever algorithm the LPL is running, they really like EDG's drafts. I think that's one of the more one-sided graphs I've seen with a 54% win rate early on, 56 later on. A little bit surprised by that one. I will say...
Só que tá virando. E o final daquela bomba, fluxo de Leviatã, eu vi, mano. Bizarro, velho. Que bom que eu não abri o site ali, só fiquei assistindo o jogo com calma. Que jogo horrível, mano. Leviatã é fácil também, pô. Só o code ele é bom, mano.
Of course, Wei has so much flexibility. Definitely is a champ that can sometimes be confusing, but for me, a champ where the potential is really limitless, still unexplored with even with how long it's been out for now. We'll see if Angel can really find the right buttons for the right scenarios. I think that one thing that comes to mind, connecting that fear against Skarner, that's a big one if 5T5 ever does show mid. So we'll see if Angel's able to do that.
Yeah, because as many may know, Hui, given the fact he's got 9 abilities, none of them are an escape. They are all, trying to keep you away. You can shield up a little bit as Wink has gone in, and he'll get skewered a couple of times for it. But yeah, no true escape out of Angel, so 5T5 can take these creative
angles,
force out that flash, and then maybe pay a
second. Ainda LNG nesse jogo aqui, né, gente?
The fact that Azir doesn't actually give you any CC setup, at least until he hits level 6.
I do like that idea, though, of getting the flash out of Hui and setting up the revisit with Azir. That's a pretty textbook Azir play, right? Able to find those matchups where flash advantage does mean a lot. So, see if that ends up being the case for 5T5 later on. Of course, making his LPL debut tonight in Game 2 on the Skarner. See if it can go a little bit better for him.
Yeah, if Game 2 goes better than Game 1, I would say it's a successful debut, even individually. Zika taking a lot of damage. He hits level 3, but so does EDZ. Just getting these hyper stacks off, keeping them very, very low. The range versus melee matchup, always going to be annoying to deal with, but Zika handling it fine so far.
Does have the D shield, so provide a little bit extra regen. See if he can stay topped off in that lane. Of course, a big thing for Camille, I think that in this matchup, this is one where both champs can win at different times of the game. The Triforce pop is really big for Camille.
Mesmo atrás a LNG ganha no late game, ganha pra caralho. O late game é... O scaling da LNG é muito maior. Eles não scale pra caralho com Camille aqui. Pra caralho mesmo.
With the Camille, so want to see if they're able to get the right lockdown and support required to make sure this matchup's winning for LNG.
Junglers on opposite sides here. We do see Zika teleporting top. Zhao Hao going to take it back after clearing that Scuttle Crab. 5T5 going to get his as well and go and take his back. So the junglers through their first clears. Not doing a whole lot here, but they hit level 6. It's when it gets exciting, and 5T5 is actually going to be able to walk in. This jungle is completely warded up right now. My goodness.
Yeah, curiously enough, too, Zhao Hao rotating back over just to protect against a potential dive. He will be spotted, too, so a way to reset on the Vi here. As, again, just making sure this bot lane is nice and safe. Don't expect any plays to come down onto the Kalista Renata. And I think game plan here for LNG, I'm a little bit curious because we did see Skarner start on the top side very frequently with Kalista comps. Actually, really nice to start bot side and clear top, because what happens is that when you get back onto the map around this timer, Dragon spawns at the 5-minute mark, so you can clean up your 2 bot side camps and then actually play for the Dragon. But no, and have a bit of a shift up in power is that Prio from the Kalista Renata, they will shift top, so the focus for LNG going to be on the Grubs, and this shift is not matched by EDG.
Yeah, and I like this for LNG. I think they're going to get good use out of Grubs for Haichao and Zika. Now, we'll see what Haichao is able to do in a solo lane. Again, really looking for him to actually, make his...
Eles vão pegar os primeiros Grubs, pois não swapou.
But actually make an impact on this game. And could be doing it through a side lane. Give him a lot of Grubs. We know Azir can be quite annoying to deal with on sides. On the bottom side, EDG is going to start up this Dragon early, so maybe an opportunity to go make this Grub play. Anyway.
2x só pra gente estar mais adiantado possível.
5T5 is going to go find himself some chicken nuggies. Take those away.
It should be traded by Xiaohao as well in the back half here, as we will just get a little bit of vertical jungling going on. So I think both teams well aware of what's going on at the moment, though. ZDZ could be in trouble. Skarner de Bernie, he's on the Krugs though, not going.
Ah, o Skarner tá sem o CC dele lá.
Gonna be safe enough.
Pô, que isso? Que cara folgado é esse? Ele tem TP, né? Ele quer dar TP. Pô. Vai tomar a Zika. Zika não gastou flash, foi bom pra caralho.
Yeah, once that hook shot connects, you can cancel it if you find the stun in there. That's a really big mechanic in the Renekton matchup. I think that the stun for Wink came in a little bit early off the flash, but this dive still could continue.
He's flashless now. He's gonna try to get away, but can't do so.
Pô, se ele flasha o que da vai, eu acho que ele sai vivo, tá?
That was really well played by Wink. Of course, burned the Zenith play to follow up.
A gente pegou larvinha, foi bom.
Made sure that first blood was guaranteed.
Nato muito deny, né?
Now it's free time with the bot lane turret.
Camille não perdeu tanta XP.
We did have Leona actually base and is gonna walk top. My eyes on ZDZ now to see if he's gonna be the one that can test this lane or if they send Corki elsewhere. There's a lot of shifts going on here.
Looks like they do send ZDZ up to the top side, so just clean up whatever minions are left back coming out from LP and Juo. So we'll see where they elect to redeploy as well.
E o Dutugger pra frente? Ah, você falando do Skarner com o low mestre nosso aí, né? Não, LP já jogou LPL pra caralho já, o Guigel. Jogou vários games LPL já. Que isso? Não, 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 não. Não, 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 não. Não, 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 não. Não, 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 não é possível isso, não é possível isso, não é possível isso, não é possível isso, não é possível isso. Não, 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 não. É segunda-feira, o que eu tô assistindo, o que eu tô fazendo na minha vida, velho. Ai, gente, meu Deus do céu, cara. Não, 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 não. Ai, 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 velho. O que faz aqui?
We have a round 2 dive coming in as Zika did save the flash from the last one and will have ult available. That does make Camille quite difficult to dive.
Looks like they're ready to do it anyway. Xiaohao is booking it on the way down. Has
5T5 too.
Assist as well. So we'll see if 5T5 is able to get there first.
The wave's not in time.
He does have the impale. You mentioned that wave timing just a little bit off here. 5T5
yeah, it's bad.
Staying outside of the brush. Now he's in the brush, so Xiaohao doesn't really have an idea that he's there. Could have an inkling. But LNG is ready to turn this play around. EDG is ready to slam it. Zika is ready. Here comes 5T5 coming in. They're going to look to turn onto him. He's going to flash away, but now everybody is on the squad.
Cadê o ult do que é isso, Skarner? Ai, meu Deus. Nosso jungle mestre vai afundar o jogo.
Beautiful sidestep from On to capitalize that play as they find.
Será que eles divam na próxima wave? Camille de flash.
Well done here. I will say Camille able to absorb everything, still being even in XP against the Dinar, but I would not be surprised if we get a redive bot. Wink just hit 6. Opportunity to maybe go for that play again. Not going to be the case. Oh, that's actually a nice ult.
Yeah, this is good. That turret shot too. It's going to actually force out the Fate's call to avoid Zhuo taking a turret shot, but EDG has been playing really well early. This repeat dive play that happened is so smart, so calm.
Swaps are back on, man. We got some late game swaps now.
Exactly. The swaps are so back, baby. They were out of vogue for like 5 minutes, but they're here and they're ready to go. Objectives are going to be up quite soon, about a minute and 10 and 20 seconds on each of them. Imagine LNG is going to go and fight for these topside grubs once again. They would really like to get 6 on their slate numbers.
See if Wink actually flushes this one out against 5T5. This would be big because Vi didn't stick around to take the red buff. I think 5T5 thinks that Vi's still on the bot side jungle. As, ooh.
It's not landing the Zenith Blade. And we'll hit the blast cone, but not elect to go any further.
That was the right call. There was no more potential follow-up there. So, well done by Wink, though, and EDG to make sure that red buff stays protected. And I know that we've had a quiet first 10 minutes of the game, but it is a 1K goal lead for EDG. Most of that actually going to be on the back of Xiaohao on this Vi. So, completed Sundered Sky. We'll see what he's able to do as these monster objectives hit in the rift yet again, Yanni. And at the moment, sights from Xiaohao set on this bot side, so maybe looking at the dragon.
Já viu o suficiente.
Stock into like, hey, first item's been completed, but this Sundered Sky is actually going to go really, really hard for Xiao.
It's early.
Yeah, like not only this early, but against the team that he's playing against, like he's going to heal so much. It's going to be so valuable for these early fights. Vi is really the big bully right now. So they're going to go and rip this dragon.
Denting blows does make these dragons quite healthy. Angel didn't have access to the E is what I'm going to assume. Again, if you throw out the fear or the chompers, it can cancel Skarner out of his E. So Angel not using any of them. I'm going to assume that that was down. I didn't see in the lower left screen if he had anything up or not, but it does burn the flash. And now it might just be the cross-country trek towards the top side, as we'll see if EDG is able to contest these grubs that have been started by 5T5.
Yeah, but they said LP and Zhuo bot lane, right? So 5T5 is just going to pick up the one, so they will secure at least, you know, at least a little bit more power there, but EDG ultimately going to scoop up these last two for themselves.
All right, well, objective so far in favor of EDG. 2 Drakes, 4-2 split. I know that you mentioned, Yanni, that EDG, a lot of the games that we saw them play in split 2 placements, a lot of grub prio. This time around, taking the first 2 Drakes of the game on time. See if EDG can continue to stay on time in this game.
Yeah, and, you know, we talked
Pô,
about
2 Drakes pra EDG, né?
Coming out of this Vi, obviously, when Gnar hits level 6, he's an incredibly powerful champion, and you know, they should be able to bully their way for a 3rd dragon in about 4 minutes, which will put them in a really good spot, despite the fact that it is Cloud Dragon, so it's not exactly the best soul, but I'm sure they'll take it.
At the moment, just gonna see Way deleting waves and high shadow.
Tem ali se pegar só 4 lavas não é pouco, não é suave, hein? Parada mais é o Drake mesmo. Mas agora
a couple places for LNG. I think notably
tá de boa pra fightar o próximo Drake, né? Não é como se a gente tivesse mal, não. O negócio é a Camila escalar, velho. Pô, nenhuma torre vai cair, não?
We see that Hui now. It has been they got the flash out of the Hui, right? So I want to see a rinse and repeat, and I do like how EDG is protecting that Hui in the side. Then you can see both Wink and Xiaohao hovering on that side of the map. I think that is warranted given that immobile champion is down that summoner spell.
And LNG, they need to make a play against it, right? They have an opportunity. It's like, hey, you guys haven't been able to do anything all game other than take some grubs. This is your chance to go in and try to make a play onto somebody. And they're not really taking advantage of it. It feels like they're just allowing this early threat of Kalista. You know, we know that Kalista is this really strong early game champion. Try to spook EDG into like not fighting and mind control them to allow time for Camille and Azir.
Caster falou que a alma... Não, já falei, se esquece da LPL, são horríveis, assim, mano. Os caras são... Os caras não entendem nada de LoL, é bizarro, mano. Sério mesmo, é bizarro.
Yeah, I think EDG... It seems like both teams in a way okay with playing this game out at the pace it is. As you can see, Xiaohao yet again, that's just a hover for Angel. I think he's going to base after this wave, so just making sure that there was no Skarner. Again,
sim, o Azir tá com o jogo tranquilo. Tem Renata contra Vi, Renata contra Leona. Camille tá escalando. O negócio é os Drakes ali. Eu também botei o Shine no Fantasy, olha. Nem me diga, nem me fale.
In the plate game, but honestly, if you give a team 4 grubs and they only take 4 plates, that feels like a win, Cubby. It feels like you are very happy with that, given the fact that you've gotten 2 dragons and you've got the slight gold lead.
Yeah, of course, buck 30 until we have our upcoming monster objective spawning here, Yanni. As resets from EDG to help set up for this one. Gotta say, this is where, again, I think there's real potential for 5T5 and LNG to look for plays in the side lanes. Angel's about to have flash back up. And he's
cara, e a Fúria era pra ter feito 2-0 no fim de semana, só que eles são burros, né?
For the Camille. Wait on the Gnar. Of course, he has to take the pit stop for steel caps in this matchup. So, opportunity to attack a mini Gnar in the side lane for LNG as well. Would love to see them look for a play as... At the moment, it looks like 5T5 hovering bot and hovering this Azir, where the Angel is still flashless.
It could be an opportunity for this Camille to make something happen in a fight. I mentioned having that a little bit of a strength gap in terms of pure power, but obviously ZDZ good utility on the Gnar. See what teams go for what objectives here. LNG, I'm sure, is probably looking at breaking the dragon stacking, but EDG, I feel like they'd be so happy with a Rift Herald given the fact that they are just able to kind of go when they want and go at will. Obviously, their last Herald play in Game 1 wasn't exactly fantastic, but I'm sure that they have the tools to be able to right their wrongs.
Só pensa no fluxo. Não, mas o fluxo é ruim, não é burro, não. Sacou? A Fúria é burra, mas é boa. Os times, os jogadores são bons. O fluxo, os caras são horríveis, pô. São horríveis, são horríveis. Cara, eu fico pensando, mano, parece assim, você ser ruim sendo jogador. Tipo, você pensar, quando você é ruim em qualquer trabalho normal, tá ligado? Às vezes, mano, você não sabe o quão ruim você é, mano. Agora, quando você é ruim como jogador, mano, deve ser um negócio muito tenso, tá ligado? Porque, mano, o seu trabalho, você tá competindo, então você tá claramente vendo que você é muito ruim, sacou? Então, tipo assim, você tá vendo todo dia que você é ruim no seu trabalho. Isso deve ser desesperador, velho, tá ligado? Imagina, mano, tipo assim, imagina, pô, pega um trabalho aí, sei lá, pô, a pessoa é dentista, tá ligado? Cara, dentista, às vezes, pô, vê que tem um problema ali, etc. Você pode ver, cara, não, essa parte não é a minha especialidade, não sou tão bom nisso ou naquilo, etc. Só que você não sabe, você na sua visão, pô, sou melhor que vários dentistas. Deve ter dentistas muito piores que eu e etc. Agora, quando você é jogador e joga na pior liga, se você é o pior jogador da pior liga, tu é o pior jogador do mundo, tá ligado? Sacou? Aí você pensa, caralho, eu sou o pior da minha profissão, eu sou a vergonha da minha profissão, sacou? Se você tem outra profissão, às vezes você não consegue fazer esse comparativo com as outras pessoas da sua profissão. Agora, se você é o pior jogador, um dos piores jogadores da pior liga, mano, deve ser um negócio desesperador. De pressão pensar nisso, tá ligado? Caralho, mano. Pera aí. Meu time é o pior da pior liga. Mano, deve ser um negócio assim desesperador, já parou pra pensar? Vamos levar a torre, vamos levar a torre. Estamos falando do cavalo. Não é o Giggs, o cara do fluxo agora? Deixa eu botar no 2x aqui. Eu não tô chutando dog morto, eu só tô falando que assim, deve ser um sentimento muito bizarro, tá ligado? Opa! Meu Deus, vamos ver a faixa em 2x agora, rapaziada. Vai lá, joga de... Vai, joga aí de coisa contra a Renata aí.
That's not a brush that you can walk in. That was not justified by Wink whatsoever. Ends up going down for free. As LNG not really going to be able to get anything off of it. Would love to see if they're able to set up towards that bot.
Gente, você entender que o Cells, depois de fazer 0-14, ele ainda manteve confiante para continuar jogando Dudes também. E serem campeões depois, e o Cells multicampeão, é muito foda, né? Isso é um negócio da hora de trocar ideia com o Dudes qualquer dia. Então tá, pô, Dudão. Como que você teve... Tinha que ter muita autoconfiança pra saber que você não era... Não, que aquele 0-14 não representava o seu nível, tá ligado? Não precisa de dar engage, gente. Calma aí. Os caras tem Vai e Leona. 2 campeões que a única coisa que faz é ir pra frente. Deixa a Vai e a Leona vir pra frente. Une e é isso. Ai, velho.
But I'm gonna guess we're gonna get Otacon revives this game. Bold, perhaps.
I'm gonna say that you're a very astute play-by-play, Yanni.
Ah, thank you.
Very astute.
Yeah, honestly,
hold on. We might see some blood here. Angel. Oh.
Okay.
Little ships in the night
there too, and Wink was moving up. That looked so good, and then you realize we got full vision and it didn't look so good.
Sim, os caras vão terminar sem ganhar um game, velho.
I wonder what has, like, because again, this game looks pretty even for me. I wonder still what in the algorithm has this so EDG favored. I'm starting to wonder if it's like the power of Corki this game, because for me, Corki can sometimes be really threatened in games where he gets outranged by stuff, and there are things that can outrange Corki in this game, but you're saying that as Corki gets to interact with Callista, Skarner, and Camille, that's actually better than most games for Corki.
All right, never mind.
Defense being played. The waves are nice right now for EDG. They do have both side waves at +1. And yeah, they're going to utilize some of the poke from the Hui and the grouping, and the fact that Zika has to respond at least.
Esse Drake tá meio ruim, hein? Eles vão givar na LNG.
Pretty uncontested from LNG, Yanni, as this will likely just be Soul going over for free for EDG.
Well, it's only Soul point for right now, Cubby, as LNG were able to take the last one.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, no, you're good, but
that's me wanting action. I'm
with you. I'm with you, brother. Yeah. I'm with you. We finally are getting a dragon.
Pô, acho que os caras podiam ter tentado entrar ali e roubar, mano, e vazava de flash, qualquer coisa.
When they put Elder Dragon into the game.
Sabe quem eles me lembram? Shopify, quem?
I'm sure you do remember. You are a student of the game, my friend. All of the games before the
Shopify do último split, que só perdia.
All the games where you just went, you killed the dragon, you got a little bit of gold, and it didn't actually help you end the game. It's games like these that are precisely
Shopify tá ganhando tudo agora, né?
Don't forget that.
Player diff aqui, não, Eric. Ah, mano, acho que não é tanto player diff assim também não, mano. Não é como se tivesse o Chove de Ruele, não.
Looking to solve the problem of no action as they blow up Zika. Here we go, EDG making a play.
Não, Zika.
Goodbye. Yeah, Zika just got sent to a different realm as that Corki, that upfront damage was big, and now Wink.
Tem ult da Renata, da Kalista. Pô, caiu muita torre, muito gold agora pra... Ah não, Raichal tá lá. Deu dó da Camille agora.
To like this from EDG, they can wait a little bit to respond to that bot wave. They're gonna make sure that they knock down this outer as they have the numbers. Good pick onto Zika and Corki.
Não, zoou.
And all of a sudden, LNG is just getting kicked off one by one. They've fallen asleep at the wheel, Cubby. And with the lack of action in this game, I don't necessarily blame them.
No flash, no Fate's Call, and no bailout. As we're gonna get a replay.
Meu Deus, a Vai roubou o Red lá ainda. Meu Deus, brutal. Quando que minha Camille começa a matar todo mundo com 2 hits?
Couple nice kills going over to the Corki is on. That new marksman for EDG this split.
A Vai tá muito grande.
Reunited with Wink. We have been pretty positive about this bot lane actually, despite EDG find themselves in group Nirvana and definitely having a nice game here.
Yeah, Honest had some really, really good games throughout his career, right? He's seen as a, I guess you'd say a middle-of-the-pack AD carry, but, you know, he's still an LPL AD carry, right? These LPL AD carries are built different, and even guys who are considered middle-of-the-pack are still really, really strong players. But one thing that's been really bugging me...
É, a vantagem tá praticamente toda na Vai mesmo.
I think it was the one time that he missed in the bottom lane.
Yeah. And that was a nice sidestep from On, so we'll give that one to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit where credit is due there, but I do something. Like, he's got to do something. We're getting back to, like, I hate to go back and harp on this, but LNG is a team that is just marred by inaction, right? We have Renata ultimate. We have a Azir ultimate. We've got all these good tools.
Like, Ichao's farmed up a Storm.
Yeah,
he just hasn't done anything with it yet.
This is a team that... They have good tools, and they haven't been able to use them. We're trying to use the tools. Angels.
Pô, não é possível que o Angel não vai morrer ali, mano. O Angel não morreu, mano. O que a gente tá dando engage, velho? Agora vai chegar, vai.
Full HP, 5T5 super low, 5T5 goes down from a severing bolt, and now LP's got a flash.
Mano, como que o Angel saiu vivo disso, velho? O Skarner tentou ultar ele antes do ult da Vai, né? É, vocês não tem que tentar dar engage, vocês têm que esperar o engage da Vai. Mano, era pro cara ter morrido, mano. O Skarner. O Skarner fez ali crime também. Pô, os caras estão trolando a EDG agora também. Nossa, mano, olha o Azir agora. Pô, eles não conseguiram tirar nada dessa kill, né? Tá. Cara, tirou o flash do Rue, né, velho? Mas será que matar o Rue é ganhar fight?
Honestly, really want to see a replay of that because yeah,
we're
okay,
getting
here
it
we
right
go.
now.
Look at where Haichao's at. Again, if we're going for this play, I think Haichao needs to fire off TP like now. He walks here and he ends up being so late. And again, he's sitting on like 270 CS, the 25-minute mark. He's got 2 items, has his Zanyas, gets in when the fight's pretty much over, and can't really contribute to it. So for me, he's the one that's fed. If they actually want to make that play, they should commit to it as a team because that looks not bad. I mean, like Angel was out of position on the way. If you're able to actually follow up, the hostile takeover wasn't too bad, but Haichao and LP weren't there. So I feel like LP, he had to walk no matter what. But again, if you want that play, Haichao should TP, and LNG needs to respect that their carries were not in position for a look that was actually pretty good. With Angel being out of position.
Já teve um Mega ali, tem que esperar esse Mega acabar agora, né?
Yeah, that too. Hopefully saving the first for the best. Dragging it to about 6,000 HP as LNG wants to find their way in. Their ultra back up. Zeke is in there. 5T5 is in there too.
Nossa, vai ser... Pô. Oh, esse cara nem acertou. Nossa, já tá bom demais aqui já pra LNG. Só vaza, só vaza. Só vaza, LNG! Meu Deus do céu. Eles não perderam o jogo ali agora, assim. Não dá pra levar essa wave não, Kalista. Dá. Mete pé. Olha, não tem multi-ufa.
Lie in advantage at EDG. They do have the red buffs, which will help them sustain up a wee bit. Do they want to threaten the Baron at all? Looks like a no.
Será que eles bombaram ou não?
Alright, I respect LNG for not going too hard in that fight.
Honestly,
right?
man.
Complaining about Haichao not using his ultimate and, you know, prior. That fight, you did good there. Don't do anything too fancy.
They did well.
You just take it away because he's still scaling. You know, he is scaling. We talked about how Haichao later on this game will be a big factor.
Mano, caramba. O cara tá falando que o scaling aqui, que o negócio é o scaling do Azir. Não, é scaling da Camille, meu amigo. O Azir já tá forte já, pô. E o que vai mandar não é scaling do Azir, não. É scaling da Camille. Quem tá escalando é a Camille. Olha os itens do Azir, pô. Esse cara vai escalar quando? Vai fazer rabadon quando? Ele vai achar um rabadon no chão ali? Vai ganhar na loteria e comprar um rabadon?
Otacon still available on the bot side. And a game where, you know, I'm no
É, não entendi também essa build do Azir também, não. Tá de pezinho. Eita, olha o Ink. Olha o Ink. Olha o Ink, mano.
The brain was there, the hands were not.
Cancel their on. That actually might lead to some pressure for the mid outer. LP and Haichao are each here. Haichao still not working towards the Nashers. Still doesn't have it yet, as we're expecting that to be what the Kodaks and the blasting wand leads into. And again, Haichao really fed this game. So if he's able to get the Nashers tooth, this is here will be pumping in these later fights. I just want to see if he's able to really stand and deliver the damage necessary for LNG to win these fights. Again, the setup for Azir, the space you can create with the Impale, with the hostile takeover. Real chance for Haichao, again, in this game to have a big one.
You know, Cubby, when you mentioned that these teams might be playing a little bit different because they're in Group Nirvana, I wasn't entirely too sure about that. I have been convinced...
These are high-stakes games, man.
Porra, dava pra ter pego esse sinal, mano. Os caras viram na área e saíram correndo, vocês viram? Ai.
Yeah. This is the first game of Group Nirvana, though. I wonder if we'll see all of the games like this, because certainly you don't expect me to think that LGD is going to play like this, right? They haven't played like this all year. But, like, neither of these teams, really. You know, EDG has been explosive in their early games, and in these games they've been quite a bit more muted. The tone shift is really palpable here as Otacon has been started up.
É, fechar os zones ainda, né? Mano, a EDG não sabe fazer o que eles podem fazer pra tentar ganhar o game. Eles... Vai ter outra faixa no Drake, é isso. A EDG vai ficar esperando o Drake nascer e tentar fightar no Drake. minuto e pouco agora, dá tempo de dar recal e tal pro Drake Spot.
It's the consolation bracket for sure. This is the NIT tournament, Yanni.
Yeah.
These games still matter quite a bit.
This is the don't finish in last in the bottom 2 tournament.
Ah, mano. TP do Azir? TP do Azir aqui pra responder. Os caras estão indo Baron. O Zika tá tentando.
Angel knows.
Opa, o Zika pode dar TP lá agora, hein? O Zika pode só dar TP. Ele tá vendo o Ink. Meu Deus, pegamos um Baron. Vambora. Você caiu no nó tático do Zika. Ih, que foi isso? Que jogo horrível. Ai, mano.
It's soul on the table again for EDG. Uses to get good waves to maybe get Nauticon too, as Baron plus withdrawals could lead to a serious power play in favor of LNG.
Yeah, and on the plus side too, you know, while Zika did burn flash, so did ZDZ.
O Nath também perdeu flash, pô. E nem mataram ele, mano. Nem mataram o meu guerreiro Zika, velho. O Zika matava o Nara ainda quando ele virou mini ali, né? Ai, mano.
So if you're going to spend a lot of your time trying to wrestle for control, I think EDG is probably fine with that. That's less time that you have on these side waves. Haichao going to escort that bottom wave in just a little bit. Now the Otacon has been started.
Cara, boa. Gostei de iniciar o atacante aqui agora. Que se a gente conseguir garantir por causa da Kalista, pelo menos vai baitar eles entrarem ali. Tem menos visão. Pegamos. Nossa, por que a Renata fez isso? Vai, Azir, mete o louco aí. Meu Deus do céu. Se a gente perder essa fight, é a alma, pô. Meu Deus, se todo mundo se matar, é a alma dos caras, velho. Não, gente. Não é porque você vai reviver que você pode se matar, não. Meu Deus, eles são muito burros. Cara, o ult da Renata, você viu o ult da Renata? Nada a ver. Não matou ninguém. E o Zika fez isso também, né? Olha o Zika jogando aqui agora, pô. Pô, se ele ulta vai ali. Se ele ulta vai ali, era GG. Eles matavam a vai. Foi lá na puta que pariu atrás do Angel. Aí o Haichao tentou ir também. Meu Deus, mano. Será que dá pra ganhar contra essa alma aí?
So the lead is kind of null and void, as LNG with the Baron going to try and pick up some enters here, but still, like, they're down soul after this Baron, the gold's going to be even.
Pô, pega essa vai aí, pelo amor de Deus, mano. Mata esse cara aí. Meu Deus, cadê o negócio da Renata? Nossa, Deus do céu, mano.
Now he's got to hit the blast cone to get out of there, but EDG hold their ground and get a pick.
Cara, como é que a Kalista morreu? Bom dia, que é Léo.
And on this Corki is really pumping out a lot of damage. We didn't talk about the Spear of Shojin third, but more Velks, more ease. The Gatling gun really big for the armor shred, and also just the changes to Corki. His AD ratios are quite nice to the point where we have even seen some Bloodthirster.
O Azir tá level 17, gente. Camille tá 16 ainda, né?
Yeah, again, I feel like it's just been 2 games, Yanni, where I know we were hard on Haichao coming into the series, but
it's
the series hasn't helped his case. The series hasn't helped his case.
He's like, LNG is at least fighting harder in this game, and they just need him to do something here. Zika is fighting for his life multiple times and trying to do so much.
Não, tá suave, o Haichao vai tentar levar top lá. Ele leva.
The work that he has put in to try to make sure LNG can stay in this game.
Yeah, in a game that, like, I don't
Tem Baron dá não, o Rui só limpa o Eve.
But at least he's trying to do stuff and make plays, right?
He got on top of Angel, he got him to almost dead, below 40%, expecting somebody else to be able to pick him up and win the fight from there, and it just couldn't happen.
Shuo's dead. There's no Fate's call.
Yeah, this bro is dead. He's gonna turn around, drop the ultimate down.
Buffer.
but it's not really going to help too much. This Corki does way too much damage, and that is big for EDG.
A Renata flashou nessa play. Ela achou que o flash dela ia fazer o que ali?
And that pick should really help make sure that they're able to get control over the top side, have some time to get some wards down, reset, and then do it all over again. As you do see Wink coming out of base, still a numbers advantage for EDG, but I mean, it's that Baron play from LNG, like, that was actually a good play and a good call.
Great.
It was the one time in the series where we have seen them really commit to something as a team. As Haichao going to slink away, Xiaohao not going to pull the trigger, but like after that, again, I know that this is a team, or LP and 5T5, it's their first look here in the LPL, but you gotta expect the players that have been stuck around, and Zhuo, Haichao, and Zeka to really step up, and we've only really felt that from the 0-2-0 Camille, who arguably has had the biggest game impact still. So it's just like the struggles just kind of continue for LNG, and again, it's a team where we really feel like if we don't see them in split 3 right now, we would not be surprised. And these
Quando ele é porque eu não tô na transmissão chinesa aqui também.
I mean,
serious question. Not trying to meme. Very serious.
It wasn't good. I mean, the Baron was not existent because of it, right?
I mean,
nossa alma agora ficou foda, viu?
Yeah.
Like, no, there's something to be said for that. As the
yeah,
Baron is back up. I can't imagine EDG will fall for a play like that again. In fact, EDG says we're going to try to cut out the middleman, as they have already started up the Baron. On does a lot of damage. On is really tanky.
This is not spotted. And yeah, Angel can make it really hard to walk in. Okay,
olha a velocidade desse cara, velho.
Get there in time.
Absolutely not. Maybe they can. 5T5 is trying to wade his way through. He's pulled the Gnar, but the Mega Gnar slams 2 into the wall. It's time. We need to see Haichao make a big play. Couple of knockups on the backside.
Oh, Haichao. Oh, Haichao. Oh, my God. Oh, Zika. Zika. O Zika. Mata o Angel logo. Oh, Zika. Oh, my God. É GG.
And LNG find the lifeline. And as you said, Cubby, they may be able to end the game.
Espera aí, 7, 8.
The health bars are not perfect, but Haichao is teleporting in, and he's
aqui deu ruim. Nas torres deu ruim. Tá de boa.
It has fallen. It's ZDZ and it's Xiaohao, the ones that need to hold the line, but they have to hold for so long. Slammed up against the wall with the X-Stall's impact. Xiaohao is going to go down, but he's got that GA. ZDZ has to
melhor a ML, né? Vambora. Meu Deus do céu, gente. Meu Deus. O último jogo já foi emocionante também, não é possível. Vambora. Let's go!
The exact reason why Elder was created, but instead LNG put the kibosh on that, and they say, we'll do it ourselves.
I mean, all that time spent just kind of complaining about Haichao having all that farm and not getting involved in the fights, and guess what? Haichao ends the fight. I gotta say, we gave LNG credit for their Baron call the first time around. EDG really botched that Baron. I think the call is just take the Baron, sack the Gnar, right? If Gnar only falls and you walk out with the Baron, things are fine. He would have been up before the fact that it was a full turn, people were down before the Baron. I don't think we're gonna get a second look at that one, but if we did, I mean, that was a really disjointed re-engage, and the hostile takeover really split up EDG, not to mention the Emperor's Divide at the end, ending EDG, and all of a sudden, I felt like that game was pretty much EDG's to lose. I still feel that way, but now we're on to a game 3 in a series that really looked like it was going to be a convincing 2-0.
Yeah, and we talked about how every game is important when you're going to play against a team like LNG, where you think that they're going to be the bottom team, right? The team that you should beat up on. And that is a critical loss for EDG, not only because, you know, they are in danger of losing the series, but if they win the series, they could look back at this, could find themselves outside of that top 2 simply because they were not able to cleanly take care of business against LNG. Cubby, I know it's very early to actually mention, but we do have to give an MVP to LNG.
It's going to hurt me to say this, Yanni.
It's got to be Haichao, right?
It just might be Haichao in the end.
It might be.
It just might be Haichao.
Sandwich Man Haichao coming in.
MVP, Haichao.
Listen, you know,
he made use of the farm when it mattered. You know?
When the world needed him most, he showed up.
He made use of the farm when it mattered. It was a big fight from him. I don't know who the other candidates would be. Again, I felt like the Camille had the biggest game impact, but that last fight was so just Haichao favor. I mean, just decided the game, right? Haichao going in there, so.
Came up huge. I'm interested to see these damage shares, by the way.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine these damage. I don't even want to see the percentages. I want to see the actual numbers because some of these numbers cannot be great. Like
gonna be low.
All right.
There's a lot of inaction in that game.
We're gonna do some over-unders, perhaps.
Oh.
Ai.
I gotta say, I mean, in terms of damage total for Haichao, I'm gonna go under 20k and say that he.
Well under 20k, I think.
I think Hui does the most damage because just Hui or Corki, but I don't think anyone got over 30k damage.
I think Corki's gonna get the most damage in this game by far.
No one got over 26k damage, man.
No,
that's got to be it.
I don't think so. I'm thinking like 22, 23 out of Corki. I think Haichao is probably under 14.5k because he didn't even do a lot of damage in that fight. He just got to the.
Não sei se estou feliz ou triste que vai ter mais um game. Vai ter game, vai ter mais um game, Lucas Botelli. Tô até com medo de ver esse cara jogar de novo. Cada vez mais gente aí colando no YouTube, rapaziada. Quem tá na Twitch, deixa eu mandar uma exclamação no YouTube aqui, ó. Quem tá na Twitch e quiser colar no YouTube pra dar aquela moral, dá um like lá no YouTube pelo menos, tá ligado? Na live. Segue nós no YouTube aí. Pelo menos deixar um like na live aí, seguir esse canal aí, ajuda demais já. Tamo junto. Eu também, mas pela proporção, né, ô João? Foi bom, né, no final, né?
I said under 25k.
He did so much.
Haichao actually, he did some work.
Pô, mano, que isso? Os caras não jogam LOL, mano.
He's gotta get MVP now.
Claro que o Azir foi top damage do jogo, gente. O Azir batia pra caralho toda a fight, mano. Tanto que a Leona Nar e a Vai tava tomando despetado do Azir toda hora. Pelo amor de Deus, mano. Que parada do Mireu, Truzinho? O que rolou? O Mireu quebrou o dedo e eles não jogaram nada na Coreia. Meu Deus. Nem fudendo, não tô sabendo disso não.
Along with Joao.
What a beast.
All right, I mean, for everything that we've said, for all of the, oh man, this is, we're bagging on him constantly. He won his team the game. This was a game that, if that play was not made, if he flubs that play, like, I think EDG easily win this game, and we're calling in grapes and black boxer for the next set, right?
Spoilers. I guess it's already on the Twitter, which you should follow.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, you should follow the Twitter. Yeah, right? And they deserve to know the great voices that they're going to be listening to next ahead of time, because it might help them get through the early.
Ô, velho, preciso cortar cabelo, mano. O cabelo tá muito grande.
That's all of Zika's damage right there, by the way. That's like all of his damage on Angel.
Ah, pelo amor de Deus, mano.
Again, like watching through this, I mean, this fight was very sad.
Por isso que as urnas pareciam 5 platinas esse fim de semana, então.
Very sad. I'm just waiting to see. Okay, here it is again. They should turn. I don't know why, or burn. I don't know why it was a turn.
Yeah.
And then the hostile takeover from Joao, it is massive here. And then Corki was just chunked. Like the conditions of this fight were just terrible for EDG. I have no idea why they actually took this. I feel like jumping into, you're playing exactly into LNG's win con, because it's not like their engage is fantastic. It really is like Skarner, Camille, and Camille wasn't there, so you could have just been patient and kited out top and dropped your Gnar. But EDG make a poor decision, punished by LNG at the helm of Haichao with the Emperor. And we're going to be in a Game 3 here, Yanni. The Game 3 that everyone wanted to and really expected to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
For sure. Has been a dead-even series. Neither team has been favored at all.
And you know what? I forgot about that last fight at the Nexus turrets. That's where all of Haichao's damage came from. I found it.
Gente, vou ali pegar mais um café. Tem que sair mais cedo. Vai lá, Felipe. Boa entrevista de trabalho aí, mano. Tamo junto aí. Vou lá pegar um café e uns ovinhos pra comer. Já volto.
Literally doing nothing for most of the game, but guess what? Doesn't matter if you do nothing for most of the game, because as long as your Nexus is still standing, you have an opportunity to win the game. You too can be LNG and come from behind in miraculous fashion and win a game and force a Game 3 and, potentially, we need to start talking about what an LNG win does for them. That could get them out of the bottom two.
Hey, 2-17 now as a team, and 1-1 with this lineup, It's looking up for LNG.
That's my goat right there. Are you ready for your Azir lesson? Faker gulped, Chovy nodded, Yes, Hai Chao, as he gets the job done. We are going to go and take a short break while we recoup from the craziness that was that Game 2. And when we return, we're going to kick it to the Game 3 draft, and we hope to see you all on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL 2025 Split
Wait,
2.
We're back?
We are back.
It's not Grapes and Black Boxer?
No.
It's not...
Cubby, Cubby, I know that, all right, listen. I know you may have thought you were dreaming. I know you have been a little sleep deprived. You only got 4 hours. You were on a cast earlier. But your eyes did not deceive you, my friend. Haichao made the play on Azir at the Baron fight. Got the dub for his team. I know when we went off the cast, you were like, man, there was a great cast, Yanni, ready to go hit the hay. And I was like, wait, we got a third game, brother. Like, I can't believe it happened.
The takeover from Zhuo not only, helped win them the game off EG going in, but then it was also a hostile takeover of the Haichao MVP and LNG.
Yeah, honestly, I saw that hostile takeover come through, and it must have hit me, because when Haichao hit that ultimate, I went berserk. I was like, let's go! Like, we have hated on him.
Yeah, we have.
All cast
rightfully so.
He has earned it. He has earned it. However,
it was not a good game until the last 2 minutes.
However, him making up for it, we have to respect him for that. He made a great play.
We do.
He is the reason why LNG won that game, and he deserves all the plaudits in the world for that. But now, going into game 3, you cannot do that again, brother. You have to do something. You have to help your team be proactive if you want to win, because now you're so close to winning this series. You can shut up all the haters that think that you're not going to be here for Split 3. This is your opportunity. Do it.
I love how this is your LNG speech, but like you have to do something can very much be applied to both teams. EDG for sure was being a lot more proactive and probably should have won that game. The gold graph is a modern day tragedy. But LNG, as you pointed out, they clutched up when it mattered. They made the plays. And here we are in a game 3 where, again, every game matters. It's a single round robin of best of 3s against 6 teams, or I should say 5 other teams, right? 6 teams total. 2 teams that top the group do make LPL playoffs. 2 teams that are in the bottom of the group are gone for the rest of the year. So the stakes are high. Every game matters, and the fact that LNG got a win on the board, that's nice, but a series win going to mean so much more towards the end of the standings, potential tiebreakers, and all that. So a big game that we have on our hands here, Yanni.
Yeah, Cubby, I am a little worried about this third game, and there's a big reason why.
Why?
So the first game had a pretty slow pace to it. The second game had a slower pace to it.
Yes.
Now the fact that both of these teams are 1-1, Cubby, one Elder Dragon might not actually be the decisive dragon between both of these teams. I am afraid we may have a Moscow 5 versus CLG EU situation where we are here for 74 minutes because the teams are afraid to make a move. Now, obviously, we have to see what the teams are. We have to hit the rift. Maybe one of these teams comes out firing. And to be honest with you, Cubby, I would expect LNG to come out with a little bit of fire under their ass after winning that game because they know they can do it. Haichao has said, guys, I've given us a mulligan to play the first 25 to 30 minutes of a game better. Please, let's take advantage.
Yeah, again, we just want to see some more plays, too, because it's not like Haichao wasn't fed. It was just that he wasn't playing the fights well until he did at the end. And for LNG, again, this is a team where they just made some roster swaps. It doesn't look like they're on the same page at all times, but able to get on the same page at the end, win that game. I mean, game 3, we don't know how often these guys have been playing together. It could literally be their 10th, 15th, 20th game on the Rift together just as a 5-stack. So every game matters, might get a little bit better, and we'll see if LNG can continue to improve and make a play that could win them this series. At the moment, though, we're still pretty EDG favored, Yanni. I still very much favor them in this one.
Yes.
And we will see if they can come out on top as the expected team to win. We will see what ends up being the draft here. A lot of prio picks still on the board. I'm expecting to see a Varus ban come out from LNG here. If not, likely first pick for EDG.
I got a bone to pick with EDG after that game because it feels like, in the mid to late game, like they're able to get like 1 pick and they've got all these tools to like get more, but it just kind of felt like they were content with what they got and that they saw the game state. They saw that they were up kills. They saw that they had a lot of map control and they felt like they could probably sleepwalk through the game, right? And then they got hit with the reality check after LNG took that first Baron, right? That, hey, LNG can still make you pay. We talked about it earlier. LNG, despite all of their flaws as a team, we have seen them punish good teams for making brazen plays, right? Or not being as sharp and on top of their game as they could be. And against a team like EDG, I mean, that team is very punishable. And Cubby, somehow, some way, Varus has gotten through. And looks like it should go into EDG's hands.
I like how EDG, they stole LNG's homework. They're like, all right, we're going to ban Cyan 3, and we're going to force a Jace ban coming in, you know? It's going to be fine. So that actually opened up the Varus. We'll see if LNG handshakes with something like Ashe, as Jhin and MF both off the table.
See what the options are here. I'd love to see a Cassante out of Zika, right? This would be very nice to see. Give him something that can not only have a sturdy laning phase, be able to farm up, but also be able to make impact later on in the game, wade through these fights, absorb a lot of damage, all out somebody, and then be the carry top laner once you all out somebody. That feels like it would be very beneficial for LNG, because now Zika gets to hit a go button.
I kind of like this for LNG, I'll be honest. I think a lot of the bad matchups for Cassante are actually off the board. I mean, you're thinking Gnar, Camille, Rumble can be tough, and Bessa too. Cassante getting through, it might just relegate ZDZ to something like a Renekton or a Gragas. And this Ezreal does bring a lot of nice scaling here for LP later on. So I like the response to the Varus. At least they had a plan.
All right. Will we see the Viego come through? That is the question, right?
Yep.
It is the answer, the Viego. Now, what are we going to pair up with this Viego, right? Typically, you go into multiple champions that can reset. Obviously, the Jinx is not going to be a champion that you're going to pick here. So, maybe we'll see an early mid laner here out of EDG. This is not the mid laner that I would choose, but I think it's fine.
I mean, I don't think it synergizes that well with the Viego. With Viego, usually you want setup and stuff to find resets. And frankly, looking at both Cassante and Ezreal, I feel like that's actually kind of bold to have Viego here. So, I mean, opportunity for LNG as they play the rest of this one out in the draft. I gotta say, I wouldn't mind a Kali here. Real lack of CC that could be extremely impactful.
Véi, aconteceu um negócio ali, rapaziada.
We'll have time in the draft to find
Meu Deus do céu, o EDG quer jogar de Viego aqui, assim, Viego no B2 ali, assim. Eu ia fazer um whey e um café. Peguei a coisinha de a shaker do whey, botei o whey. Deixei água esquentando pro café. Na hora de eu botar ou água quente no copo do café, ou água gelada no whey, eu botei água quente na shake, no shake de whey, tá ligado? E comecei a misturar com a mixer lá. Aí eu tô vendo que tá difícil, tô vendo um vapor vindo assim. Aí eu achei, cara, será que estragou a mixer, né? Aí eu reparei, meu Deus, eu botei água quente com whey, velho. Aí o que eu fiz? Joguei o pó de café, o café que eu tomo, que é o Super Coffee, ali dentro mesmo do whey. E misturei. Aí eu, já vou tomar o café com whey aqui então, foda-se. Eu já tinha tomado um shake de café com whey, eu gostei. Aí tava quente ainda, tava meio ruim. Aí eu já taquei o liquidificador, peguei um iogurte desnatado, gelado, taquei uma porrada de cubo de gelo. Pô, ficou bom pra caralho. E uma banana, né? Consegui gelar a água, né, com gelo. Taquei tudo aqui. Aí aqui tem whey, banana, super coffee, creatina, água quente e gelo pra caralho.
I would like the Pantheon here. Again, this is a really melee-heavy composition with Ezreal behind it. But I think that I want to see 5T5 really make.
Ia jogar aquele whey fora, porra. Essa primeira série do dia, sim. Verdadeiro alquimista.
You can't pick that.
Can't do that. Yep.
It won't be that. Poppy would also work pretty well.
Eu lembro, rapaziada. Tem uma história muito boa, tipo assim. Quando eu e meus amigos, a gente novinho, assim, 17 anos, a gente tinha entrado na academia, né? Aí a gente foi num lugar comprar suplemento lá de fora. Mano, aí tinha um cara, velho, muito forte, tá ligado? Que era o cara que era o dono da loja e tal. Né? E o cara, pô, já tinha competido, sei lá, também. Era um cara muito forte e tal. Aí, velho, a gente foi lá comprar o whey e as paradas na loja dele. Aí eu tinha pegado o whey de baunilha lá, que eu gostava, pá. Aí esse meu amigo, ele não gostava de baunilha. Aí esse meu amigo tava lá assim. Ah, pô, não, vou levar o whey. Eu falei, pô, peguei meu whey e tal. Eu, cara, e você? E você aí, moleque? Vai levar o quê? O cara falava meio assim, o cara era o fortão, pá. E você, moleque? O que tu vai levar? Aí o cara dava umas dicas pra gente, tal. A gente ia lá comprar, a gente gostava porque eu conversava e o cara dava umas dicas de academia, um monte de coisa assim pra gente. Aí ele, pô, é porque eu não gosto muito de whey, né? Eu não acho gostoso o whey de baunilha. Aí o cara virou assim, mano, o cara monstro assim, virou pra ele e falou: Ah, é? Tu quer comer um negócio gostoso? Então vai comer um pudim, então. Que tal, hein? Você come um pudim todo dia, então, depois do treino? Ou não treina também, não? Porque treinar também não é gostoso, não? Agora tu quer ficar grande? Então para de reclamar e toma essa porra. Meu amigo virou: Beleza, eu quero um whey, então. Me vê um whey de baunilha, então. Ele ficou quase chorando. Ele comprou e não tomou, porque ele não gosta de baunilha, porra. No final ele não tomou. O cara não gosta de baunilha. Tá ligado? Ai, velho. Mano, muito bom.
Getting there might be a challenge against this LNG draft. So, LNG makes some really plays. We'll see if 95 again in his
Isso é muito boa, foi muito engraçado, velho.
Get that. I think the focus should be on taking flashes away from the Victor. Could be really big to help out the Silas, and then just lean on that bot lane that's going to be winning early on. So we'll see if.
Ai, ai. No LPL é domingo à tarde é terça. É segunda à tarde. Segunda, 8 da noite. Segunda à noite, né? Custo de vendas aí, sim. Primeiro passo. Tenha 130 kg de músculo. Tô querendo chegar lá, ó. Tem que chegar assim pra vender. E aí? Tu vai patrocinar o Mais Esportes ou não vai? Porra. Dá pra dar uma intimidada, rapaziada? Ai, ai, mano.
I mean, it did prove to be the last game, right? Because they had
It was very fake.
Very heavily
It was
favored.
incredibly fake. We'll see. We'll see. It's nothing too crazy in the early game going on right now, obviously. Just teams just feeling things out.
Eu acho que não seria doideira esse jogo aqui ter 2 barões?
I want to see him link up with Haichao, right? Haichao is a player that we have not seen make a play pre-20 minutes outside of that, the 2 kills he got on the Rise, right? Hasn't really been that active, but he has to be active this game. Like, I hope that something has awoken inside of him. There are 2 wolves inside of you. One of them is Haichao before the end of game 2, and one of them is hopefully Haichao after the end of game 2.
Again, really want to see 5T5 make his way to the mid lane. Just like even a 3 camp, just trade flashes with Victor. It would be so worth in this matchup. So. Want to see if that also what kind of defense Xiaohao can play against it, because his start was spotted as he did end up going for the Raptors red into Krugs, potentially looking to impact this bot lane, which of course will be very lane dominant for the Ezreal Karma. Also curiously enough, actually going for the on-hit Varus this game. Definitely gonna hurt a lot in the lane phase, the fact that he doesn't have.
Se Viego vai resetar em quem? Na Karma? Mano. Vamos lá, lembra que eu já falei, um dos campeões que são muito bons para analisar o jogo para ele é Viego, tá? As 2 coisas principais que eu vejo com o Viego. Eu tenho frontline engage no meu time. Eu tenho frontline engage fácil de resetar no time adversário. Sacou? Bem, tem Caçante como frontline, que não é tão difícil, né? Vou colocar aqui uma escala de 0 a 10, eu vou colocar aqui a nota 6, tá ligado? Pra resetar. Tem o Pantheon que eu colocaria aqui, que é uma nota 6 também. O Caçante, na real, seria uma nota 5, eu acho, mano. Ele é top laner e tal. O Pantheon tem a parada dele bloquear e tal, que deixa ele um pouco mais chato. Na real, acho que o Pantheon pode ser uma nota 7, tá? Tem o Silas aqui, que também seria uma nota 5. E esses aqui, aí, mano, EZ é tipo nota 0 e Karma é tipo nota 2, tá ligado? Pra você resetar, assim. Uma escala de 0 a 10, então. Então, assim, pô, tem um Pantheon aqui que até é ok. Tem esses outros 2 milis aqui que se bobeou na fight você reseta, tá ligado? Agora vamos lá, engage pro time do Viego. Mano, tem um Gragão assim que pode às vezes se matar. Se o Gragas der um bom engage, se matar, mas garantir que vocês vão matar alguém, é bom pro time do Viego, tá ligado? É worth pro time do Viego. Meu sup se matou, mas a gente matou alguém. Viego resetou. É worth, tá ligado? Vale a pena pra caralho. Olha lá, vai resetar aqui já no Panther de cara já, né? Primeiro reset dele, vai? Não vai, né? Não vai. Pop não é tão bom engage, tá ligado? Tem o R do Varus aqui pelo menos. Mas como é pop top, se ela tiver na frente, se ela pegar flank, né? Com flank, que, pô, é legal, tá ligado? Does help no longer to fight for EDG, but going neutral for them is nice, especially this mid lane matchup, as Victor will struggle early on against the Silas, but with time, once you get that E evolve, can start pumping out the waves. Everyone has seen how hard Victor can scale. Definitely the mark that Angel's looking to hit in this game is. A grande parada do Viego é que geralmente o primeiro reset do Viego geralmente é no sup, tá ligado? Então geralmente o Viego, ele é muito bom contra, pô, Leona, Nautilus, deixa eu pensar outros supos de engage aqui. Pan tem um suporte, tá ligado? Que é mais squish, morre mais fácil. Né? Geralmente o Viego, ele gosta de jogar contra esses picks. Tem outro sup de engage, esse Gragas aí também, sup, meio nojento. Um Brown, por exemplo, já não é tanto, não. Brown é bom contra Viego, tá ligado? Picks que são insanamente bons contra Viego. Lulu, Renata. Renata é o melhor, assim, porque Renata é quebrado, assim. O campeão é muito forte. Lulu é muito forte também. Deixa eu pensar. Nossa, Serafine também. Qualquer maguinho ali é bom. No geral, só que eu acho que Lulu e Renata, principalmente Renata, são uns a mais, assim. Tarik é muito bom também. Ó. Na jungle, Kindred eu acho que é o maior counter, né? Use that ultimate there. Angel still left his in his back pocket. Xiao Hao gonna go up to these grubs. He takes the first one. Zhuo shows up, looking to maybe disrupt just a little bit. Okay. Be 2 for EDG, and leave the last one for LNG. This is not bad at all. I think that LNG has still gotten a lot of experience across the map. You got Ezreal and Zika pretty happy right now in their lanes, as really nothing to complain about for LNG here. Okay. Nice. Nice dodge there, because if you got hit by that, I think you're in trouble if you're LP. You're gonna have to burn a summoner spell to get out of there, because it's incredibly difficult to kill Poppy early. Gente, Zillian também. Nossa, Zillian é muito bom contra o Viego. Meu Deus. Tem uma parada também, tá? Esse cara é insano de... Ele é bom de Viego, tá? O Xiao Hao, se eu não me engano. Ai, mano, pera aí. Item was changed this patch. The combined, it still is the same combined cost for Catalyst, but instead of it costing $650 now, they made it $250, and it builds out of an extra Ruby Crystal, which is really nice for mid laners, especially a Victor trying to survive a matchup like this into the Silas. Yeah, it's so crazy how small changes like that can actually just have such a large impact on, you know, what champions build, what items is on. May have found himself caught out here. The Q's just to cut him off. Flash is burnt to take him down, and the barrier will not help you. Eita, LNG is cooking. The ult there from 5T5 is, again, we talked about LNG. They need to speed the game up with this comp, and 5T5 doing just that, taking down that on-hit Varus, getting him off the map is going to be a nice win. Yeah, we wanted to see that first play happen mid lane, but you know what? As long as como tem 3 milhas lá, mano. Pô, mano, tá travando pra caralho, gente. Vou ir pra Twitch, tá? Vou ver a transmissão da Twitch aqui pra... As proactive. We saw Wink try to make that one play on the 5T5 earlier, but since then nothing. And you know, it's this time Xiao Hao is not the one dictating who is going in to try to start the play.
I'm curious kind of how that's going to change as this one goes on. Because, again, I feel like Viego just doesn't really fit this composition. Because, like, as you're calling out, I mean, you have this Victor Varus core. Throwing a Viego in there doesn't really make sense, especially this on-hit Varus. It's not like you can get anyone low early on to really set up for the Viego. With Varus going on-hit and not poke. It's going to take a while for Victor to get online, especially with the Roa to really get the poke down or chunks where Viego might be able to find an early angle in fights. So Xiao going to have to be a little bit more careful with where and when he enters, especially the when part. As it won't be
não. Nossa, velho, tô com essa música Não Chore Mais do No Woman Don't Cry. Quem canta isso mesmo? É o Alceu Valença? Quem que é?
Maybe you're talking about, hey, they're softened up. You can go in, especially with the Poppy and the Gragas. Gragas will deal a little bit of damage, but again, we'll have to see if that holds true. Well, Hai Chao, he's just going to get in Angel's Grill a little bit, get some free damage on him, as 5T5 is also hanging around the area, but not really going to be able to make a play. They've sent the bot lanes into mid lane here. So LNG are looking to take some control and cut out some vision.
Vamos, EDG, sejam melhores, sejam favoritos. É o super favorito EDG. O campeão voltou. Cadê minha bandeirinha da EDG que eu tenho aqui em casa? Opa! Opa! Ah, que pena! O low mestre complete na jungle. Meu.
He preserved his entire health bar, opened up the angle to go onto the flashless Pantheon as 5T5 falls. Good combo coming out from EDG as they even the kill score.
Yeah, it was really well played there. And
yeah.
Now this feels like both of these teams are kind of in it, right? They're kind of feeling.
Escola no Telegram, mano, Calango. Quem canta é Gilberto Gil?
As slow as our previous games, as the second set of grubs are up. Next dragon up in about 25 seconds. We'll see if
é mesmo aqui, ó. Não chore mais. Gilberto Gil ao vivo.
I just hope our soul is at least a little bit more exciting this game, Puppy, because we don't want to play like we did last time.
Não chore mais. Não chore mais.
Esse é o seu Valença nessa música aí. Gilberto Gil é foda, mano. Fui no show dele no Rock in Rio, nem lembro quando ano que foi, no Rock in Rio, Gilberto Gil Família. Que show foda, caralho. Sério, showzaço. Isso aí assim, mano, caralho, que show pica, mano. Mano, pera aí, o Pantheon pegou... O Pantheon pegou 2 lavas e vazou? Com medo? Sendo que não tinha nenhuma... O seu Valença treina na academia do lado da minha casa. Ele mora em Recife? Tu é de Recife, ô Rian? Meu Deus, os caras dando TP pra responder o Drake que já foi. Meu Deus. EDG, sejam favoritos. EDG, lembre-se, vocês são favoritos. Vocês são os melhores. Vamos fazer esse cara. Vamos fazer esse cara dar o reset pro meu Viego, vai. Reseta, Vieguinho, reseta. Reseta. Quer dar um flash stun? Não, não precisa não. Tá de boa. Nossa, o flash stun do Viego. O flash stun do Pantheon, né? Com o Viego virado Pantheon. Flash stun. QR. Mini stun do Viego já de cara. Combo, né? Já reseta de novo. Pau. The ability for EDG to really control numbers in fights moving forward with the keeper's verdict and the cast from Gragas. Não. Não chore mais. Não. Chore mais. Cara, só faltou ser um Nautilus aqui, que esse é uma delicinha pro Viego jogar. Pô, eu bato um gameplay de Viego nesse jogo aí. Só precisa de ficar ali paradinho, meio invisível. Espera o cara vir no Gragão. O Gragão combou ele. Tu vai também dar um stunzinho ali. Só completa na gasosa. Só dá aquele hitzinho assim, ó. Tchum, só uma espetadinha. Já virou. Bau. Pum, stunou, virou. Pum. Já vira Viego de novo. Pá, ultou. Pum, resetou no outro. Resetou no Silas. Stunou. Tum, virou Viego. Deu outro stun. Acabou. Deu pra entender, né?
Don't lose more when you already mess up, Coach Yanni. I mean, honestly, not the worst advice in the world.
Não. Não chore mais. Bam. Não. Não
Yeah,
chore
I think you're pretty good
mais.
at talking, Yanni. I think you're gonna be fine.
Thanks.
You just gotta take some more time to prep, you know. Make sure those players know what the hell's up.
Yeah,
That
you know.
that message of if you already mess up, just don't lose harder.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta make sure you find the most effective way to drive it home.
Minimize losses, maximize gains.
Yes. Do not look at the stock market.
Yes,
today,
do
all right?
not. No. The,
That may
the
not
U.S.
be
stock
the
market has
case.
not been paying attention to
Does
my
not matter
words
what
of
country
wisdom.
you're in. It's not good. Anyway, we'll see if the market can, you know, maybe look like that LNG gold graph. from the
Stonks
last
go
game,
down
where
for LNG right now because
it magically recovered.
after that play, after that play, stonks go down. I'm shorting LNG right now, not feeling too good about the game. And Zhao Hao, we talked about, oh man, this Viego is going to be really, really hard to play. Well, I mean, it should have been, but there are now 2 kills on Zhao Hao, right? He is going to be exceptionally powerful this game. He's got this Trinity Force. Maybe, just maybe, they've got this play onto Hai Chao. Karma coming through, trying to link up. Looks like EDG will temper their expectations just a little bit here and take it easy.
I like the fact that Angel is up a level pretty much against Hai Chao, or half a level. Really big for the Victor, just getting ahead in this. If Silas can't take you out, seen what this Victor can do. If anyone watched that T1 Gen G series last night, ended with quite a banger. Chovy with this Roa Victor did things that really only Chovy can do on the Rift. It was absolutely filthy. So see if Angel can channel some of that and take advantage of a champ that's already pretty strong. And also this item helps. This Victor.
Opa. Calma, Angel.
He's still alive for right
Calma,
now.
Angel. Ai, meu Deus do céu! O Panteu é muito ruim!
5-2-5 went for the Q flash and missed.
He's him!
The Q flash missed. He sidestepped it.
But, yeah, wait.
He's TPing back. It's fine.
But didn't he throw the Q afterward?
Yes, that was the short Q. You get a short cooldown.
Yes. Okay.
And
yes.
I mean, speaking of shorts, Yanni, I want to return to shorting LNG.
Foi mal, gente. Tava mandando mensagem aqui. O meu mano Griffey. Eu tive uma ideia.
Congrats.
Dude, so glad, man. I finally see some green. It's been a rough couple of days. As EDG are looking to maybe make this repeat play on the bottom side, once again in position. They're just trying to work down this turret, but if they get a little bit more, that's fine by them. 3 grubs to 3 does mean that while no team has a discernible advantage there, if you manage to get a couple of hits on the turret, oh boy, that turret will crumble shortly. AD carriers are just hanging out in the mid lane.
Não.
It's me and my buddy hanging out.
Não. Chore
Trying to
mais.
at least burn the cleanse of LP, maybe drop an ultimate, but LP starting to fight back with a vengeance here. And quite a few Mystic shots as EDG do manage to take that bottom turret. The dragon is up, but it looks like they will stay away from it.
Yeah, the range of the Ezreal, quite nice. Looks like True Shot Barrage is thrown at the wave, and On actually going to cancel the recall and try and stick around. As he's not poked Varus, a lot harder to clear out the waves here. He's going to be vulnerable to Ezreal Karma, but has help in his back pocket.
Opa, Dragão. Tirou o flash do EZ. Mas, pô.
And that's before Dragon.
Alvo difícil, né?
That's just Dragon.
Drake pra nós, beleza. Dragão pro time da casa, rapaziada.
I'm not mad.
Nossa, eu tô gelado, eu tô suave nesse jogo aí.
LP, again, you have Varus so low. You don't need to play that next wave as hard. If you see him recall, like that's the angle for your team as LNG. Just go get a free dragon. With Varus being in base instead, playing too far up, loses both sums and loses any pressure, any chance to get the dragon there. As LP, the one who really has the lead, that wave didn't have the right to be aggressive on it. EDG able to punish. They take the neutral objective and get to keep on scaling on this map.
Let's see if they move it up too, because they do know that LNG is on this Rift Herald right now, and they have to pull off. So LNG are unable to take the Rift Herald, which means it should be all EDGs. And going back to your point, Cubby, they always say that sometimes you don't need to get the kill, just get your opponent low enough so they cannot contest. It is almost as good as a kill, even though you don't get the 300 gold or, if you get a shutdown, whatever. And, LP just not living by that axiom right now. We'll say, at least on the bottom side, Hai Chao got a turret, so it feels okay. Oh, 5T5.
Meu Deus do céu, mano. Meu Deus do céu, mano. Esse cara vai fazer o Shahal ter o jogo mais fácil de Viego da vida dele, mano. Meu mano Xiao vai ter o jogo de Viego mais fácil da vida dele, velho.
Yeah, I mean LNG again. They started the Herald. They're the ones that started it, but forced off and 5T5 was going for the 50-50. What I saw actually on Twitter, I guess 5T5 it kind of stands for 50-50.
5T5T.
Yeah, it kind of stands for 50-50.
Yeah.
Which it's a 5T5T.
Is pretty badass, I will say. That said, this 50-50 was not warranted. They were the ones that started the Rift Herald. He's trying to sneak in there and finish it, but I mean, Haichao's getting free stuff on the bot lane. You just have to give this. If you actually want to contest this, you got to bring numbers. LNG continue to look a little bit disjointed on the map here, Yanni. Feels like a series that did go 3, but at the end of the day, we might be saying it was an EDG 3-0. As
hey, listen, Haichao could still make a big play this game.
He can. MVP Haichao could emerge from his hibernation.
Yes. I mean, hibernation. This is the first game since. Maybe he's not hibernating. Right now, obviously, he hasn't really made an early impact yet. But honestly, would we have expected him to at this point in the game? This is not where he hits his stride. But Cubby, we are getting to the 20-minute mark. This is typically where Haichao hits his stride. Otacon is on the map as well. And the gold lead is very, very tiny for EDG right now. So don't count LNG out just yet.
Yeah, still a lot of game left to go. We'll say Mountain Dragon. I think if those get stacked up by EDG, that's going to make life really hard.
Esse gol não sobe, né?
Varus does have % health damage and dual damage profile. Ezreal, you want to delay your pen. Silas as well. You kind of want to delay your pen. Whereas I think Varus and especially Victor able to catch it a lot earlier in the game if they so choose. So LNG got to be careful about giving these away. We'll be spawning in 2 minutes, and of course Otacon. It is on the Rift, but you got to have a big advantage on the map to take a 20-minute Otacon, and our teams are playing slow.
We're not there yet. We're in
Ele
group
perde
of
em
right
19.
now.
I mean, again,
we're not quite in group ascent.
The stakes are high here, Yanni.
They are.
It's a single round robin, 6 teams. Top 2 go to playoffs. Bottom 2, sayonara until 2026. We cannot repeat this enough. May not be the strongest teams we have in the LPL right now, but man, they're playing for hella high stakes at the moment.
Absolutely. Arguably, I mean,
much higher than Ascend. You can say
it's such a it's such a dichotomy, right? As we see a play made onto Angel here, Zhuo flashing in just to get the tether,
Wink.
but he's not able to actually get it. He takes so much damage, but it's okay because he's still alive. They're trying to turn this play around. Xiao Hao flashing forward. LP.
Que é isso? Meu Viego tá resetando no EZ? Pode isso? Pode isso? Vai, ulta, Viego. Tum. Vai. Resetou em quem agora? Nossa, mano.
And now the Otacon is next on the menu.
Just really no chance to win that fight after Wink entered it. That was a great disengage by Wink to protect Angel. That's going to be a few kills going over to EDG and the Otacon, which, yet again, probably going to be the free res here. But, man, I got to really praise Rank this support Gragas. We weren't even sure if it was going to be Gragas top or Poppy top into the Cassante.
Cara, gente, sabe qual que é a sensação boa? É de ganhar contra essa LNG, depois de mesmo ganhando com eles no jogo passado, ter passado raiva de ver que eles são horríveis. E mesmo assim, você ganhou, mas mesmo assim você ficou puto com eles no game passado, tá ligado? Pô, eles me fizeram feliz game passado. De certa maneira sim, mas de outra não. Foi estressante, tá ligado? Então é tão bom agora ver esses caras perderem, tá ligado? E eu ganhar também de novo. E tendo ganhado também no Game 1, no Game 2, no Game 3. É uma sensação tão boa, não é? Pô, fala comigo. Tô com a senha hoje ou não tô? Tô com a chave?
ZDG grouped up and try and wrap this one up. ZDZ was fishing for a keeper's verdict, doesn't pop it. Instead, they take the turret, will retreat to the dragon, which should be theirs.
Yep, this is really well played by EDG here. It finally feels like this is the team that we expected to see throughout this entire series. And in Game 1, we didn't really get it. They finally begrudgingly ended Game 1. In Game 2, they left LNG in the game long enough for a big turnaround to be made by Haichao. And this time around, it feels like EDG really have the boot on the throat. But now Angel caught out a little bit here. Teleport coming in on the side. 5T5 trying to deal with ZDZ. Angel is completely caught though. The Ezreal comes through but doesn't actually get the kill. Now 5T5 has to retreat to the safety of his own jungle. So nothing to be had for LNG. They don't even get one of the Otacon revives.
And another Mountain Dragon stack. Now, sole point for EDG. I think it's going to be so hard for this LNG squad to get through this EDG team with Mountain Dragons being stacked. I mean, the resistances this Poppy's going to have in these fights, Yanni, and even just the carries, right? You're stacking health on Victor, getting access to 2 Mountain Dragons when you have a lot of extra health in your kit, extra mileage on that as well. And they have a team where, again, we were talking about this game, like LNG has to play fast and furious early, and we just never really saw them set behind the Victor. The plays they made were pretty unwarranted. I feel like the first play they made where they
Mano, o Wei.
and pantholted in just to lose Dragon because they were late and then lost.
Cara, alguma treta teve, tá ligado? Alguma treta na LNG teve. Porque o Wei doente é melhor que esse cara. O Wei puto com o time é melhor que esse cara. Eu acho que o Wei fingindo que tá jogando mal de propósito é melhor que esse cara. Tá ligado?
And that has really been the story of this game for LNG. Their solo laners are doing cardio on Summoner's Rift right now. Their jungler is doing harder cardio because he is sprinting it. He is 1 in 4. He has put himself in bad positions constantly in this game. See if LNG are actually able to do something here. Immediately stuffed by on is 5T5. Teleport's coming in. As all of a sudden Zika finds himself in the middle of the fight. Hai Chao and LP trying to do what they can. Zika trying to buy room for them, but there's just no damage coming out of LNG right now.
You really like the phrase doing cardio, by the way. May I introduce to you flashing air, which is my personal favorite.
Ooh, I like that.
You flash nothing, you just flash air.
Será que a LNG tá dando calote no Wei? E colou treta aí, o Wei?
Tell me this isn't a cardio game. 0-0-0.
No, it really
E o Wei não quis jogar? Ele tá todo mago fazendo roa, mano. O item, sei lá, o item tá forte e tá todo mundo Tunnel Vision nisso aí. Inclusive, até uma pauta que eu vou falar pro Corres fazer.
Exactly,
they're keeping us busy.
Yeah, they're really putting the screws to you, my friend. You know what? Maybe a cardio game is not the best way to put it for these two champions. You know when you go into practice tool and you just practice your CSing? This is exactly what's happening. Essentially, Zika and Hai Chao are just doing this with more advanced bots on the other side.
Oh my god. I cannot believe we're talking co-op versus AI in this. I mean, honestly, I was just trying to talk about anything.
Quem mais faz? Gragas, né?
Have any action. But you know what, Yanni? Dragon's up in 2 minutes. And that's going to save us.
That's going to
you have to fight
generate some action. Yeah, if LNG, you can't give this away.
If they don't fight Mountain Soul, we're going to have
What
problems.
are you going to fight? What are you going to fight?
I might just crash out.
Oh my god, dude. I kind of hope it happens now. You know, maybe
Tá virando... Rua tá forte, gente. A Riot fez uma mudança no patch, cadê?
Right, we will simply... AEDG has played directly into our hands. They have allowed the Elder Dragon to spawn. And we will simply steal it. It's fine. Maybe that is the case. I really hope it's not. Minute and 20 seconds to figure out...
Teve várias mudanças, ó.
Do not adjust that dial,
Ponto 3.
LPL English. Surely you will see
Teve essa mudança.
I have beef, Yanni, with like... I've had a conversation with a few of, casters on teams, like, hey, maybe we shouldn't reference flex game.
Ó, aumentaram a vida, aumentaram a mana.
Like, gonna give soul to flip elder? That for sure is the vibe master of the flex game,
Não tem nada no jogo. Aumentaram a vida, aumentaram a mana. Fizeram com que a vida máxima...
Oh, God.
Aí a mana máxima fosse reduzida. Ele teve um nerfzinho depois. Beleza? Só que depois teve isso aqui, ó. A restauração de mana aumentou muito, tá ligado?
That's my belief.
Yeah. Flex with the boys is almost like this game, except there'll probably be more kills.
Esse último buff na mana deixa todo campeão meio... Opa! A ADG vai trollou aqui, hein? Meu Deus do céu, Wink. Sai daí. Morreu só o AD Carry, né?
Get some gumption, make a play, and put themselves in a spot to take away this dragon.
I mean, necessary that they were able to pull that one off. I really am. Again, it was a flash was on. They found a great execute. They split when the Cassante and the Pantheon landed between the TP and the Grand Starfall. So actually able to execute onto Varus, who was flashless. That was really well played by LNG. Prevent the soul, keep themselves in the game.
And don't look now, but MVP Haichao has his first kill of the game. That's something to watch out for, because you know what? Maybe the guy will end up popping off.
I'm happy for Haichao, Yanni. I really am.
You don't sound like you're happy.
Já teve barra nesse jogo, não, né?
Don't worry about it. It's fine. We played Silas and unfortunately didn't do anything early. As again, TP landing and the Pantheon landing, it was split. Varus, no flash, threat overload. To the best of the ability of Wink, could not peel away for his Varus. Thought Wink did his damnedest to protect on, but too much being thrown at the Varus, and that's enough to get the kill and get LNG that dragon, prevent the soul from going over, and extend this game into what has been nothing but just dynamite.
Nosso gold não abre, sim.
Haven't been on the rift in this
Sei
game
também, né?
and this series, quite frankly, Yanni.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Cubby. And you know, it's so crazy to think how a millisecond, a split second, is the difference between making that play and not being able to make that play. You know, as you astutely mentioned, they split the threat, and that meant that Zika was able to actually get to the back line. Now, Zika is up a little bit far, but he is Cassante, so there isn't really that much to be worried about.
Oh,
Ultimate from On. I was just about to say, maybe we'll see a Chains of Corruption come through. We certainly did. It did not land on anybody. It is the hardest skill shot to land in the game, clearly. As Haichao is getting sunned in the 1v1 by Angel right now.
Yeah, again, this is kind of what happens when Victor
He's
goes late.
from the side.
As
Okay.
LP.
Teleport's coming in.
Oh, that's a big TP.
Here comes Angel. This is going to be a 5v4, but Angel is on the wrong side right now.
Oh,
he's able
nice.
to regroup with this team. They're trying to find their way out. The Dragon Sparrow only knocks them away. And I don't necessarily think they'll find Zika, so they burn a key teleport. A little bit of damage on the way out, too. But EDG pressing a little bit all of a sudden. Maybe a little hot under the collars and all out on top of On. Here comes the Pantheon into the back line.
Meu Deus, LG. Meu Deus, mano, o Juan tá trolando aqui.
Cadê
Cadê o reset do meu Viego, mano? Meu Deus do céu. Meu Deus do céu, zicamos. Zicamos.
Can he get close? What a Q by LP! Just able to slip it right in, curve the Mystic Shot, and LNG have come alive, and they're going for the Baron.
What a re-engage from Zika. I didn't see that one, but the follow-up from LP was massive, and the big part of this fight, On got chunked out. He couldn't fight. LP did a great job of making sure Varus was low, and they couldn't follow up.
Cubby, I have no idea what's going on tonight, my friend, but LNG have managed to
Meu Deus, ziquei.
make a couple of miracle plays.
Oração.
To keep themselves
Oração de
in the game and
segunda.
now have a big lead off of it.
A lot was
EDG
thrown out
just go
here.
too hard.
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot was thrown out here, and I'm okay with it. Like, it's not like they didn't get anything, but we see, like, Zika just brute force this one. Again, beautiful play from him, as he just bought enough time to really get the team in here, and On was so chunked
Meu
out from what
Deus.
was going on before. That re-engage was warranted.
Pior que na hora que os caras pegaram o Drake, eu fiquei já assim, aí do nada o Varus tomou pick-off, eu já fiquei,
Just ran away with that one.
Yeah, we talked about how we really like the Cassante pick for Zika this game because it
Meu
gave
Deus,
him
mano.
agency to start fights for his team. It allows him to be tanky enough to go in and survive and then say, hey guys, we are forcing the fight. When you go and you add someone like 5T5 and no longer have Weiwei on your team, you need somebody to lead the charge. And Zika in Game 3 has decided, I can make a play here. I can be the one starting the fight for my team. I can be the veteran that tries to lead us to victory.
Not just that, but also LP stepping in to the roster and stepping up in that fight. Game 3
Oh,
again.
yeah.
These series are so important.
Meu Deus,
The
gente.
single round robin
Momentos-
Group Nirvana, you're playing for your split 3 line.
Momentos tensos do jogo.
Not a lot of games to prove that you can make it into either, so everything matters. And I know that the one
Pior que os dois barão tá vivaço, né?
It has been like free Zika, right? It has been a joke that's been thrown around, but it has felt that way at times to have him be the one that steps up late. As you mentioned earlier, Yanni, the captain really of this team now that Weiwei is gone, hands down the most experienced member playing at the highest level. He really stepped up big in that fight in the Cassante and made a huge difference.
Yeah, we expected this to be kind of like, you know, straighten up your suit and tie for EDG. Show up, get business done, and get out. And guess what? They've been pulled into the mud here by LNG. And all of a sudden, this team that, you know, you thought could have been a Group Ascend team that I thought would have been, you know, maybe outside of the bottom 2 in Ascend, it definitely looks like they could find their way down there, Cubby. as the mid-inner turret will fall. Solid enough use of the Baron out of LNG. They got that bottom
They
tier
have dragon
2.
set up.
They do have good dragon set up.
É, meu Deus do céu, mano.
By Haichao on the bot side, so they are ready to go and
Mano, é a zebra, não é possível. A LNG voltou.
EDG don't want this at all. No flash on Angel, no flash on On. I think that dropping this dragon is justified. You gotta wait for flash to be up on those two big carries. I think we saw in the last fight what can happen if that those tools aren't available. And time is still good for EDG. I do like the scaling they have on this team.
This has been this has been wild. It's been tame, but it's been wild.
It's like nothing happens, and then when something happens, the game just like completely shifts, and then nothing happens again. It's great, Yanni. It's peak League of Legends.
Meu Deus, gente, meu Deus.
It is honestly peak League of Legends, Cubbian. Now,
see, I said that sarcastically. I'm not sure if you did, but that's okay. You know, different strokes for different folks.
Listen,
the stakes are high. I like that.
I like a lot of League of Legends. You know, League of Legends is a beautiful game just because you can find enjoyment out of any game, right? You know, most of the time, a lot of viewers will be like, oh man, I didn't really like watching this absolute clown fiesta, or I didn't like watching this absolute snooze fest, right? But sometimes people can enjoy both. Like some people who may enjoy a snooze fest, they don't see it as that. They see that as a work of art. And
Meu Deus, mano.
in the museum, the art museum of LPL.
Cara, que build é essa do Viego, mano? O Viego não podia fazer uma build melhor, não?
Okay, that's I was down for it until that one, Yanni. As
well,
looks like we're gonna have...
not all art is subjective. Not
it
all
is.
art looks good.
It is. I'm lost in the sauce.
Mano, pensando em aumentar também, gente.
Also might sum up this series.
I'm gonna keep it a stack. I am too, brother. I am too.
Yep. The series has done things to us. I may have balded a bit. I may have gotten younger. I'm not sure.
I have certainly
really here to
balded
find
over
out.
this one, man. It is tough every time I get to look into my OBS camera.
But little balding.
Maybe
you know?
maybe the EDG fans are balding a little bit here. They might be malding very soon
It's
as
a
well.
stressor.
As LNG has really taken control of this game. 36 minutes into it, you're starting to see some
3k de gold. Eu realmente confio que a comp da EDG é melhor, né? E é o time melhor.
After a rough early start, has gotten tanky enough that he may never die again. Rabadon's death cap coming out for Haichao.
Pô, esses Drakes
MVP
aí.
Haichao, 4 items right now. LP has 4 items. Like,
I mean,
these guys are strong.
LNG, they had 10 control wards off that deploy. EDG have none. One was dropped by Zika, but that's a team effort right there.
LNG really want to win this game.
Vários parecem não conseguir bater,
I
né?
will say, like looking at inventories, I think that
Cara, eles têm que conseguir baitar o engage, né, mano? Do Pantheon e resetar no Pantheon. Mano, roubaram muito cabuloso ontem, velho. Roubaram muito, mano.
A challenge that we knew he was going to have in this game. There has been good peel around him, but just him being tankier and maybe able to eat a Mystic Shot or two could be really important for him to just be able to stand in the fight and stand in fire and you know, missing out on other damage items as Varus. I mean, his kit, when you go late, those blight stacks do so much work. It's okay. You just want to be able to stack those up and fire them off. So, see if On can step up.
Yeah, On, who has had some, you know, had that pretty good Corgi game, even though it was not a victory. It's all I thought.
Meu Deus.
Engage come through. Look at the damage.
Cara, essa que é a parada. Quando o Pantheon faz isso, a gente tem que conseguir punir ele, né? Pô, a Pop tá lá com Zika. Opa. Caralho, cadê o Varus lutando nesse cara e a gente batendo nesse cara até ele morrer, mano? O Viego resetar. Viego resetou, beleza. Calma, calma. Calma. Vamos, Xiaohao. Vamos, Xiaohao. Rumbaram, rumbaram, rumbaram. Rumbaram, rumbaram.
I really want to see a replay of that, because on one hand, I'm like, why was Zika there? But on the other hand, where was the help? I know he was getting tossed around a bit, but there was no help from LNG. They kind of left him to his own devices. That leads to Baron going over right before Mountain Soul spawns for each team. EDG is going to have an immense advantage now in trying to get Soul Point, which could be the backbreakers for LNG.
Yeah, this is a great game. It just goes back and forth.
Oh,
it doesn't actually
I hate
have
you
to
for
be...
saying it.
Nah,
I hate
bro.
you for saying that,
Nah,
Yanni.
dude, this is awesome. This is
okay,
the equivalent...
Where's the team?
Not here.
Haichao and LP are both on waves right now. And Karma is like, I want to help, but I don't want to help. And they're like, okay, we just can't take this, and it's fine. I mean, Pant did have no R, That's a big tool in terms of, you know, finding angles and finding plays that was missing, but really left Zigo off to, out to dry and received a lot to his own devices. And now, again, Baroned up EDG. This is going to be full control over the Dragon, Yanni, and really tough for LNG to break.
And Mountain Soul for EDG could just put them over the top. Let's see if LNG is going to fight for it. Cubby, is it still on the table? If they don't fight for this, will you go absolutely ballistic on them?
Yes. I mean, yes and no. This is going to be really tough. I do want to shout out Angel. He should be the target. He's the one that's missing Flash, but he actually opted for the
Vamos lá, vamos lá, vamos lá.
Will be able to go
Vega é muito safado, prefiro pegar uma capa de crítico em vez de uma pink ou QSS. É porque ele tá com uma build crítico, né, mano? Pink é de boa, mano. Pink não faz nada no jogo, não. Pink não dá dano, velho. Nessa eu concordo com ele, tá? Eu prefiro o Viego com uma capa de crítico do que uma pink a mais, mano. O resto aí, outra pessoa compra pink. Mano, vai flipar o jogo assim mesmo? Não dá pra tentar... Isso, tem pop, né, mano? Ai, mano, a pop errou tudo. Beleza, pegamos a alma. Pô, mas tá estranho aqui. Tem que matar o Zika. Matou o Zika, beleza. Resetou. Não, continua aqui, só passo pra frente. Só passo pra frente. Dá slow neles, Gragas. Beleza. Ai, mano. A porra do Gragas isolou o EZ, mano.
T5 going to cut the wave. Like the play from him. He's probably going to go down, but again, warranted. And that Mountain Soul going over to EDG. Likely to spell the doom here for LNG in this series. A series that, frankly, with the new look roster, they may look a lot more competitive than I thought they would, Yanni. But end of the day, you could also argue it was a 3-0 for EDG. So do with that one as you will, if anyone's been tuned into this.
LNG has made EDG sweat. They made him sweat in game 3.
They've made them sweat, not us mauled, you know?
Yeah. But I have to say, Xiao Hao came into this game.
Só o favorito, vem com o favorito.
Not losing this game. We are not losing. I refuse. Wink as well has said no. This is not allowed. EDG will not go down to LNG today. We'll see if that holds true as the teleport is in 41 minutes and the turrets are being sieged. As LNG may have just run out of time.
Não chore mais.
And used on the wave, but the turret will fall and it's not really doing a whole lot of damage.
Spray de Varus deve dar nem dano. Essa porra desse Varus não dá muito dano. É porque ele tá com uma build pra ele bater no caçante, mano, pra dar DPS no caçante. Mas agora ele conseguiu, ele viu que ele tem que bater no caçante, né? Ele começou a bater mais no caçante.
As Zeka was the one that stepped up earlier on. Haichao is the one that stepped up in game 2. We'll see who steps up in game 3 to try and really save this game and save the series for them. As, oh boy.
Okay, all the way in is 5T5. He
Good
will
McHale's.
survive and be able to walk out. Stolen Poppy ultimate knocks 2 people out. But LNG aren't actually able to start a fight off of that.
A really nice McHale's from Zhuo did save the Pantheon. Might actually be able to go in the base, and we'll have the Grand Skyfall available. Or Grand Starfall, I should say. If he wants to connect with that. So we'll see if he casts it. Did just come back up off cooldown. Haichao has access to another alternate too.
LP is a little bit low, so he's going to walk off here. And I think that means that this turret is not long for this world, Cubby. But we'll see if they're able to defend LP sprinting out of the base. Haichao has a stolen Varus ultimate now. Is going to burn it on the Varus, but the Poppy ultimate keeps them at bay.
Olha lá, olha o caçante agora. Olha o caçante nada, o EZ se matando ali, mano. Vai lá, Viego. Olha o caçante, olha o dano no caçante, vocês viram? Dano que esse caçante tomou. Vai lá, Viego, brinca aí, brinca um pouquinho, brinca mais aí, Viego. Bora, bem venceu.
53 seconds, they will win this game over LNG and win the series.
It feels like a deserved win for EDG, but yeah, LNG did make them sweat for that one, Yanni. I gotta say, this new look LNG, am I sold by it? No. Can I argue that they got 3-0'd? Maybe. But at least they were able to make some plays later on. Like, they had some direction, right, with the Pantheon Silas. I actually thought that was okay. I thought Wink played really, really well in that game to help really peel his team. And for me, that Gragas pick, the flex, it's a really unique one that see at support. Really tough to play into Ezreal plus Karma. But what he brought to the fights later on made that pick look warranted and actually ended up paying off.
Bora.
Yeah. cares about lane as long as you're able to escape. Wink doing a heck of a lot.
Vambora, 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 vambora.
And, you know, it's made some impact after a
Na
little
tua aula?
early game oopsies. But 5T5 and Haichao were still unable to link up in that early game, right? They did not disrupt Angel in any way this game, and he was just able to do so much damage in these fights. It really, in his lane, moisturized, thriving, you know, it just was able to play the game. It was a long game, but Victor is more than happy to do so. And, you know, Cubby,
Yeah.
LNG still has some work to do.
See, that's the other thing. Like, there was some direction at times, but also a couple flub plays. I know this is a team that's still coming together. But man, this still is the team that really is the candidate to be knocked out of Group Nirvana early and
Vamos que vamos.
say sayonara to until 2026. Like, they didn't sell me enough on that one. It was nice to see.
Hoje a gente tá com a 100, rapaziada.
In that game too. Still good to see Zika step up, but it still feels like at the end of the day, it is a team where it's kind of like, hey, free Zika, like this guy, he could play in split 3 on a different team if LNG drop out. I feel like he might be an appealing target for a couple of LPL teams, but man, again, LNG, you got to be really worried if you're them because they netted the game, but couldn't net the series win. And I'm curious if we have any more roster shuffles or carousels as things continue here.
Yeah, I'm really concerned because, you know, when I look at Group Nirvana, I see EDG as a team that could finish 4th or even finish in the bottom 2. I think this might be the weaker team of the rest of them, right? Maybe they're stronger than OMG, but I think LGD, based on the work that they've done against other teams, is a little bit better. I think RNG has that pop-off potential, and Ultra Prime is actually looking quite good. So, you know,
Deixa eu responder negócio aqui.
if you're LNG, perhaps you just beat the other team that's getting cut with you, right? And if you're
Mensagem que eu tinha que ter
EDG,
respondido.
perhaps you may have just realized that you may be the other team getting cut, right? If you're not able
Yeah.
to take care of business against LNG. But it is still early. It is literally the first series of Group Nirvana.
Cadê?
So,
It is. I will also defend both teams a little bit, and
Okay.
again, reasserting how high the stakes for this match are. And the fact that you want to play things slow, you know, guarantee your setups, and maybe
Yeah.
I really feel like the stakes might have slowed down this game a little bit. So we'll see if that ends up happening for the rest of Group Nirvana, which I would not be surprised by, because again, you are playing for your split 3 lives, your 2025 lives in this group. I'm looking at a tweet right now from Toad Armorillo. Shout out to him on the co-stream.
shout out to
LNG's last game is scheduled for April 28th. There's a chance that could be their last game of 2025 on April 28th. That is crazy to think about with this new format.
That is literally 3 weeks away. That is,
I know.
dude.
It's gonna be a
That's so
spread here
hard,
for
too.
LPL, Yanni.
It's so hard, man, because like these players obviously do not want their season to end like that, right? Because there's a lot of uncertain futures at that point. You know, you have a team that, you know, Zika obviously you mentioned is a candidate that if they were to drop out, you know, we could see him on a team in split 3.
E aí, rapaziada, como é que vocês estão? Tô todo mundo bem hoje, todo mundo forradinho, com o coração forrado. Todo mundo com o coração quente, né?
Obviously, a guy like 5T5, you know, which literally his first games in the LPL, some good, some bad, but, you know, somebody that you could actually be like, you know what, this is a guy that, you know, a future piece perhaps, right? And will probably get opportunities again in the future if, you know, LNG's season ends up going the way that we think it might. But again, can't quite be sure if we can say the same for some of these other.
Cara, a segunda oração do dia é muito forte, não tem erro, mano.
Did LNG do anything to convince you that they can take games off of any of these other teams down here?
No.
My goodness, do you see this damage?
Yeah, that's Victor and Silas if you don't do anything early, man.
Listen, this
Oh,
is
boy.
exactly why 5T5 and Haichao had to link up early. We talked about it for a reason, man. You just let Angel do whatever he wanted with the game. LP had a higher damage share of his team, sure, but Angel just dispensing damage. Poor LP
I feel
and
like-
Joe, man.
I feel like this is going to be an Angel MVP just because of, like, stats and numbers, but I actually really feel like it's a Wink MVP. I
think
feel
Wink
like
earned
Wink... Again, like, this support Gragas, it was such a unique pick, but I think that...
Nossa, essa série de Weibo e Tez, mano, sei lá, tá? Acho que eu vou pisar fofo nela, velho. Vou ir pisando fofo, tá?
Because, like, for me, it made a little bit more sense just to
Look
have
at this, look at
Gragas
this.
top,
Oh,
Poppy support.
belly bump, baby.
Yeah, like once the Karma's locked in, I mean, that lane would have been hell for the Poppies. The fact they were able to double flex that or potentially double flex that, really big. And Wink, for me, was the player of the series. I felt like Wink was really big in all 3 games.
Yeah, without a doubt. Big Wink guy here. I'm with you on that.
Not even on the Alistar, too. As Wink's Alistar is just,
Yeah.
it is GOAT tier.
Yeah, his Alistar is insane. And again, you know, this is the one fight where things didn't go so great, but he still did everything he could to actually try and ensure that his team was well protected. But, you know, see a lot of...
Vamos dizer como que aquela Odyssey fez 8 pontos contra o poderoso Fluxo.
I mean, that,
Ah, deve jogo longo, deve ter batido muito, deve ter morrido pouco, sei lá, deve ter dado muito dano, né?
Not to mention the ult displacement, yeah. As Wink doing what he could in this game.
Uma coisa que eu acredito que, não sei se tem isso no Fantasy ali, mas o jogo longo não favorece você pontuar mais. Sendo que o jogo longo nem sempre é o melhor jogo. Né?
What is the goal here? What is going on here? They do feel like the team that is most likely to not be around for 2026 or 2025, the rest of it. And I don't know what's going to happen with the roster. Like, that's the other thing. When you make a change like this before a match like this, yes, they were able to pick up a game, but it still felt like a 3-0 from EDG, frankly.
Yeah.
And
Pô, tem Rios pra postar aqui, velho.
Yeah, like what happens now is you make other
Tá postando no TikTok de uma vez.
If you don't feel like LP
Rapidão. O Keria ontem. Keria de Bardo.
Didn't really change.
Eu já editei aqui, acho que foi legal.
Okay.
Vou postar aqui e mostro pra vocês.
I don't know if this is a team that
Caramba, a
I
Seju
don't know
tava
if this is the
chegando.
5 that you can just
E
run.
a Seju
down.
chegou lá.
But at the same time,
É isso, o que o Keria fez?
you know, you looked competitive, but EDG isn't a good litmus
Peraí, o
test.
que o Keria fez ali?
By looking competitive, I mean they had opportunities to win the
Mano, ele
game.
tomou o
Like they
snap,
really did.
ele
In
sabia.
every single one. They had a-
Deixa eu mostrar pra vocês, deixa eu postar. Deixa eu só ver se tá legal.
Seju, né, Dora?
Ai, que merda, mano.
The series was a bit flop.
Começou do zero aqui de novo.
Better legalizing for the next series, which should
Seguinte escalou Spired, ele jogou 2 vezes Shinzal, meu fantasy é muito bem boa.
Next series should almost assuredly deliver. It'll be Top Esports and Weibo Gaming. The LNG sideshow is finally over. You guys can relax and breathe and know that you'll be watching some high quality League of Legends, hopefully. But it is always
Ó, a parada do Keria.
O snare aqui, ó, da Zaya.
Grapes and Bloxer will be delivering that
Ele sabia que ele ia tomar o hook.
once we get
A play do Keria foi muito bizarra.
or not the series MVP, but the game
Nem a
MVP.
pau que foi
I think
pensando
it should
que
be
ia
Wink.
pegar ele.
I think there's a
It's
world
gonna be
where they.
Wink.
Tá, mas eu acho que ele
I think there's a world where they give it to Xiaohao because he's just got all these skills.
That's
But-
true.
Nem a Dark, ele tem ult. Nem a pau, ele
It's
tem
Wink.
a pau, cara.
There
That's
is
super base.
justice.
Seju, né, Dora?
Justice.
Super based.
Yes.
He was really good
There
in
are
this game.
knowers.
Yeah,
didn't die.
he was.
He didn't die.
I will say, LPL, they've been pretty good about their MVPs. I feel like that was really, really, really well deserved for Wink.
Nice.
That Grog, like the value that he was getting in a lot of those fights and skirmishes on a non-traditional support pick. Usually, you only see Gragas going into like Alistar. I think is the one matchup where I can argue that Gragas is actually decent because your body slam actually takes prio over the pulverizer.
Priority
or
one
the
dash,
headbutt, I should
baby.
say.
We love them.
Yeah, so that was really, really impressive from Wink. I was not expecting to see support Gragas in this series, then piloted that well. So shout out to Wink for that one. That was really nice.
Big ups. A large reason why EDG was able to take the series victory over LNG, but we're going to cut it to a break. And when we return, it'll be Grapes and Bloxer giving you the great matchup on tap between TES and Weibo. Do not go anywhere.
Postando no TikTok aqui. Vai aí um bombom de... Eita. Ah, tem que esperar um pouquinho pro negócio pra aparecer no TikTok aqui mesmo pra mostrar pra vocês. Ah, se bem que eu tô no meu perfil, acho que vai mostrar. Vamos ver. Esse vídeo aqui, ó, da jogada do Keria, olha.
Vai te salvar.
Ontem. Pra quem não viu.
Vivo ainda.
Olha o que o
Caramba,
Keria
a Seju
faz.
tava chegando. E a Seju chegou lá. Que isso? O que o Keria fez? Peraí, o que o Keria fez ali? Mano, ele tomou o snare. Ele sabia. O Keria tomou o snare. Ele tomou o snare aqui, ó, da Zaya. Aí ele sabia que ele ia tomar o hook. Nem a pau que foi pensando que ia pegar ele. Foi proposital, mas eu acho que ele tentou acertar o Ruler e o Duro, tá ligado? Mas o Ruler não ia dar, que ele tem ult. Nem a pau, nem a pau, cara. Essa play foi insana, né? E é bizarro imaginar que o Keller deve ter feito isso de propósito, né? É bizarro, né? Imaginar, pô, o cara fez isso de propósito, tá ligado? Bizarro. Ele é diferente, né? Quem não me segue no TikTok ainda, rapaziada, e tem TikTok, me segue lá, pô. Em 9 minutos? Pode ser. Posso fazer o coisa do radioativo. Ah, não, eu queria ver um... Ah, pode ser do radioativo mesmo. Deixa eu mandar esse aqui pra galera pra assistir na live. Porra! 9 minutos? Ah, porque esse é o de Free Fire, velho. Vamos ver aqui, não sei se dá tempo.
Chupou o W, pô.
Não sei se dá tempo de tudo, mas a gente pode ver aqui.
Chupou o W, pô. Brincadeira, meu. Arralastrei lá, eu caguei na cara dele na lane phase.
Team e robô não vão colocar esses campeões na pool. Ponto. Loud conseguiu acabar com o time de LoL e do Valorant. Eu tô vendo muitas críticas para a Loud em termos de organização, guys, que eles cagaram tanto lá pelo Vavá quanto aqui pelo LoL.
Eu olho pro semblante da Loud, não tem brasilidade neles, mano. Eles já estão, tipo assim, cansados, tá ligado? Tipo assim, os caras não aguentam mais, mano.
Ele vai furar o GG, ele é apenas um jogador. O Brasil vai ganhar! É do Brasil! O time número, o outro vai ser focado. Iniciação no Milo.
Vamos lá começar o vídeo de hoje, já são 70.
Então só se o mago estender de...
Pô, vai ter... Vou pular pras partes, né? Pra não ter que ficar vendo coisa com stream, será? Pra ficar vendo um monte de clipes com stream. Deixa eu ver aqui. Tabela. Quero ver as fofocas.
Junto com a Lion 2/0 ambos. Depois diversas equipes 1/1 e os demais ali levar pra vida toda. Matéria inclusive.
Matéria aí do Mais Esportes.
Do Mais Esportes. A gente
Boa,
pode
boa,
acompanhar.
boa.
A gente
Já tive gente boa pra caralho, gosto dele demais. Deixa eu... Vamos passar aqui nessa frente aqui.
O cara pensando.
Peraí, deixa eu voltar esse aqui.
muito. Eu e o Rummer, mas parecia que nos entendíamos dentro do jogo. Sempre rolava alguma play boa entre a gente. Agora, estamos nos conhecendo mais fora do jogo também. Está sendo bem legal, estou bem confiante com esse novo elenco. E o Dinqueiro que já metia essa pro Absolute lá no Ilha das Lendas.
Cara que confunde viado com móvel. Mesa.
Torre guerrilha inicial e a primeira torre naquela brincadeira que a gente viu na parte de cima. Pra mim, não...
Caralho,
esse aí foi 500 QI, esse aí foi 500 QI.
Essa piadinha foi muito boa, mano.
O cara pensando. Cara que confunde viado.
O vô tá perdidinho no pagode.
Ficou conhecido aí na nossa comunidade.
Já no jogo da...
Cara, vou falar rapidinho do negócio do Absolute, né? Eu senti também, eu sempre assisti a live CBLOL, assisto a maior parte ali pelo IDL, tá ligado? Eu fico meio que mudando de uma live pra outra, mas eu sempre assisto a maior parte ali no IDL, né? Eu senti o Absolute meio perdido também, tá ligado? Mas eu acho que, assim, muito pelo...
cara, eu senti o Absolute meio tímido, sacou? Mas aí ele vai se soltar, tá ligado? Eu senti ele meio tímido. Não acho que é muito pelo tipo de humor do IDL, etc, tá ligado? Porque, mano, tipo assim, eu, por exemplo, quando eu vou lá, cara, eu choro de rir pra caramba também, etc, sabe? Tem muita parada de piadinha, tem várias piadas internas e coisas assim que o IDL, tipo, faz. E eles são muito bons nisso, tá ligado? De... Quando você vai criando vários tipos de piada interna e etc, você vai criando esse senso de comunidade e tudo. Eles mandam muito bem nisso, assim, né? Que é de uma forma meio orgânica. Mas eu senti que o Absolute tava mais tímido, sacou? Não tava sentindo que ele tava, tipo assim... Parecia que ele não tava tão confortável igual ele tá, geralmente, igual ele ficava na live dele e tudo mais. E é normal, assim, acho que é normal, sacou? Pelo, sei lá, às vezes pelo estilo dele e tudo mais, né? Eu acho que assim, por exemplo, eu sempre que eu participo do IDL eu já fico bem confortável e tudo, mas provavelmente as primeiras lives que eu participei de lá, talvez eu também não tava tão assim confortável, tipo assim, eu tava às vezes meio que, pô, tentando entender o que eu posso fazer, o que eu não posso, tá ligado? Tipo assim, pô, posso levantar pra ir no banheiro do nada? Eu tenho que avisar que eu vou levantar pra ir no banheiro? Tenho que, tá ligado? Acho que tudo isso você fica pensando, porque quando você tá aqui na sua live e tudo mais, e com seus amigos, mano, se chega lá, chega seu cachorro latindo e tal, você não tá nem aí, tá ligado? Você, pô, vai, pô, meu cachorro tá latindo, pera aí, galera, não sei o quê, ou você sente mais à vontade de fazer o que você quiser, sabe? Você sente mais à vontade de, pô, você tá mais à vontade com tudo porque tá num ambiente seu, tá ligado? Agora, você chega num outro ambiente, você não chega. É difícil você já chegar de cara e você já tá pensando assim, tá ligado? E é normal, igual eu falei, primeiras lives que eu participei do IDL, por exemplo, às vezes eu ficava pensando, sabe? Tipo assim, cara, pô, não comi, tô com fome. Será que se vier um prato de comida aqui eu começar a comer no meio do jogo, será que é ok ou será que vai ser paia pra caralho e vão achar super não profissional, blá blá, etc. Um exemplo, tá ligado? Porque você pensa, cara, é uma parada de proporção muito grande, sacou? Você tá numa live ali pra mais de 100 mil pessoas, cara. Sabe? É uma parada que, pô, tem uma equipe gigantesca ali que o baiano tem em volta. Aí eu acho que, assim, é normal ele ficar meio que pisando em ovos e assim de cara, sacou? E pelo perfil do Absolute, o Absolute é um cara que, pô, ele tem um respeito. Eu acho que ele não é tão cara de pau, tá ligado? De cara. Eu acho que ele precisa de ganhar intimidade, ele ganhar essa liberdade, né? Eu acho que ele não. Eu acho que ele chegou meio assim, sacou? Então eu acho que rolou um pouco disso com ele. Tanto que assim, eu vi ele falando muito mais do jogo, eu não vi ele dando nenhuma opinião muito ácida também, assim, né? Pelo menos as partes que eu vi, tá ligado? Pode ter tido alguma coisa assim. Eu acho que, mano, eu acho que não tem essa do perfil não bater, tá? Eu entendo que vocês podem achar isso. Eu acho que não tem essa, porque eu já fiz live com várias pessoas diferentes e tem vários perfis completamente diferentes lá. Ali no IDL, tá ligado? Já fiz live com o Absolute também e ficava fazendo brincadeirinha de um jeito também, tá ligado? Eu sei que lá tem várias piadinhas assim já que é do estilo do IDL e tudo mais, talvez, cara, pode falar, beleza, o Absolute não vai ficar entrando nessas piadas, beleza, mas se ele quiser nerdear no jogo ali também, mano, ele consegue ficar 30 minutos falando com o Mylon, tá ligado? Quando tinha o Ranger também é um cara que às vezes ele ia mais um caminho mais nerd do jogo ali também. Quando eu tava lá também, eu também ia um pouco mais assim pra esse caminho, sabe? Se ele quiser torcer muito pro time, é suave. Não acho que é muito por causa de perfil, acho que é mais dele não ter se soltado tanto, tá ligado? Mas eu acho que ele vai se soltar mais. Eu senti que teve muita polêmica disso aí do Absolute, né? Da galera falando. Muita gente falando, eu vi muita gente falando que não vale a pena pra ele. Cara, eu acho que é muito difícil falar isso de fora, sacou? A gente não sabe o que aconteceu, não sabe o que rolou pra isso tudo acontecer, tá ligado? A gente não sabe. É muito difícil, sabe? A gente falar. Se o Absolute tivesse com Tai, Aces e tal, fica mais da hora. Agora com Minerva, Eza, questão de escalar o elenco certo. Cara, é porque meio que assim, tem um elenco principal ali, né? Tem uma pegada mais assim, o elenco do CBLOL é o elenco, né, pô? Geralmente é a galera mais famosa e tudo mais, assim, geralmente, né? Pode ser pai eu falar isso, mas é pelo menos como eu vejo, assim, é o elenco principal ali, é o time titular, né? Então, o Absolute, ele não ia ir pra lá
pra ser do time reserva, então ele vai ser do time titular. Eu acredito que, por exemplo, se a gente vê ele numa live de manhã com o Tai e o Aces, eu também acho que ele vai se soltar mais rápido. Por quê? Porque aí, pô, ele vai estar numa situação onde ele é o cara mais famoso ali também e tal. Talvez isso faça ele se sentir mais à vontade de ser mais cara de pau e tal, tá ligado? Ele vai ser mais cara de pau já de cara e tudo, sabe? Eu acho que é um pouco assim, acho que rola um pouco disso, né? Da mesma forma que eu também, eu comecei a aparecer mais no IDL, no início tava sempre, sei lá, mas eu com o Dudes e o Brucer, tá ligado? Eu com Revolta, que eu já tinha muito contato. No iniciozinho ali, aquelas lives de LCK LPL. Depois muito com a Hacks, com Aces, né? Eu fiz muita live com o Caos, que é amigo meu, tá ligado? Então, eu já tava muito soltinho ali. Depois eu comecei mais ali em uma live de CBLOL, numa outra live, etc. E já conheço muito todo mundo. Pra mim já era mais fácil eu ficar solto. Eu acho que o Absolute depois, ele ficando mais solto ali, ficando mais próximo da galera também, tendo mais contato, ele vai se soltar, tá ligado? É o que eu acho que vai acontecer, sacou? Entendo a parte do público dele, de não ter gostado dele ter ido pra lá, porque o que acontece? A gente tem o IDL como, pô, a maior co-stream, e aí a gente tem várias outras co-streams que são meio que outros núcleos ali, que você vai ter alguns conteúdos diferentes. Já deve estar voltando a LPL, né? Tem que terminar de ver esse vídeo depois. Que vão ter outros núcleos ali diferentes, tá ligado? Vou terminar de ver esse vídeo só depois mesmo, então. Vão ter outros núcleos diferentes ali. Então, por exemplo, se você assistir a live lá do, a co-stream do Talkers com o Micão e etc., é de um jeito. Se você assistir a co-stream do BRTT, né, o do Congo lá, o BRTT, o Yetz, o AXT, é outra pegada. Tá ligado? Eu não vi com o Dinquedo, eu não vi com quem que o Dinquedo tava em call também. Mas com certeza a co-stream do Dinquedo já teve outra pegada. Com certeza assistir LoL, assistir o jogo da PEN na stream do Dinquedo, vai ter ele torcendo pra PEN. Isso vai ser legal. Tá ligado? O IDL tá fazendo o que eles acharem que é melhor pro IDL, pô. Se eles veem que o Absolute é um cara em crescimento, etc., tem uma comunidade grande, eles acreditam que isso vai acrescentar pro IDL, o IDL não tá errado em chegar e chamar o Absolute pra lá. Não existe essa de, pô, tá ligado? É ruim pro cenário, não sei o que, não sei o que. Mas assim, eu acho que assim, uma parte do público do Absolute gostava muito dele. Ele era a figura principal da co-stream lá que ficava ele, né, Jukes, tava com o Dinquedo ali também. Às vezes era ele com Shine, Micão, né? Eu já fiz várias vezes CBLOL lá com eles também. Cara, tinha um TVzan que parou de colar também, mano. O TVzan era muito da hora quando ele fazia as lives lá com o Absolute também. Gostava muito lá do TVzan com o Absolute. Gosto pra caralho do TVzan, né? Do Zan. E aí, pô, a parte do público dele ficou meio que sentindo que, cara, pô, a gente tinha o Absolute com aquele outro tipo ali de co-stream, agora a gente não tem mais, tá ligado? Acho que eles ficam com um sentimento meio assim, né? Mas, cara, o Absolute vai se soltar mais, etc, tudo mais. Se vai ser bom ou ruim pra ele, eu acho que não tem como falar já de cara, tá ligado? Porque, cara, existe um mundo também que, mano, o Absolute, ele... vamos pegar o caso do Minerva. O Minerva, ele foi pro IDL, ele tava desempregado, ele foi pro IDL, ele se adaptou rápido, se adaptou bem. Isso fez o Minerva explodir na carreira dele, tá ligado? O Minerva explodiu na carreira dele, né? Se o Minerva estivesse fazendo a co-stream dele, etc, blá, blá, pode falar, às vezes ele estaria maior, às vezes ele estaria ganhando mais dinheiro, não sei o quê, às vezes ele, pô, sei lá o quê, pode falar tudo, mas o Minerva explodiu e ele ter ido pro IDL tem uma participação muito grande disso, né? Ele explodiu lá depois que ele foi pro IDL, sacou? Às vezes o Absolute vai explodir mais ainda agora no IDL também. Eu sei que de cara a gente vê que realmente parecia que ele não tava tão à vontade, né? Mas eu não vou criticar, tipo assim, não acho que... Eu não acho que acho que é muito fácil só virar e falar, pô, tá errado. Tá ligado? Tá errado assim, ele mandou mal, né? Cara, não dá pra saber o que vai acontecer, etc, né? Porque, mano, e posso falar uma parada? O público lá do IDL é um público muito grande e
E a galera apoia muito a galera dali, tá ligado? Então, pô, quando eu fazia mais live no IDL, tinha muita gente que eu tava só porque, tipo assim, eu tô fazendo pouca live esse ano porque eu resolvi assim, cara, eu tava fazendo só lá ano passado, e isso foi muito bom, foi muito da hora, foi muito divertido. Só que eu senti que, pô, cara, esse ano eu quero tá podendo fazer alguns conteúdos mais meus assim também. E eu senti que eu fiquei um tempo sem fazer isso, tá ligado? Então eu resolvi, cara, eu não vou fazer live lá todo dia no IDL. E eu fiz pouquíssimas esse ano, assim, né? Eu esperava que eu fosse fazer mais também. Pensei, cara, eu não vou fazer live lá todo dia. Pra eu poder tá testando algumas coisas mais minhas, tá ligado? Pra eu poder testar um estilo de conteúdo mais meu. Pra eu poder chegar e fazer esse react meu. Igual agora, tô 13 minutos falando dessa parada. Pra eu chegar lá e jogar aqui no meu canal de cortes, né? Tá ligado? Que eu quero crescer meu canal de cortes, quero voltar a fazer. Mano, olha só, tipo assim, eu voltei a fazer live aí tem umas 2 semanas, né? E voltei a fazer vídeo aqui pro canal de cortes. Tem 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Já tem 10 vídeos lá. Mano, o canal tava morto, olha só. Ano passado, teve um vídeo aqui 4 meses atrás, 4 meses atrás. Depois 9 meses. Pô, intervalo de 5 meses. Depois intervalo de 1 mês. Depois tudo de um ano atrás. Né? Antes eu tava fazendo esses highlights aqui, parei. Que, pô, eu tava lá no IDL e tudo mais. Não sei se eu volto a fazer esses highlights. Talvez possa fazer sentido fazer de alguns jogos, tá ligado? Mas assim, eu simplesmente entendi que, pô, eu poderia fazer algumas coisas mais minhas, assim, etc. Né? Fazer alguns cortes mais meus e tudo, sabe? Eu entendi que seria bom pra. Seria. Eu não. Eu tô no momento de eu tentar buscar isso, tá ligado? Às vezes o Absolute já tá vendo diferente, cara. Ele já criou um público dele, tá legal, né? Agora ele quer, às vezes, expandir um pouco mais, tá ligado? Fora, sei lá, tem muita coisa que a gente não sabe, né, mano? Também, né? De como que foi a negociação disso tudo aí, etc, né? Porque você tá ali, às vezes, já num outro grupo, etc. Você consegue, às vezes, dias melhores em algumas coisas, tá ligado? Tem muita coisa que envolve também, né? Sacou? Cara, eu adoro fazer live lá com o Bruce de manhã. Falando que você não gosta muito dele lá na live de manhã. Mano, eu adoro fazer live com o Brucinho, velho. Igual, pô, assim, se eu pensei, ontem eu pensei em entrar lá no jogo da IG pra assistir lá, junto com o IDL. Só que aí eu ia entrar depois e tal, eu pensei, cara, não, vou continuar aqui mesmo e é isso, sacou? Ah, tá, você falando que não tanca de rir, né, pra caralho e tal. Sim, eu ri pra caralho. Achei que você não gostava do Bruce. Hoje eu pensei também, cara, se pá, eu entro lá e tudo mais. Só que assim, eu acho que, pô, eu gosto muito de fazer a live com eles lá também, sacou? A única coisa que tava ruim mesmo pra mim, que eu tava sentindo, era que eu tava fazendo muita live lá e eu não tava conseguindo, às vezes, fazer um conteúdo mais meu assim, sacou? De eu chegar, eu não conseguia, às vezes, ter uma conversa mais com o chat. Eu gosto muito de conversar com o chat. E quando eu tô numa call com mais pessoas e tem um chat surreal, é muito difícil responder o chat. Sabe? É muito difícil responder o chat, né? Tanto que lá, às vezes eu ficava mutando muito pra responder o chat. A galera falava, tá mutado, tá mutado. E eu tava respondendo vocês aqui do meu chat, né? Aí eu mutava no Discord e respondia vocês. Mutava e respondia vocês. Só que é foda, que às vezes eu muto, tô respondendo vocês, alguém tá falando lá. Aí eu tenho que mutar e mutar eles também. Aí alguém falou alguma coisa comigo e eu não escutei. Aí, tá ligado? Eu só. E fazer. Eu só acho que, pô, dá pra fazer a live lá em algumas. Fazer alguns dias eu acho da hora, porque eu gosto muito da galera de lá, eu gosto muito do pessoal que faz live lá, gosto muito da comunidade deles lá, é muito foda, tá ligado? Mas o negócio do Absolute, velho, eu acho que é isso que eu tenho pra falar. É muito fácil virar e falar que ele mandou mal porque você achou ele deslocado, mas a gente não sabe como é que vai ser. Eu acho que ele vai se soltar. Minha visão, tá? Eu acho que ele vai se soltar rapidinho. Que já já o Absolute vai ficar mais soltinho e tal. Pra você, qual foi o melhor time da primeira semana da LTA? Pain ou Fúria. Mesmo a Fúria tendo perdido um jogo. Eu acho que a PEN ter começado mal, ter ficado em situação ruim contra a Loud e ter vencido depois, é PEN, né? Não tem como não falar PEN, né? Mas a Fúria era pra ter tido 2 jogos tranquilos na visão, né? O jogo que eles fizeram lá foi muito paia, né? O jogo contra... Eles intaram muito naquele jogo lá contra a Leviatã. Mas é isso aí, sobre isso daí. Vai pro canal de corte. Inclusive, quem estiver assistindo, se inscreve no meu canal de corte aí e cola na minha live também. Você acha que hoje a China tem algum time pra bater nos 3 melhores da Coreia? Acho que não. Talvez se a Bilibili evoluir e melhorar, eles podem ganhar o MSI, mas... Hoje, pelo que eu tô vendo da LPL hoje, pelo que eu estou vendo da LPL, pelo que eu estou vendo da LCK, pelo que a gente viu no First Stand, né? Eu diria que a LCK é muito favorita, mano. Cara, tem um outro vídeo que eu tenho que upar aqui pro canal de corte. Deixa eu tentar achar ele aqui. Um outro tema legal que eu falei um dia aí. Sobre... Acho que foi esse aqui, deixa eu ver. Pode entrar no Hall da Fama sem... Esse aqui, é. Esse aqui tem que jogar lá também.
Saman hit somehow, but it looks like that's not going to be the case as there's Oblivion Orb in inventory early, as obviously Breathe with the Vamp Scepter as well as the Conqueror, as well as just the general passive as well, heals a lot, part of the kit, so making sure that that gets cut a little bit as we start this 1v1 off.
Yeah, I do very much agree with getting that early anti-heal in right here for Cream, otherwise you're just going to get taken down. I mean, if it's a tankier champion, Bramble Caps as your immediate start would make a lot of sense in this situation. I think it makes sense, but also, yeah, you do just kind of get jumped right here, and I don't know how much Breathe really minds. Even with missing that stun, that's still a huge chunk of damage already taken out of Cream.
Yeah, the Grievous wound is not going to help you too much there, and Breathe didn't even hit his stun, and still was able to do a big chunk of damage onto Cream, who has used both of his potions already. Again, we do have that empowered recall, which might help a little bit, and you know Cream will be able to poke nicely with these command dissonances and things like that. But another stun does connect. Breathe going in early, playing very aggro in this 1v1.
Yeah, once you've got that stacked up on the passive right here for Breathe, it would just deal so much damage. This is the point where it does get a little bit chiller though, because Cream can of course just, you know, take the farm, sit back a little bit, allow the game to happen. You're really going to need that level 6 for Cream to be able to get the 1v1. But still, I mean, yeah, as much as the damage is being done, the anti-heal is stopping Breathe from keeping himself in as good a spot. It just doesn't...
Tava mandando um negócio aqui. A Super N1 Legend vai surpreender, será? Eu acho... A Weibo? Ah, mano, eu acho que a Weibo não tem... Eu acho que assim, é 2-0 TES, porém... A Weibo não é um time bobo, não. Dá pra eles ganharem um jogo ou outro, né? Quem que é o jungle da Weibo hoje?
Well played here by Breathe so far.
Quem que é o jungle da Weibo?
The snowball to just try to zone Cream off of the health shard as well. He ends up stealing that one away.
Saiu, era o Weiwei, aí saiu, entrou, era o Tarzan, entrou o Weiwei ano passado. Não.
Aurelia, kind of the bane of my existence for at least a few years when it was meta.
Era o Tarzan ano passado, né?
So, part of me's getting PTSD, but part of me's
é o Tian agora, meu Deus, mano.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the sort of champion that we really don't get to see top laners pull out at the moment. That's one of the best things about the 1v1s, right, is that we actually get to see something a little bit different, a little bit more fun in terms of the champion pools. But yeah, right now, Breathe just going to keep the pressure up. Misses the snowball right here, so it's missing quite a lot of the stuns and the snowballs, unfortunately. I'm not sure how much that's going to impact in the end, because the pressure is still here, and you wouldn't exactly be able to go in for an all-in under the tower at this point, not without the fully stacked up passive. Now you can go, potentially? Ah, it's just a poke ulti. Yeah, this is rough for Cream.
There's an ulti to try to clear the wave out, and it looks like we're not even getting an empowered back at this point, so Cream taking a beating and just heading back to base anyway. Bree should be able to shove another one under tower. At this point here, Cream, I think, realizes that you will not be winning this game off of CS or the tower being taken down. Bree should probably be able to just auto this once to pick up that extra gold for the plate. Maybe even get himself 2. Wow, that's a big boon of gold.
3? I think he gets 3 here. Yeah, it's gonna be 3 full tower plates.
And the crazy thing is, Bree doesn't even have to base if he doesn't want to. I mean, I think he might just because of all the gold that he's gotten. That's 375 in the bank on top of the 10 CS lead that he's generated. But he heals up really nicely. I mean, this is gonna be very hard for Cream to win. And we talk about this matchup. We didn't set too many expectations. We talked mostly about the jungle matchup between these two teams, but I think overall most of us are favoring top esports in this best of 3. But the way the 1v1's going, Blockster, maybe not, you know?
Yeah, maybe we should be all in on the Weibo train right now. I mean, the 1v1s, it tells you a little bit, potentially, about the way it could go when you've got actual matchups, or we maybe see actual lane matchups between a top jungler. I'm not sure how much we're going to actually see this 1v1 during the... during the actual matchup. If Breathe had have landed that one, I think you just actually
Esse V1 aí, rapaziada.
You've got the ball completed for Breathe. You're in the strongest spot you're probably going to be in throughout this 1v1, and you're just going to look to fully press that one. It's really unfortunate for Cream that he's just not been able to get enough gold together to actually have that first completed item. He's got little scraps right now, but nothing to really make it stick.
And that's the bad side of starting an Oblivion Orb for the extra heal cut, right? Because that means that you don't get that full first item power spike. Instead, you're just kind of playing Garage Sale with the Lost Chapter and the Lucidity Boots on top of it. Meanwhile, Breathe has a fully completed item and a very strong first item spike on basically any bruiser top laner, but especially on Aurelia, where you can get those auto attacks off quickly. And speaking of, there it comes, that first proc of the Bork proc. Ultimate is flashed away from, and Breathe will have to follow his flash over the shockwave, but he still wins out on the health trade in the 1v1. However, now Cream is starting to do a little bit more damage in terms
of é muito quebrado, mano.
To get a little bit extra movement speed, and actually wins out on the trade.
Yeah, this is what the Oblivion Orb is doing right here.
Brief já matou ele uma vez já, né?
Trades where Cream's actually able to keep himself alive throughout the first bit and return some of the damage. All of that healing cost.
Isso é importante, né?
Not able to keep himself in a good spot. Also gets that base stopped as well. So Cream actually has turned this one around pretty effectively.
Se você destruir a torre, você ganha?
Didn't take the best back.
O que significa esse score aqui? O que é esse 1 aqui? Ele já destruiu uma torre? Não, né? Ah, é uma torre ou 2 kills, né? Até hoje não sei como é que funciona esse... Quem sabe como funciona essa parada aí?
Yeah, you've just got to leave early on. I don't know if Breathe even gets back in time for this one.
Wait, the tower might be down. Look at a chunk. He's just auto-attacking it.
Se acabar a torre, acabou. Entendi. 2 kills ou a torre? Ah, 2 kills antes do fogo ou 1 kill no fogo, né? Se na hora que chegar o fogo, se você tá 1-0, na hora que chega o fogo você morre, você perdeu.
It was just poor decision making. Didn't recognize that he was just gonna have to walk further back to get that initial recall off, and instead was like, oh, I think I could recall just behind the tower, get stopped, tries again, get stopped, and by that point you've just wasted way too much time. You have to all in. Going back to base just wasn't enough time, and yeah, the tower falls. I mean, congratulations right there to Cream for being able to pick that one up. It did not look like it was going to be a success at the very beginning of that one.
I mean, I have not watched all of the 1v1s that we've had so far in the LPL. I mean, when I do, we'll go back and watch tape. They don't normally show the 1v1s as like a big part of it, right? But I think that might be the first time I've seen a game, or I've seen one of them won by taking a tower all the way down.
Yeah.
And the fact that the tower was taken not by like a Scion with Demolish or something where that was their true win condition, it was just done by like an Orianna who had a Lost Chapter and an Oblivion Orb. Like, very interesting situation of how that ended up playing out. Top Esports choosing blue side, which has been the preferred side for basically every single team in the league, and that means that they're gonna have their first crack at a lot of these powerful picks, things like the Rumble, the Ambessa, the Nefiri, all on the table.
Yeah. I mean, that's why blue side has been so strong at the moment. There are a ton of great pickups that you can get. There's a ton of things that a lot of teams feel like they're a little bit forced into banning at the moment. The Gwen specifically has been on the ban table a lot recently. It's such a strong pickup. Like I said, the Rumble 2 can do a lot. Varus all of these champions. The thing I'm really watching for, though, is the Neferi. Do we end up seeing it here? I'd be surprised if we don't get it at some point throughout this series, but does somebody want to slam it immediately?
Most notably, you know, in that jungle matchup that we were highlighting at the start of the series, or at the start of our portion of the broadcast.
Esse uniforme verde da Weibo é muito estranho, mas é um estranho da hora. Cara, eu queria muito uma camisa da Weibo também. Eu achei esse verde muito foda também. Eu tenho uma visão que, assim, mano, quando um time lança uma parada muito diferente, eu acho da hora. Eu acho da hora. Eu gosto de comprar, tá ligado? Eu acho que vira um negócio meio, às vezes, tipo assim, meio raro depois também, sabe?
I wonder how that little mind game is going to play as we start things off in the draft.
We're already going to get a couple of these really big priority pickups banned away. The Ambessa, like we said, one of those priority pickups that we've been seeing out of Weibo. The Jace as well, just so much flexibility from that one. Rumble and the Kalista actually is going to go off the board. Now, Kalista's been interesting where it's been pretty high priority, also winning a decent amount, but it's nowhere near as strong as it was at the beginning of Split 1. Split 1, it was such a strong champion. Now it feels like it's in a little bit more of a balanced state, but with a very strong ADC over on top esports, it makes sense that they don't want to deal with that one.
Yeah, and the Bear is taken off on the other side here. Light not going to get his hands on that. We'll see what the final ban is for Weibo. A lot of powerful picks still available. The Gwen and the Neferi, notably, both up. And so Weibo actually throwing out the
Aquela da louça com símbolo holográfico. Então, pô, queria muito uma da louça também, não tenho nenhuma. Mas manda mensagem pro Terron falando até, manda uma camisa aí pra mim.
End up picking the Gwen, meaning that dog still up on the table.
It is, and do you want to give over both the Gwen and the Neferi? That's a little bit of a risky proposition to go for, and giving 369 this Gwen anyway is already a massive risk. The reason that you're able to just blind it at the moment is because it is just so much stronger than almost anything else that we've been seeing in the top lane. Weibo, they did decide that the trade was worthwhile. They are going to pick themselves up the Neferi, and now things are a little bit more open. There's still plenty of strong pickups available, but nothing so much where it's like, right, you have to take this at this point, otherwise things are just going to collapse in. Are we going to see top laners again? We are indeed. It's going to be the Gnar into Gwen matchup. Now, the Gnar can space this matchup out relatively effectively.
Top account de Gwen.
He just starts dealing so much damage around that 2-item spike that you almost can't step to it by any champion.
I was curious if we get the Kennen counter. That was something that worked out well for... actually, 4-3-6-9 against Flandre in game number 3 of the series that happened between TS and AL a couple of days ago. Looks like instead it will be the Gnar here for Breathe, another champion that he is very comfortable on throughout his entirety of his career. Responsibility for TS is going to be playing the Vi, so the roles swapped a little bit in terms of what the playstyles for these junglers were expected to be entering this series, and now this is TN's opportunity to say, I can play some of these carries too, I'm not just a Vi.
Ó, a Tess já tá de Vi.
Interesting. Top, they're going to go towards the Ahri right here. Now,
Vi, Ahri.
On the Ahri, but this is an incredibly
Gwen.
single target kind of composition right
Pô,
now.
quando o melhor time da China, o melhor time assim, o time que vence tudo da China, que é difícil falar que é o melhor, né? Como é que tu consegue falar que pode dar o Weibo aqui? Pô, pelo menos o Ryze aqui é bom, mano. Mas assim, esse tipo de abertura de comp aqui da Tess abre muito espaço de counter aqui pra Weibo, né? Então, pra mim, se eu fosse a Tess, eu baniria a Renata aqui. Eu baniria a Renata aqui 100%, tá? A Weibo banir Brown. Não entendo, eu acho que Brown seria um bom last pick aqui pra Weibo.
Jackie Love and Crisp have been hit or miss, I should say, throughout the start of the LPL season, but when they are hitting, when they are firing on all cylinders, this is one of the best bot lanes.
EZ também. EZ é um bom ban também. Mas eu acho que agora tem que banir Renata aqui. O que eu baniria aqui? Talvez Hell. Não sei se eles vão querer jogar de Hell aqui. Não, né? Hell não sei. Baniria, sei lá, Nautilus. Talvez Hell mesmo, mano. MF. Tá, estão banindo AD porque já tem um AD banido, 2 ADs banidos, 3 ADs banidos. E eles ficam primeiro aqui, né? Então eles podem... Nossa, mano. Se o Light lança uma Zaya aqui também, hein? Zaya. Ai, baniram Zaya. Ai, mano, Zaya era muito forte aqui. O que tem pra ele jogar? Vamos lá. É Z. Os dois daqui que seriam bons pra sair contra esse daqui. Estão banidos. Eu iria com alguma coisa com muito range aqui, pelo menos. Ziggs não sei, né, mano? Listar é bom. Jin? Alistar, esse combinho aqui é forte, hein? Kai'Sa podia ser bom aqui. Kai'Sa aqui é muito bom, é. Eles tinham que ter banido Kai'Sa aqui, velho. Eles banirem Brown foi muito troll, mano. Eu acho que aqui eles teriam banido Kai'Sa e MF mesmo. Seria um bom bans. Esses bans aqui eu gostei. Gostei. Pop. Tá. Pop é bom aqui, né? Pop é legal aqui. Não precisa de mais engage nos postos, porque, pô, tem isso daqui já, tá ligado? É, vai ser o Jin mesmo. Tentar jogar lá de trás, algo com range, né? É, dois times que pensam até, né, mano?
Play the map from further away. I do worry for it a little bit when there's so much dive potential, especially with something like a Vi. The Jhin can be pretty vulnerable to that.
Yeah, and then you just have the Kai'Sa who can immediately follow up on it. You have Cream who can throw a charm out onto the Jhin as well. I imagine he's taking cleanse here in this game as we have loaded up on our compositions for game number 1. I think overall, nothing super 5v5 teamfight oriented. For top esports specifically, I think it's going to be about those picks that you talked about. Kanavi and Cream roaming around the map together in the mid jungle 2v2 should have a big impact over how the first portion of this game goes.
Absolutely. Watching where you can actually find gank potentials is going to be so important right here. The Neferi is a little bit happier to sit and allow you to just do what you need to do on your lanes and then get involved a little bit later on, try to deal that damage once you get that first item spike. Whereas Kanavi, I think you've got a lot more priority on you right now. The Vi is so good on the early ganks, especially once you first hit that level 6, almost guaranteeing at least a flash out of your opponents. So I'm going to be watching Kanavi. What can he do? Because when he falls behind, this top esports team just doesn't look the same.
Yeah, and we saw that happen against Anyone's Legends in Top's first game of the regular season of Split number 2. Was able to do much better in the last 2 games, and that is what led Top Esports to being 1-0 on the season so far.
Ah, Jhin é forte, mano. Escala muito, mano. Ele quer Jack Love ou Light? Pô, Light é bem melhor, né? Tem nem comparação. Pô, é da hora, tá colando cada vez mais gente aí no YouTube, na live do YouTube, mano. Que bom que tá dando certo aí.
And so getting a win over a team like Top Esports would be a huge boon for Weibo.
It really would be. It would show everybody that, hey, the matchup that they were able to take off of BLG wasn't a fluke. They are here to play, and they are going to be one of our top teams. They really need to show up in this one. Top Esports, they just want to continue the run.
Well, so let's get into it. We got game number 1 between Top Esports and Weibo coming right up.
Where are we going to see these junglers start? Because
postar aqui que eu tô ao vivo.
Prefers to just sit back a little bit, farm up, see if you can get into a good spot. Okay.
Not a great start for Breathe.
Jumping in. I thought 369 was going to chase that one a little bit further. Instead, just gives Breathe a little bit of a tickle and then walks off. All right, fair enough.
That's the top laner respect right there. You know you don't have any crowd control, so you decide. That's a little warning shot before the game really begins. Maybe help up those damage numbers on the post-game screenshot.
Exactly. You get it.
Taking a look at the runes around, we see Light going for a more defensive option with the Fleet Footwork. Meanwhile, Jackie Love with that Lethal Tempo, meaning a more on-hit build, is likely here for the Kai'Sa. As you see right now, the power of this Gwen, even in this range versus melee matchup, level 1 is one of the strongest points actually for this champion. Because
o que tá acontecendo com o áudio? Como assim? Tem algo de errado aí com o áudio?
Absolutely, and just being able to constantly press forwards. Hang on, 369 going in again. Another.
Acho que o Chovy dia pode ir pra ter um cara. Acho que vai ser muito difícil, mano. Meu Deus, o Brief matou. Nossa, olha a Wave, o jeito que a Wave tá voltando ainda pro Brief. Ai, Brief. Ele ficou ainda pra pegar alguns minions. Demorou pra... Nossa. Brief vai dar B agora. Brief não deu B! Brief não deu B. Brief não deu B. Meu Deus, Brief! Deu B agora. Pô. Ai, mano, esse joguinho é cara de fazer cagada, hein?
He was spotted on a ward, walking in, and now the rest of Weibo could be on the hunt. Hung coming in first, and the rest of the bot lane will show up, so it does mean that Kanavi can secure the blue buff, but still net positive overall in terms of camps for Tien at the moment, once he's able to finish off all of his clears. Let's take another look at
Ó, boa pra esse game.
You can understand why.
Pô, a comp da Tese é muito boa, né? Mas tem alguns pontos ali que deixa a comp da Weibo boa pra responder essa comp da Tese, tá ligado?
So that's at least something back for 369, but that's both summoners just blown immediately, and he doesn't even get a kill for it.
Definitely questionable, because the Gwen is certainly a pick that you can abuse the damage of early on, but not when you're playing like completely unreasonably aggressive in that, like he did against Breed right there, who, you know, I understand being Mininar, like not having the hyper as well, like
Tinha dado... Ah, deve ter sido só você aí. Deu alguma coisa, problema com o áudio de alguém aí, gente? Acho que não, né? Só você falou?
Like 369 did.
Exactly, just jumping way too aggressive right there, and we'll see what that ends up meaning for the rest of this matchup, because you've now opened up the cull right here.
Ih, olha o Evo, tá, mano? Matou aqui, velho. Matou o Creme, mano.
Into the bottom side bush.
Mano.
And Tien's gonna be able to pick up a kill as well. So 2-0 for Weibo Gaming early on. Again, we thought that this could be a top esports favored matchup because, of course, they're the defending champions. But Weibo wanting to make sure that they come out with a roar to start off their group stage.
Pô, mano. E a Tess... Deve ser esse jogo ainda, não?
Any kind of dive at the moment, and in fact going to get spotted out onto this Gromp. Not potentially pushed back. I mean, you don't have any more support in the area. Tian is up on his top side of the jungle, but it just means that, again, Kanavi being tracked around this jungle right now, not being able to be proactive, not in the same way that Tian has been able to be so far. And that's exactly what you want to do as Weibo. Shut down the early game for top esports, because look at their composition. This is the sort of composition that spikes incredibly hard at that 1 to 2 item point. That's when they're really going to be wanting to be fighting. And now, if they're behind the curve, going to make it that much harder for top esports to get their feet under them with this very...
No meio desse bot, que bot? Da Tess? O bot da Weibo fica, você acha forte ali? Cara, eu acho que, pô... É porque é uma comp de hard engage ali, vai, Ari e tudo mais. Não é tão hard engage, não é como se eles tivessem também de vai... É como se eles tivessem de vai e Ambessa, tá ligado? Que é mais ainda, né? Eles têm um burst inicial ali de vai, Ari e Kai'Sa, e tem DPS na fight, né? Tem Ari, tem Kai'Sa, tem Gwen, tá ligado? É comp de tentar dar o first pick na fight e depois... né? Pô, essas vantagens aí, a do Na é mais preocupante, né? O Na pegou a batedora ainda, vai aumentar ainda mais.
See a few pings right now over on Weibo towards this Drake. Potentially that's what they want to play towards. That being said, I feel like the grubs are going to be a little bit more impactful for both of these teams, and you can see indeed bot lanes being roamed around in order to get involved.
Yeah, not a ton of inherent siege potential for either team comps, so getting that extra damage to the towers with those grubs would be rather important for both sides. Recently, Cream hitting level 6, Kanavi and Tien both do not have their ultimates, but that is going to be okay for now, as it is the Vi starting up these grubs for top.
And it looks like Tian, despite the fact that he has his bot lane in the area, are a lot more interested in just picking up these waves, a couple more camps. It was well played right here of top esports to be able to push through that top wave, make sure that there wasn't going to be any real response onto this one. And I think that picking yourself up all of these grubs is going to be so impactful right here for top esports.
Parada desse Ryze aí, mano. Assim, acho que o Ryze é bom pra jogar contra essa comp ali também, mas...
That first set of grubs picked up. Now the trade normally on the other side is a dragon for the team that does not get the grubs, but now Weibo still on this top side,
There they
and
go.
they could potentially get punished here as Tien gets hit by the ball breaker, but look, all of a sudden Kanavi is suddenly sent right
Aí,
back
mano, se o Ryze só explodido também, ele não bate muito na fight, né? Pô, o Jack Love tá... A Nafiri tá batendo muito essa fight, hein? A Gwen vindo a pé. Opa. Nossa, mano. Pô, o Creme é bom de área também, né?
And so Top Esports, they go 2 for 1 on that trade, as well as getting the grub camps.
Yeah, really well played right there, out of top. And it's just the aggression that they knew that they needed to go for. I think Hang did a really good job in that team fight of attempting to split things up. But unfortunately for him, you just get caught stepping a little bit too far forwards right there. Have a look back at this one. So this is aggression out of Top Esports, and then Hang manages to flash in, get the push back into the stun. It's really well played to try and get the extra kill onto Kanavi, but this Vi able to survive for long enough to pull the fight a little bit further forwards. And then it's this re-engage that's really nice. Cream managing to find that
Busca para Nafiri também, ela carrega.
Crisp as well to make sure that it works. It was the flash into the E to be able
carrega não, hein?
Kill. Top Esports doing well for themselves, managed to get themselves at least back into this game after what was a little bit shaky in the very early stages.
And a little bit of potentially like miscommunication almost, because Xiaohu kind of just walked straight into all of Top Esports and died, and that came right as Hung headbutted Kanavi the opposite direction, so pushing the fight away from Xiaohu and forcing Top Esports to instead collapse onto the Rise and getting a kill onto him. That was one of the big reasons why it was more of an even trade for Top Esports instead of it being Weibo really taking control after a nice engage from Hung.
And we're going to have that first item now completed, Youngtail's arrows for Jackie Love, so he's going to be in a pretty strong spot. And again, like we were saying, Top Esports, they really don't want to fall behind on this very aggressive, dive-orientated composition. It's going to be all about the picks, who you can find with either a Charm or a Vi ulti from Kanavi, and then turning it into a 4v5. I think in the straight-up 5v5s, if they're well executed, a few good ultimates out of Weibo, they're definitely going to be very
tem essa área, tem.
Top Esports, so they need to change the terms of the fight.
Cara se esfregando na parede contra a Pop. É, todo mundo ali correndo do ladinho da parede ali, a Pop só assim, ó. Calma, 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 vambora.
Advantage as well by having those 3 grubs. Although Weibo has claimed the feat of warfare as they were able to get to 3 kills.
Parece que a Weibo tá querendo focar bem nesse Drake aqui, né? Plate pra Kai'Sa sozinha, muito bom. Kai'Sa tá quase um cara na frente aqui. Olha a Gwen. A Gwen já tá ganhando matchup já, assim? Sério?
Getting very low right here, but does have
Foi
that
o Brief bobeou, né?
Tian is booking his way up towards the top side right now. 369 needs to be careful to not over-aggress here. We might find himself dying again.
Lembra aquela parada que a gente tava falando da batedora na Ashe lá? Eu acho que naquele conceito lá, você tava falando que o Jux fala que, pô, se você tem vantagem, você fica numa situação que você vai estar sempre com vantagem, né? Eu acho que aí nessa matchup, por exemplo, acho que foi certo o Nar ter feito isso, tá ligado? Porque ele já tá em vantagem e mesmo ele ter tomado uma troca ruim agora, assim, por exemplo, né, pô, ele ainda tá em muita vantagem, tá ligado? Ele mandou bem de também não ter flipado muito ali, de não ter sido muito cara de pau, porque às vezes ele podia morrer e perdia... Poderia perder uma parte boa da vantagem, né? Mas ele pode jogar meio suave até os próximos 9 de CS ali dele, tá ligado? Que ele vai ter cachado a grana toda da batedora, mano. Vai estar com muito mais vantagem, né? Vai estar com um K e pouco na frente já.
Sure, that's entirely worthwhile, but there are quite a few members of Weibo in the area. If you do want to step up and try take one of these away and stop it from just being a 3-for-3 grub trade, would be very tricky to do so. And yeah, it looks like they're just going to back off from this one. Navi happy to just take a little bit more of the camp, so it will be 3 apiece in terms of these grubs.
Not the worst thing in the world if you're a Top Esports fan, as you already got the 3. Just want to make sure you don't give away all of them. Crisp's trying to spot out Breathe. He's just able to hop over the wall. And so again, first matchup in 2025 between these two teams. The last time that we saw...
Tá se preparando pra essa build da Kai'Sa? Sim, tem que ser. A Kai'Sa tem que fazer AD aqui, mano. Ela não pode fazer AP, não. Já tem... Já tem dano AP aqui, né? AP. AP, né? Se faz triple AP, mano, aí esse cara tem que ir pra dano AD, tá ligado?
Now we get to see a real true matchup between them, and I think a point which
Se não, mano, ó, pode ter Mercury Threads aqui, aqui e aqui, né? E aqui, tá ligado? Imagina. Até o Jin também. Então todo mundo faz Mercury Threads ali, até a Caixa perde dano com isso, né? Fora que, pô, eles já não tem range ali contra... Eles já não vão... Eles não querem jogar com range, né? Então ele não tem... Ele é de boa de jogar sem o W. Ele quer jogar com Burst, né, mano? Burst e depois o DPS. Aí é de boa ele fazer AD. Nossa, ó, esse charmezinho do creme, hein? Ryze tá querendo fazer ali. Nossa. Tess tá jogando ok aqui. Pô, o Ryze ainda tá ali embaixo ali. O creme pode tentar voltar pra play agora. Agora acabou a play, não vai ter mais nada não.
In the early levels right here, so Xiaohu just going to be missing out onto that one for the upcoming Drake fight in a couple of minutes time, potentially for the Herald as well, so not ideal to miss out onto that one. Cream not even having to blow the Spirit Rush to get away in that situation.
Yeah, so actually doesn't do much here for Weibo, but they have actually been able to
Falta muito tempo pro TP da Ari.
in the hands of Breathe, who I believe just picked up a plate on the bottom side as well as all the shenanigans were happening up top lane.
Vocês segura a Gwen não. Gwen faz Mercury nesse jogo aqui. Já tá de Ghost, né? Difícil kaitar ela.
Single target abilities and focuses, right? With the Kaisa, with the Vi and the Ahri here for top, and then things even like the Jin for Weibo.
Mas a Gwen tá fraca, né? Provavelmente ele consegue lidar de boa com ela na side nesse jogo, porque a Gwen tá fraca. Ele tá de boa no jogo. Ah, ele pegou a Roger Fiennes 2 minutos antes, hein? Xiaohu tá com quantos anos? Deixa eu ver.
If, of course, they're not massively far ahead, which so far, Weibo have done a good job
keeping
top in check. Like you said, they've got themselves a small gold lead. The place where the gold lead isn't happening, though, is the bottom lane. Jackie Love got himself about 1,000 gold. The advantage is well ahead of his lane opponent right now and is in a very strong spot at the moment. Once you get that second item right here completed onto Jackie Love, I think this is the point where top esports are going to have to pull the trigger. They're going to have to go in and use this composition effectively. Otherwise, they're just not going to be in a good spot come these late game team fights.
Yeah, and while the Lethality Jin means you have a little bit more power in the early game, this champion still doesn't really come online until you get to 3 or 4 items at the most. So be a little bit until Weibo are at full strength. Meanwhile, in the bottom side, Xiaohu going to be the target as the full third proc and the needlework connects combined with the season. Go the scissors.
Ué, esse cara aí, esse TP aí.
His first kill of the game, and now a teleport.
Cara aí, perdeu o Insta Flashou o Brief, hein?
That exhausted form.
Insta Flash do Brief, mano. É, mano, a Tess... Cara, a Tess é leão de LPL, mano. Que essa Tess é leão de LPL é brincadeira, mano.
Jackie Love, just after we were talking about all of the gold advantage he had, well, that's going to help as well. And a great play right there out of top esports, showing us why they're still considered one of the top dogs that we've got at the moment in the LPL. But the pace just going to continue right here. Weibo straight over onto this Drake for themselves. With all of the pressure top esports have in the top side of the map at the moment, it's going to be pretty easy
mano, a
to
Tess,
this one up.
Tess na LPL.
This tower right now, but I don't know that you want to try
Né? Eita, se o Xiaohu morrer aqui, vocês... Pra cá, essa T2 de qualquer jeito, não tem TP do... Nossa, velho. Isso foi huge, hein? Isso foi huge, tá? Isso foi huge, velho. Eles não vão conseguir levar a T2, porque o Xiaohu tinha limpado a wave antes, porém, perderam muito CS, velho. Xiaohu perdeu CS, né?
It's not a massive advantage right here for top esports, but it is something. Straight onto the Herald they go, with top lane cracked open, bot lane very weak at the moment. You'd have to imagine that this Herald is going to be destined for the mid lane. We'll have a look back at this one. The initial needleworks did miss out of 369, but this is why you pick up the Vi. The Vault Breaker, just to get you close enough to be able to ulti straight in onto Xiaohu, and it's very easy for them to be able to pick up that kill. More than enough damage between the Gwen and the Vi combo.
Hold on. I think Kanavi just stole away the Rift Herald, but wasn't able to pick up the eye. So just a denial here, I think, right now for top, unless they try to go for it at this last moment. Kanavi dashing forward, looking for potentially that Vault Breaker, or sorry, the Cease and Desist onto TN, but not going to find it. Breathe is Meganar, though. and so that means the top esports have to back away without picking up the Eye of the Herald, meaning that it will go unclaimed here in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good denial right there to be able to just stop it from going over. Get yourself a little bit back. Weibo, though, going to be able to get themselves up this top lane tier 1.
Só tá caindo torre aí, mano. Esse gold aí, Tess. Tá matando os caras e o gold... Gold é deles ainda? A vantagem tá aqui, né, velho? Mas ali, ó, tá meio... Tá aí, vem o game, né? Mano, eu acho que é Tess. Acho que esse jogo é da Tess, velho. Quem tá de fora agora, a paçoca tá ruim já. Peguei uma paçoquinha boa. Foi farelo. Encontrei uma paçoca legal, tá ligado? Paçoca inteira, assim.
Who again has to be a big player on this team in terms of carry threat, specifically due to the way this composition has been set up.
Praticamente duas paçocas, tá ligado?
And Jin are his 2 backline carries, and so if Tien's able to dish out a lot of damage as well as providing some space for these more arterial.
Eu acho que, pô, se o Jack Love não for um safado, é pra ele ganhar esse jogo aqui, né? Xiaohu vai mostrar que é o rei da China.
To make the game work. Neferi not quite that champion. It can still be pretty aggressive in the early game, but you're much more looking to get yourself into these mid to late game team fights where you can weave in and out and really use the absolutely ridiculous eviscerate E to be able to stop yourself from dying. Just go untargetable randomly. Why not?
Yeah, well, it's very, very powerful, the changes that have been made for the kit. Especially, you know, with that invulnerability, that could work well with against something like the Vi, who has that single target, you know, point and click ultimate ability that she can just press, right? Rest of Weibo, looking at Xiaohu specifically right now, getting close to the full stacks of both the Seraphs and the Rod of Ages. Gonna be a big spike for him because right now, at least in the first 19 minutes of this game, he has not had a good one.
No, it's been a little bit slow
É isso mesmo, mano.
Able to get himself into the position you would really have wanted to. Big pressure right here out of Weibo. They're going to be starting up onto this red buff. Kanavi and Crisp are in the area, but they need to be careful that they don't get fully collapsed upon. And everybody just going to have to turn tail and run right now. Weibo, they own this jungle. Also getting decent damage onto this bottom lane tier 2 tower. We've got less than a minute until the next Drake is going to spawn. With all of this pressure that Weibo have in this bottom quadrant of the map.
Vamos ver, velho, esse Drake aí. Tian podia se matar, podia, mano. Tian podia jogar mal aí, ser só seu Tian, né? Pô, a torre do bot tá quase caindo, velho. É um pushzinho ali com um pouquinho de vantagem, ele vai, né?
Secretly very solid on this Poppy throughout the season. He's had a couple of really big ultimates and really big plays on it throughout 2025, and not necessarily the support pick that always screams out as being like super powerful, but when it's in the right hands, it can certainly be strong.
It could do ridiculous amounts of damage, be so unbelievably tanky.
Ó, tem um vlog da Genji contra T1, hein? Vamos assistir depois do intervalo?
You can just fully reposition people on a team fight, make it so you get yourself favorable numbers at the beginning. In a composition like this, where you're looking to assassinate one person, if you can land that ulti onto 2-3 people, push them away, and then assassinate the remaining member, then that's a great way for these team fights to go for top esports, something that Crisp is definitely going to be looking for. For right now, though, the teams, they are posturing around this Drake, beginning to try to get themselves that mid lane priority and set themselves up for this one. In fact, TP going to be...
O Ryze tá ali embaixo junto com o...
We are going to get Xiaohu around here, and it is going to be Weibo starting this one up first.
Yeah, they actually have chunked it down about half HP already. However, 369 has a nice flank. Should be
Vamos tentar pegar a Gwen aqui.
Have to face check this brush, and Xiaohu is there to at least make it a 1v2 in favor of Weibo for now.
Mano.
Over the wall, gets spotted out by that ward. Here comes
O Alistar entrou, a Pop não conseguiu ultar em ninguém. Nossa, Jack Love ultou bem, mano.
And now all of Weibo's engage is just gone. Dragon at 2000 HP. It looks like Weibo will be able to secure it with the curtain call. His breathe, force the flash out of Kanavi with the Meganar jump.
Meu Deus, a Vai não tô ainda, tá? Tem um da Vai ainda, pô. Cara, pô. Ah, o Weibo é pior, né, velho? É só isso mesmo. O Kanavi segurou o ult dele. O Kanavi não ultou na fight, mano. Tem ideia disso? Uma das paradas principais aí da comp da... Ah, eles estão indo pro Takan.
don't know what the decision making
Não, a
was
Tese é
there.
melhor.
Flying in
Bom que eu
for
sabia disso, né?
like almost no reason, and Top Esports, they are not done. They want to pick themselves up the Atakan on the back end of this.
Xiao se matou, se matou.
They should be able
É o
to,
Xiao
right?
ruim,
5
né, mano?
seconds on Xiaohu respawning. He does have the teleport available. Hung gets hit up by a charm, but remember, no unbreakable will. Crisp on a flank.
Ó o Tian, onde o Tian tá. Nossa, quase que o Tian. Cadê o Kanavi? Ulta nele, Kanavi. Ultou agora. Nossa. Ó, o Jack Love vai matar todo mundo aqui, pô, não? Ó, o Brief. O ult do Jack Love tá voltando já já, ou não? Não volta, não. Real? Live gravada? Por quê?
Been expecting from a player like Xiaohu, who's not had himself the best 2025 so far. He could make up for it though. Remember, Revive's still here for top. They want to go for this engage, try to prevent this mid-tier one from going down. Chris with a really nice steadfast keeper's verdict.
Voltamos.
Away, but he will be able to open up the curtain call. Crisp should probably get.
Por que a Tess tá morrendo, velho?
But actually, he's able to get away here with the W. Extra
Tem um atacando, né? Ah, a Gwen tá puxando lá. A Gwen vai levar Tier 2. T2. Voltamos.
Yeah, with just 3 grubs, you can see how quickly 369 is able to melt through these towers. Actually, teleport right here in the back end of a flank is going to be spotted right here. Breathe goes to engage with here in the back end of a flank. Is going to be spotted right here. Breathe goes to engage with him.
Meu Deus, olha o Kanavi onde ele tá. Ele tem a... Meu Deus, o Jack Love tá matando todo mundo. Meu Deus do céu. Meu Deus do céu. Ai. Eu avisei.
Incredibly close, but only 3 kills for Weibo right now. 2 of them sat on Tian.
Deixa eu postar lá no Telegram avisando aí que a live caiu, mas voltamos.
What a mess of a team fight right there, but the overall advantage is Top Esports. They get so much from this one. On the replay, we'll be able to break down a little bit more of what ends up happening, because if you watch a different member, there's something happening for everyone. 369 is in a 1v1 in the top side under tower. It's a great ulti originally as well, with the keeper's verdict, like you said. But in this main mess of fighting, Jackie Love, we highlighted how he had a big advantage for himself early on. Well, 3 items completed on this Kai'Sa.
Ai, tudo nosso, nada deles.
I mean, yeah, Jackie Love did a lot there. And remember, this was a 3v5 because, or 4v5 in a way, before Kanavi went down, and then Crisp was in the revive, so he was back in base when that fight started. And Top Esports were able to win anyway, and a big part of that goes towards 369 as well. Blocking out Breathe from the entirety of the fight by just fighting him underneath the tower. He's going to try to do that again.
O Kanavi nem ultou na fight do Drake, mano. Aquela fight, isso aí foi engraçado demais. Nossa, 369 já tá curando ali já.
There comes the cease to desist. It lands on the Xiaohu, who is going to fall again. 369,
Baron.
999 in this game.
999. Calma aí que ele foi solado level 1, né?
This is the thing with giving over the Gwen early on. Yes, you get that initial solo kill as Breathe, which was really nice. But the reason this champion is so strong, the reason teams are more than happy to be won it, is because
Gwen solada level 1. 5 minutos depois.
You just shred through tanks so incredibly effectively, and she's got so much
20 minutos depois.
That hallowed mist as well. Hang is pretty
talented desse tamanho aí.
The game, but not for a champion like Gwen. And once you lose those initial tanks in these team fights, there's nothing that Weibo can do. They're going to be able to pick themselves up a consolation prize of this Drake that is going to put them on soul point at least, but it is still very little in their favor.
Eita, Creme. Creme tem flash não, ele morre, hein? Ele tem zônias. Nossa, que... Nossa, meu Deus do céu. Meu Deus do céu, o Creme tá vivo, hein? Ó o chave do Creme no Xiaohu agora. Ó, o Qzinho pra trás. O Qzinho pra trás chegou o boss. Chegou a Gwen. Toma. GG pelo bot? Acabou? A Super Tess voltou? É a Super Tess? É a Super Tess ou não é a Super Tess? É a Super Tess ou não é? Nossa, foi bonito essa virada ali, tá?
They're going to be able to push forwards a little bit. Actually, they don't want to fully go for this one. Tian would be back up. Breathe would be back up. I can understand backing off a little bit.
Pô, não consegui clipar direito, deixa eu clipar. Foi bonito isso aí.
Well, the Nexus isn't down, but the game essentially over at this point. It's an 11,000 gold lead at 27 minutes here for Top Esports. The one win condition is that soul point, but Blockster, I don't think we're going to get there as we take another look at this fight.
The fact that Cream survived so long in this one is crazy. The Golden is very nice, then is able to finally get the ultimate off. He's able to survive pretty much through the entirety of this one.
Tez ou não é? Nossa, foi bonito essa virada ali, tá?
In a second. This nearly ruins things for Top Esports. Chris bounces himself forwards and Jackie Love nowhere to be seen.
Super Tez, rapaziada. Simplesmente Super Tez.
But then 369 has arrived, and the slows that you get, Crisp able to chase this one down as well. The kills just falling right here. Like you said, 5 more minutes feels like a bit of an impossibility in this game. Top Esports, they're playing with caution. You know, they didn't want to over-push for the end, but still, they're in such a strong position.
You know, even if we get there, even if Weibo get the soul, actually, like, doesn't even matter at this point. Light doesn't have enough damage in his kit at all right now. A rapid fire second item picked up for the Jhin is just not gonna cut it when you're down over 10,000 gold. Might be a little bit too late before that Infinity Edge finally comes in as Jackie Love gets to play so aggressive now. 4 completed items, including that Guardian Angel, meaning that even if he does get targeted, the rest of his team should be able to back
É o leão de LPL, mano.
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
Hung. He tried to headbutt back. He
Meu
actually
Deus.
just gets canceled here by Crisp.
Canavi chegou. Boss chegou. Cara, o Canavi ele é muito cleanzinho, velho. Maioria dos junglers ia ter ultado ali, tá? Maioria dos junglers, sabendo que tá com essa vantagem, etc., ia ter ultado ali no Ryze. Não iam matar. E ele ia acabar se matando. Ó, aguentem ult aqui ainda, tá? É. Pô, aguentem ult, mano. Vocês não vão matá-la assim, não. Aí, ó. Agora o Canavi ulta, vai. Ulta aí, Canavi. Ulta em alguém aí. Ulta no light, boa. Nossa, que atropelo, meu amigo. Será? Acho que esse pai é o meta pra hoje, né? Só ficar relaxado o resto do dia. Tem 0 chance de eu ver leque hoje, tá? Já vou avisando a galera. Tem 0 chances de eu ver um jogo da leque hoje, velho. Pra não estragar meu dia, mano.
And man, I mean, the start of the game went well for Weibo, right? You think about the first couple of
já aviso, ó, já aviso. Tem 0 chances de eu assistir leque hoje.
Come out with an early blow to Top Esports, the defending LPL Split 1 champions. Remember, the last time these two teams faced off, it was a 3-2 win for Weibo in the summer LPL finals. But it doesn't look like that's where these two
0 chance. Tem 0 chance de eu abrir o monitor naquela porra de leque hoje, mano.
A very rough go of things in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing quite a lot of the rises recently, and there's a real distinction between the good rises and the bad rises, and it's those realm warps. How proactive are you really able to be with them? How much can you get done? Yeah, it really wasn't a lot that really felt like it was working out for them in that game, which is really unfortunate because when the Rise are looking great, when you are fully able to make this one work, it's gorgeous. It's so nice to watch. Unfortunately, that just was not the case. And Weibo, they had the better teamfight-orientated composition, but at the point at which the teamfights actually started happening, Top Esports had...
Ai. Não, aquela Fnatic, nossa, nem fala, cara. Meu Deus, mano. Depois a Fnatic depois jogando igual uns monstros contra a Carmine.
And by the time we started to see some iterations of Weibo playing out their composition well, using
nem sei como a gente ganhou dinheiro no Rogue aquele dia,
at that point. We saw a couple of those instances at the very end of the game, whether it was Cream getting targeted around the Dragon Pit, or the final last-ditch effort by Weibo in the mid lane that ended up costing them the game. The thought process was there, but at the end of the day, their team composition just did not stack up, especially when they fell so far behind early on.
Yeah, and it was just the fact that it looked so good at the end. Maybe Weibo were doing it.
Tá devolvendo tudo que a Fnatic. Nossa, mano.
It was great, but it didn't slow 3-6 down in the least. He was still incredibly...
Oh, vou no banheiro e voltar pra assistir o negócio da Genji, tá? Já volto aí.
Interesting to see just how much once we get the damage graphs up, because it just felt like Top Esports, they were able to run this game pretty much from the start to the end, And a big part of that, I'd say, is exactly who we were highlighting at the beginning of the game, Kanavi. We needed him to be on form, we needed him to be proactive, and boy was he on this buy.
Yeah, you know, I think early on, it was Tien who had the better go of things. He got that early invade off, he got an early kill, but once we got into those like mid-game team fights around the Grubs, around the Dragons, it was Kanavi who had really high impact and had one important goal, which was to use the Vi ultimate, to use that cease and desist onto a key target and have the rest of his team follow up on it, and he did that job. A+ to him in terms of how he was able to accomplish that goal specifically.
And it was really nice to see him be able to play this Vi, something that Tian's been playing so much recently, and really be able to use it so effectively, show, hey, I can play all of the different styles right now. Only able to see the damage graphs just quickly, but we can watch back through a little bit of the highlights and everything. I mean, the way that these team fights were played out, like you said, the ideas were there in a lot of situations out of Weibo, but it was just so messy, and it really felt like the composition TES had for themselves loved a messy team fight.
Yeah, I'm starting to think about like MVP for this first game, if you are a fan of top esports. A lot of different options you could go, but I'm kind of inclined to pick Crisp in this series, in this game. I know he's had big ups and downs like throughout the year so far on top esports, but on this Poppy pick specifically, he's looked really good overall.
The Poppy was great from him, and it was just so proactive, had a couple of really nice ultis to be able to reposition people in fights, was constantly following up on the aggression. The steadfast presence was just useful in general throughout. I'm not sure that I'd give it to Crisp in this one. I think there's even higher highs that we can see from him, and I feel like the Poppy doesn't necessarily lend itself to like the full flashy plays that maybe we can get from him. Part of me wants to give it to JackeyLove just for the deathless performance that was incredibly proactive. At the same time, though, after the initial 5 minutes, Kanavi looked so good. I mean, it felt like almost everybody right here on Top Esports had great performances in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, happens when you win the game by 20 kills in under 30 minutes, right? It's just, everybody looks good at the end as we see a couple of these fights that maybe Weibo had an opportunity in. Again, I think Cream misplaying this pretty badly by just getting caught out, but when you're this far ahead, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. It's almost a bait in this situation to be able to pull everyone on in and make sure that they're able to overextend themselves basically as Weibo. And the second that they did that, the second especially the 369 arrives, well, there's very little that you can do in this game. For Weibo, obviously back to the drawing board. Now, it is hard fearless, these drafts, so they're not going to be able to run back the same kind of composition, but I would like something relatively similar. I think that a heavily teamfight orientated composition can work for Weibo. I think that's where their compositions have been looking best for them. But this one specifically, it just wasn't quite it. Especially, right, Tian. He looked really good on the Neferi, but we've been talking a lot, right, about how it isn't necessarily his kind of champion. I wonder if maybe he can find himself the Xin Zhao in the next game and really be able to run the map more effectively.
Yeah, I mean, after the first 5 minutes, did he really look good on the Neferi, though? I mean, I guess it goes
for the first 5.
Yeah, it has a little bit to do with how the rest of the team played as well. I need to see more out of Zhao Hu. I mean, we hit on it as soon as we got out of game. This is one of the greatest players in LPL history right now, and he hasn't had the best early showing in Split 1 on Weibo, and then now going into this Split number 2 as we kick off the regular season. You're going to have to be on your A game. Think about all the really really great mid laners that we have in the LPL. You're going to have to play against all of them twice throughout this regular season. Hopefully he's able to show a little bit more. JackeyLove wins your MVP, Blockster, as you're hoping for, and it is well-deserved. He played great on his Kai'Sa pick.
Absolutely. Whenever you get a deathless ADC game, it's always a question of, right, were you proactive? Well, yes. There were constant times in this game where JackeyLove went flying into the backline with the ult. He was flashing forwards a lot of the time as well. It was really effectively played out of JackeyLove. And that's the sort of performance I really want to see more from him. The rest of the team feels like they've been the top-end carries for TES right here. JackeyLove, he's not been bad so far, but I think he could be so good if he really gets to be aggressive on these nice picks.
Yeah, looked pretty good on that one as he did walk away with our player of the game. Game number 2 between Top Esports and Weibo is coming up in just a little bit. We'll see if Weibo can bounce back after we return from this short break.
tô falando mutado. Não vai dar tempo de ver o coisinha da Jinja agora, não. Acabei recebendo um chamado da natureza, gente. Se for ter jogo 3, eu tento ver ali, se não, né? Ah, acho que eu entendo o que você tá falando, assim, mas é porque o pessoal lá foca mais realmente em uma parada mais de entretenimento mesmo, assim.
Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we have Game 2 between Top Esports and Weibo Gaming coming your way. Top taking the first game in under 30 minutes. It was a very dominant game from them, you know, not from start to finish, but from almost after the start, all the way to the finish blocks there.
Yeah, unfortunate solo kill topside. 369 does fall, but from that point on, it felt like they were really in control. The first time we actually got to see the team skirmish up around the grubs, it was from that moment on the Top Esports were just really in control of this one. They were just fighting a lot better with their very aggressive dive pick-based composition. There's lots to change, I think, for Weibo. Someone we were both having a look at and thinking, just didn't quite get to see enough from
Rikesh, tô rindo.
the Rise pickup. It just did not work.
Did not.
Eu falei um pouquinho do negócio do Absolute ali, vou soltar um corte no canal hoje, um canal de cortes. Quem ainda não tá seguindo o canal de cortes, rapaziada, segue lá, ó. Voltando a postar lá quase todo dia já.
This split on Weibo not been great for Xiaohu. You think about what other picks maybe Weibo could try to turn to. You know, his Aurora has been pretty strong this season. He played a game with a Lucian earlier on in split 1. It didn't work out the best, I don't believe, but there are maybe some options here, but it even seems like now Xiaohu could be a player that could get targeted here in terms of the champion pools as we head into game 2 of this Fearless draft.
Absolutely, he didn't play a particularly wide range of pickups for himself either. You mentioned
Cara, LPL hoje acabou muito, tá demorando muito, né? Esses MD3. Cara, gol.gg tem isso. Em breve no Mais Esporte vocês vão ter isso tudo também, hein? Mas, ó, Tournaments, LPL. Aí tem aqui, ó, 60% pro Blue Side. First Tower 53-46. Absol postar foto. Porque o Kevin Durant, ele saiu de um time e foi pra outro e deu polêmica, é isso? Eu vi a galera postando do Figo, né? Quando o Figo saiu do Barcelona e foi pro Real Madrid.
And all of a sudden, you look at Weibo's resume throughout the year so far in 2025, and it's not what you might expect given the caliber of a team like this, right? They dropped the game to Ultra Prime in Split 1. They lost to JDG in 5 games in Split 1, and then they lost to BLG 3-1 in the playoffs. You know, the team that they always are somehow able to beat, right? In the international competitions and things like that. So outside of the teams that they are expected to win against in a best of series, Weibo really haven't done all that much.
Cara, eu preciso de um fisioterapeuta ver algumas paradas, tá? Tô tendo umas dores aqui na minha mão meio estranha, velho.
Just the best of one, though.
Exactly. We're really looking for that next level from them. Maybe they'll be able to unlock it.
Vai rolar um W7M Aegis, é brincadeira. Será? Do segundo split? Ele não iria nem fudendo, mano. Eu acho que o Aegis não toparia nunca, mano.
Fury now no longer available, or the Vi, who has also been a very high.
Ai, Varus, Yone, Kalista banidos, Aurora, Ambessa. Falta o que? O Skarner, que não foi picado? Talvez Skarner ou Rumble. Rumble, muito forte também. Ou deixa os dois open, foda-se, né? Vê aí. Que o Weibo acha mais importante. Banir o Rumble. É, se quer banir um dos dois, se não quer flipar, né? Eu acho o Rumble muito mais forte que o Skarner. Eu acho que é de boa deixar o Skarner open aqui. Eles pegam o Skarner, você consegue jogar de Ivern contra. Maokai joga de boa também contra. Mas o Ivern é counterzaço, né? Meu Deus, mano. First pick Sion, que porra é essa? Que porra é essa, mano? É porque não tem Gwen nem Nar, né? Então ele acha que Sion tem muito valor aqui. Quais campeões counteraram? Mas a primeira coisa que eu pensei foi Vayne top, tá? Foi a primeira coisa que eu pensei também. MF pro Jack Love. E eu acho que aqui tem que vir Ivern. Só como ele foi de MF, não sei se ele vai vir de Ivern. Se esse time... Mano, se essa tese aí fosse mais esperta, mano... Aqui era Tristana. Tristana. E aqui era... Sei lá, não era The Carry ainda, tá ligado? Era um top laner já. Era, sei lá... Renekton, foda-se. Jax, sei lá. Jax vai apanhar pro Sion, né?
And I mean, honestly, almost anything could look better than the Ryze did in that game #1. And Light is going to pick himself up the Ezreal right here. So these teams kind of swapping around a little bit in terms of the way that they're wanting to play. What Top Esports round things out with
Jace também.
Highlighting one of those top priority champions, very strong at the moment, could be moved around as well if they didn't already have themselves something into the mid lane. Ooh, do you just want to take this here? I mean, it works so well with the Wombo Combo composition.
This was the one champion that Kanavi was not able to do too much on in the first series that they played in the regular season. I will also say that Jace is not a great matchup into the Sion. Sion can soak up a lot of that damage and actually have some kill threat at certain points at certain item spikes as well. So that's kind of the mind games that Weibo play by B1ing this Sion. The one other powerful top lane pick, the Jace, not a great matchup as we head into the second phase of bans. That Jin's out, taken off the board, which means that Tian's going to have to play something a little bit different once more.
Yeah, no Vi, no Jin Zhao. Let's see what he decides to go towards right here. With the composition that you've got for yourself at the moment, I think you could probably go towards something like the Sejuani, just kind of chill out a little bit, maybe in the jungle, try for those early ganks, be a good presence.
Mas o Creme é mono Azir, ele tem esse drift. Nossa, tinha o Skarner ainda, né? Eu falando de draft de Ivern como se os caras tivessem o Skarner já, eu tô viajando. Não tá bem de pegar o Skarner aqui, mano. Pô, banido o Shinzal e Nautilus. Eu teria banido o eles não vão jogar de Ivern, né? Mano. Esse banco nada a ver. Tem mais coisas assim também que envolve o jogo aí, né? Que às vezes o time, pô, sabe que o cara é muito bom com o campeão, não quer jogar contra aquele campeão. Acredita que o cara sem aquele campeão X ele é muito ruim, então, pô, vamos banir, foda-se. A Loud banir a Kali do Jamago. Foi a Kali que não, Irelia, foi bizarro, né? Pô, pelo amor de Deus, o boneco nem é boneco, né?
Really rounds things out right here. Again, it very much isn't a shock what Top Esports are going to want to do with this composition. They want a team fight, they want to get those big wombos off, and Crisp had such an impressive performance in the previous game on the Poppy that I would be happy to give him a lot of priority right here on this Rel, get him as that initial bit of engage that everybody else can then follow up with. Weibo, they still need themselves their support and their jungler, most likely, unless we're getting something really weird happening right here. The Leona, very strong at the moment, a little bit more single target in terms of its full lockdown, but you can obviously get that ulti off to really disrupt the plans of top esports in and amongst these team fights. Works very well alongside the Scion as well. So what for the jungle? What do we get Tian play? We have no clue what he likes in this current split at the moment, and he's going to go towards the Lilia. It's very different to the playstyle we've expected from him.
Ele é tipo, tomei um CC, morri. É, não, pô, Irelia, mano, pelo amor de Deus. Ih, Yorick. Gostaria de ver esse Yorick aí, hein? Yorick tá bufadaço, tá? O Buipo jogou ontem. Não, o Elk é insano, Gabs. Pelo amor de Deus, olha o que o Elk fez ontem no jogo, né? Lilia era bom. Pô, como é que os caras embanem Shinzal aqui, mas... E coisa, aqui era Lilia e Ivory, né? Só que os caras não vão jogar, mas aqui era Lilia. Lilia, Ivern. Se eles banem isso, mano, pelo amor de Deus. Deixa o cara jogar aí de Shinzal, deixa o Tian jogar de Shinzal.
Something with a little bit more range, a little bit more poke to be able to get you into these team fights. Stop Weibo Gaming from being able to just walk up in every single situation.
A Lilia é boa aqui contra o Scar, né? Mas... não sei se a Lilia é tão boa contra o resto, tá? Obriga MF aí de cleans, né? Hell não faz cadinho, isso é bom também contra a Lilia, né? Em Hell também, né? A Lilia é boa contra a Hell e contra o Skarner ali. Cara, um jungle que eu achei bom contra a Lilia, que alguém picou esses dias aí, foi Pantheon. Foi ontem, né, que alguém picou Pantheon contra a Lilia. Gostei. Foi EG, né? Perderam.
This time around, you're waiting for those big team fight ultimates, you're waiting for the big wombo combo moment, as you say. Whereas for Weibo, a little bit all over the place here. The Lilia really throws a wrench in things for me here.
O Light é bom de AZ, né? É. Lilia e Sion, meu Deus, agora que eu reparei. Lilia e Sion. Os primos estão vivos. Combo Lilia, Sion na LPL. Gravitar a Edge. Será que algum deles... Eu vou marcar os dois. Será que eles vão se... Será que eles vão ficar puto comigo? Não vou marcar os dois não. Vou só deixar os primos estão vivos. Combo Lilian e Sion na LPL. É foda quando marca. Teve uma vez que eu fiz piadinha com... Eu fiz uma piada assim, pô, suave. Às vezes o jogador não fica puto comigo, tá ligado? Eu fazer uma piada e tal. E marquei. O foda é que quando você faz uma piada e marca, vem um monte de gente xingar o cara, tá ligado? Tem gente que, pô, entende que é uma piada. Vai ter gente ali que queria ficar nos comentários assim, kkk, esse Ares é um merda mesmo, não sei o que. Vai ter uma galera falando assim, tá ligado? Esse cara tem que aposentar logo, só afunda, tá ligado? Vai ter um monte de gente assim, e aí, pô, aí às vezes o cara não aguenta abrir o Twitter dele vendo a galera xingando ele do nada, marcado, com ele marcado. E aí o cara, às vezes, sei lá, pode ficar puto comigo, né? Então, tem que entender muito bem quando você marca e quando você não marca, né? Tô bem, JJ. E aí? Você? Tentou ontem, né? Na real, de Pantheon, o jogo do JJ ontem foi surreal de ruim, né? O cara só se matava, né? Tu acha de Zack top? Depende do jogo. Um jogo que você vê que você precisa de um... Nossa, o Jack Love só morreu aqui, hein? Meu Deus, o Tian morreu. A real tá fidada, rapaziada. Mas, pô, kill pro EZ, né? Foi bem melhor pra Weibo. Bem melhor pra Weibo, né, gente? Isso daqui, ó. Pô, gold pro EZ e gold pra caralho pra real? Foda-se, gold pro EZ, né? Seu EZ vai ganhar 300 de gold. Mas a real deles ganha 1k. Você topa? Topo na hora. Seu EZ vai ganhar 1k de gold e a real vai ganhar 2k e meio. Você topa? Eu topo. Talvez 2k e meio é muita coisa. 1k e meio a mais é muita coisa, né?
Lilia to be re-engaging onto the rail after already getting that first kill. It should be immediately back clicking away from the tower after.
Não, mas não é 2k, que o seu EZ tá ganhando 1. É 1k e meio a mais. Se fosse o LS, ele não topava, ele é fã de Gold no esporte. É porque assim, não, 2k e meio agora. Vamos supor que o EZ rola uma fight maluca, o EZ pega 1k e a Hell, só a Hell, ninguém mais pegou. O resto da vantagem fica meio que dividida, fica igual. O EZ abriu 1k de vantagem, a Hell abriu 2k e meio. A parada é, às vezes a Hell vai ficar tanque pra caralho, ela só vai dar passo pra frente e andar igual um maluco e eles fazem o que quer no mapa, né? Porque, pô, tem uma Hell, sei lá, tem uma Hell com item fechado aos 8 minutos de jogo, tá ligado? Olha o Crisp onde tá ali, ó. Crisp, você não... Foi só 600 de gold, Crisp, não foi 2k e meio, ele me escutou, achou que era 2k e meio. Não, Crisp. Narutinho, por enquanto não. Talvez próximo split e tal, vamos ver.
Unfortunate, just going to give that kill over, and that's going to make JackeyLove a little bit less comfortable in this lane. Just going to delay things a little bit. So, Weibo, they are showing that they can fight their way back. Again, their early games have not been the issue. It's been their later game team fighting and really decision-making around objectives that's been hurting Weibo. Not too bad during the early stage. We're going to have the grubs.
Olha o gold no sup, é. No final o Crisp só cagou e falou, gold no sup é uma merda, muda nada. Cara, o Weibo vai ganhar essa porra, será?
With a pushing top laner is going to be able to come in and collapse upon this objective and should be able to pick it up with that smite. So that's the trade-off.
O Jay está abrindo vantagem ali também, né? Pouca. Foi que o Nathalie agora. O Crisp tá, mas a bagaça tá no bolso. Tá gostoso.
The fastest. That's the point of the champion, is being able to just speed through your clears, get that level 6 burst, and then start being useful on the map. To fall this far behind early, to be down as much as Tian is at the moment, just really not ideal. And it really does suck, you know, versus that former team, all of that narrative that we were talking about earlier.
Pô, mano, será que a comp da Weibo tá melhor mesmo? A Lilia, eu gosto dela aqui nesse jogo.
Weibo's gonna find their jungler. Tian's gonna be down like 4 camps at 6 minutes. I would normally think like, oh, that's fine. He's probably playing like Sejuani or you know, Lee Sin maybe.
Eu gosto do Azir nesse jogo, gosto do Jace nesse jogo também. É a Tese e a Bilibili ainda, né, cara? Porque a Tese ganhou aquele primeiro split, mas pro grande público ainda a Bilibili ainda é o melhor time, tá ligado? E a Bilibili só não tava bem naquele primeiro split mesmo. Então, acredito que talvez a da Weibo esteja melhor, mas a parada é... Será que a Weibo não vai ser só pior de novo, mano? Será que a Weibo não vai ser ruim de novo? Olha lá, o Canavi tentou. Mano, olha como o Canavi é ardiloso. Ele é esperto, mano. Ele foi na cara de pau tentar pegar esses grubs, que obviamente a Lilia ia estar e a bot lane também. Os caras estão mais fortes agora. Ele chegou, conseguiu pegar um e vazou, mano. Tipo assim, ele foi na cara de pau, viu o que dava, foi no verde e pegou um. Pô, não foi ruim, tá ligado? Foi bom. Porque se nos próximos grubs ali eles forem melhores, eles fatarem melhores, vão estar com ultimate, etc. Cara, eles pegam 4 ainda, tá ligado? Ou se eles chegarem antes, conseguirem uma vantagem aí no mapa, fazer uma rotação melhor, às vezes já consegue, não toma 4 grubs. Não toma 4, 5 grubs, etc. O Jace tá forte aqui, né? Tian tá 5 ainda, mano. Pô, que é esse Tian? Tian achou que tava 6? O Jace não tem flash, mano. Ele vira ranged agora? Vira. E mata. Mas faltou um hit. Faltou um hit. Nossa, brutal. Tian pegou um speed, só vazou. Nossa, se o Jace mata ali, Pô, mas tomaram o Drake por causa disso, será? Mas os caras vão pegar duas Lava e Drake, ia ser estranho também. Ai, cara, não sei, tá, gente?
For every good play that Weibo are able to do, it feels like Top Esports always have a response.
I thought, not gonna lie, I thought Tien was a little crazy going for this one. Breathe didn't have his ulti up just yet, and taking a lot of damage, but it looks like the peel.
Eu acho que
That's gonna be a big kill for Tien.
ele tinha que ter dado o... Ele deu o E no Sion, não, né? Se ele não toma o Q do Sion, dando o E no Sion, pra não continuar com o slow, talvez ele matava a Lilia, né? Ia conseguir irritar mais vezes ela.
Hopefully he's going to be able to pull it back as he did in the previous game. As we take a stock of where these teams are at the moment, the gold very even at 9 minutes into this game. The grubs also going even as well. So really these teams have not been able to distinguish themselves from each other early on.
Yeah, you know, slight leads for Light, and now Tien actually ahead in gold because he has that kill. Kanavi, despite the good farm that he's been able to get, hasn't done too much in terms of kills as he just has unlocked that Impale.
Ai, deixa eu soltar no Instagram aqui aquele rios lá do Keria. Pera aí, rapidinho. Não vou esquecer. Vou soltar hoje.
Yeah, good chunk of damage right there onto Light. Potentially looking for the dive because Kanavi was in the area, but it is always risky to try to do with a Leona in the lane. Makes the tower damage that much more. Gonna go for it instead. Kanavi gonna go and continue the bullying. Wants to try steal away just a little bit more from Tien. Isn't able to grab the big chicken, but is able to grab all the little drumlets right there. Gonna be happy to just keep this pressure up and has continued to keep himself ahead in terms of the farm. Is now behind a little bit in terms of gold just because of those kills and assists that Tien was able to get involved in.
Vocês estão falando do quê? Da Lilia? Sim, a Lilia sempre fica na frente de Skarner. Normal. Lilia é counter de Skarner, né?
And taking stock of where Xiaohu's at in this game right now, down a little bit in farm, but has the kill first off, and he's going to have to be impactful in this game, especially after Tien fell behind just a little bit in that early game, being able to use the semi-global ultimate better this time around than he did on the Rise in game 1.
Yeah, very hopefully, because it was just such a rough one throughout that first game. It's another champion, though, who's not so much about the damage with the ulti, more looking for the positioning, seeing what you can do, cut off these team fight angles, make it so that Top Esports aren't able to set themselves up for the wombo combo as they will want to. He's getting a good chunk of damage here onto Cream. Cream just about able to dodge away from the...
Tô envolvido em nada até agora. Tô envolvido em nada. Tô só chilling. Chilling and watching chilling.
At least at 5-1 stack, which can get them a little bit of advantage in terms of that turret pushing, as well as getting them an extra objective feat that they can add to their resume to get closer to those feats of strength being fully awarded.
Pá, mano, só vou ficar chilling nesse jogo aqui mesmo, porque o jogo tá bom pra Weibo, mas os caras são ruins, né?
You are able to at least keep yourself within touching distance. You're not going to fall behind massively. You can get involved, and with the ulti potential up and available for him, this next big skirmish that we see both teams actually engage in could end up being massive. But right now, those teams seem more than happy to skirmish in their individual lanes. Jackie Love actually having to flash right there. Flash and cleanse. Dang. Jackie Love has had so much threat to be put onto him throughout this game.
E o cabuloso. Mano, roubaram o meu cabuloso. Assaltaram o meu cabuloso ontem. Cara, eu acho a comp da Weibo é melhor. Eu acho que a Lilia tem um jogo bom aqui. Tá ligado? Acho que a Lilia tem um jogo bom pra jogar contra a Hell e contra Skarner. É muito difícil de Skarner jogar contra a Lilia e a Hell também. Né? Cara, expulsaram o jogador do Cruzeiro com 20 minutos de jogo e nem foi falta, mano. E o cara tomou vermelho na parada, nem foi falta. Bizarro. Tá certa a runa do Kanavi? Muitos Skarners gostam disso se você tá contra alguns melees lá também, né? Que aí você consegue procar mais vezes. Como ele tá contra um Sion e Leona, talvez ele escolheu por isso aí. Toda vez que ele encontrar com o Sion, qualquer porradinha ele vai procar Grasp ali e ganha vida, né? Ainda consegue... Ainda consegue... Tem a cura também do Grasp, tá ligado, né? É ok, né? Praticamente qualquer troca você vai procar o Grasp ali, né? Mas... Eu não sou muito fã de Grasp na jungle também, não. Eu vi o negócio do pênalti pro Palmeiras, surreal, mano. Teve um vídeo do Marcos que eu vi hoje, o Marcos falando que ele como palmeirense, ele preferia empatar o jogo do que ganhar com aquilo, né?
Drake is available, the Infernal, and once again, Weibo, they seem to have the priority fast track towards the majority of these objectives so far in the early game.
Are going to be able to get there first, and 369 has no real reason to teleport at this point, instead trying to focus out Xiaohu, who is also clearing with him on the top
O Jace
side.
tá muito na frente do Sion, sim. O Jace não tá...
Zenithblade nearly connects onto Chris, but not that engage found. We are still even in gold, now even in dragons as well.
Yeah, it's interesting actually to me that the top esports have decided to sit back so much throughout the early stages of this game. They haven't been too interested in going flying in right now. Are potentially looking for a little bit of a skirmish right here around this Scuttle Crab. Kanavi forced to flash away from that ulti. Now chooses to re-engage.
Yeah, Chris has his flash and the Magnet Storm available, but not using it just yet. Right now, TN is trapped in the Dragon Pit, but
É agora o momento. Vamos ver se até só é melhor, será? Se até só for melhor, vai ter que ser melhor agora. Ó, o ult do Canavi foi ruim. Pô, o Creme tá batendo muito na fight, hein? Meu Deus, olha o Creme! Ziquei o Creme. Meu Deus, o Creme foi muito... Nossa, meu Deus do céu, Creme, que feio! Ah, o Weibo acabou, ganhou o jogo. Eu não vi o Jack Love, ele não tô, né, no fight.
Xiaohu plays that one excellently with both the ulti and then that seismic shove to really close things out. But initially, it's just an inability right here from TES to actually be able to finish off a couple of these kills. They're able to grab one or two of them at the very start, but the teleports come through so slowly. And you can see specifically onto Breathe right here, they're just not able to finish this kill, despite the fact they blow almost everything trying to kill him. Tian does fall, but Breathe gets to flash away, then just about gets the shield up as well. And that draws...
Nossa, velho, draft safado da testa também, né? Que bom que eu fiquei só chilling, tá, mano? Porque eu não tava muito afim de... Eu não tava muito afim de confiar nessa Weibo, não, mano.
The Weaver's Wall to cut off Jackie-Love and take the AD carry out of the fight before he was able to do too much. And then, of course, the big finish to the team fight.
Tá ligado?
Xiaohu having a good game so far.
Meio safado.
And I think something that looks a little bit worrying right here for top esports is their inability to kill this Sion at this point.
O cara que tem o potencial aí de carregar o game. Tá de Lilia. É o Tian, né? Tá de Lilia. A Lilia, que é um pique bom pra caralho aqui, é o Tian que tá com ela, né?
I will say, like, not the best tank killing composition that top esports has, right? Misfortune with the build that she's currently going, like, is more crit oriented, not a ton of armor pen inherently in the build. Cream as well, like, you see right now what the Azir is doing to the Sion is not too much. It's not going to get too much better as we get later on in this game, and we already have talked about how the Jace in a side lane.
Yeah. Será que tem como a Weibo entregar isso? Só pra gente não ter mais jogo? Ah, o Creme tem ult, não? Nem... Nossa, Deus, Creme. Creme! Creme!
Using this Leona so far to great effect, getting flashes at the very least, if not being able to pick up that kill right there. The fact that you managed to grab another little...
Já tem muito setup nesse jogo também, sim. É, tem Sleep, tem Leona, tem, né? Aí tem Jace pulando, dá pra ele tentar... Ele consegue proteger o Jace de pular com as pedrinhas.
TS, they're going to have to find a miracle kind of fight to make this one work. The one-more combo's there, they certainly can do it, but they really need to be careful about where the engage goes.
Pior que, mano, quando você vê play a player, pô, o 369 é melhor que o Brief. Mas não é muito melhor que o Brief, ele é melhor. É melhor. Ele é melhor. O Creme é melhor que o Xiaohu, mas não é muito melhor também. É melhor. O Crispy, ele e o Hang, acho que, pô, a mesma coisa. Esse pá, às vezes, é... Porque o Crispy tá muito chumbado já tem um tempo, né? E o Crispy, às vezes, ele perde jogos solos também, né? Ele apronta. Eita. O Creme, eu acho que entre ele e o Xiaohu, o Creme é melhor hoje também. Mas também não é tanto também. Nossa, Deus. Olha o Crispy, olha aí. Olha o Crispy, mano. Brief jogou muito também, né? Acabou o jogo. Agora, o Canave é muito melhor que o Tian, tá ligado? O gap grande ali é no Canave no Tian. Porque o Light é melhor que o Jack Love. Muito melhor que o Jack Love, se pá também. Tá ligado?
Be able to pick up this dragon, unless Top have anything to say about it. They're still without their mid laner, and a teleport is coming in though from 369. Top Esports want to fight this one out. We'll see if that bullet time finally comes through. Impale only on the Hung, and that means that the support will still be able to live for now. Crisp with the crash down is
Pô, o Weibo tá... Mano, o Weibo tá... Você não tem como vocês entregarem isso, né, Weibo? Não é possível, mano. Meu Deus do céu, mano. Nossa, é a alma do vento ainda, né?
Yikes, TES, they try way too hard to be able to pick themselves up that initial kill right there onto Hang. Kanavi going so far as to impale just the enemy support, and it doesn't work. Then the ulti from Jackie Love just doesn't hit anybody either. We'll watch back. Actually, this is going to be the dive that we're going to watch back right here. We didn't end up seeing the start of this one. We certainly did see what the outcome was in the end. Tian just arrives to be able to pick that one up nicely. This, though, this fight...
Mano, já deve ter uns 4 meses que todo mundo já... Já tem 4 meses que todos os times do mundo já sabem jogar contra Skarner e a galera continua pegando Skarner blind, né? Ixi, Tian morreu ali? Não, não morreu. Muito speed, mano. Caramba. A galera continua picando Skarner blind aí contra... E toma Lilia, toma Ivern, tá ligado?
Pop up quickly enough to be able to actually deal the damage needed. Now we're going to watch Breathe engaging onto 369. He may be a tanky song, but he still does a surprising amount of damage right here, and we do have a couple other members from both.
Nossa, o Hang.
Here comes Hung, already landing the stun. However, the rest of Top Esports.
Meu Deus, se 319 tivesse flash ali, parece que ele saía. Ah, o Sion não tem ult ainda.
Not there in time as 369 goes down.
Gente, a gente tinha live do Mais Esportes agora para as 11 da manhã. Eu não sei se eu assisto, se eu vou assistir o próximo jogo, para não atrasar muita live lá, eu já ir para a live do Mais também. Ou se eu peço pro pessoal meio que começar a live e eu colo um pouquinho depois, eu tô pensando, tá ligado? Porque tem vários tópicos ali da LTA e tal que eu não queria estar de fora, né, pra live.
Bite them a little bit. No prio really in any of their lanes. It started off with that bot lane play. Even though Chris was able to get himself a double kill, has not turned into much. Otacon was peeled away from, and now Breathe could potentially get
Meu Deus, meu Deus.
And will be able to use it basically whenever he wants, but can just actually bait in the rest of Top Esports. Kanavi has to flash away from the decimating smash.
Eu posso assistir e só ir comentando ali o que tá acontecendo e tal, né, se tiver alguma coisa importante. E se eu, pô, ver e gostar muito de algum time, eu vou mandar no Telegram, né?
Top Esports are just gonna have to walk away, tail between their legs. Weibo have just been so strong in this game. This is the Weibo that team that can team fight so effectively, and off the back of what has been a much better game out of Xiaohu. Had just a terrible time on the rise in game 1, but this time on the Talia has looked so much better.
Eu posso deixar minha tela aqui rolando e tal e entro na live do Mais. O que vocês acham? Não é recurso, é gratuito. Exclamação Telegram aí. Posso entrar na live do Mais e é isso. Aí se eu for comentar alguma coisa do jogo, eu muto rapidão o Discord do Mais e falo aqui. E falo do jogo.
And it looks like there is going to be a response right here out of TES. Cream is not in the area. Kanavi is. No, they're not even going to try for it. I mean, I agree. You're likely to lose this team fight if you do. But I just don't know at what point TES...
Vou botar uma camisa da PEN pra live do mais pra poder fazer média com os Penzete que estão bolados comigo, velho. Pera aí.
Could be the throw that helped Top Esports get back in this game. Trying desperately to save that mid lane tier 1, where in all honesty, you should have just let that one go.
Okay, so we watched a couple questionable round warps in game 1. That's a questionable Weaver's Wall in game 2. It's fine. It's all good. Xiaohu's not going to throw his team behind too much, but still, that was a kill going over to exactly where you'd like it to be on Cream. He's now got those 2 items completed. He's in a relatively good spot as the Azir. Still going to need a little bit longer to be able to fully hit that potential that you're looking for. The other pickup I'd like to highlight a little bit here is Kanavi right here on this Skarner, because you've said it before, right? This pick is one that he didn't look so good on in their first matchup. That's the only one they lost versus AL. At least they're able to pick up this kill right here. I mean,
what are we doing?
Why?
You could at least angle it a little bit.
Fala do Rumble e do Ivory da PEN.
Straight for the
straight for the neck. Like, he wanted that kill.
I know. He thought that Weaver's Wall did damage and was trying to hit Cream with a skill shot or something.
Hey, to be fair, if a massive wall of stone just sort of appears out of nowhere on top of you, I think that should do damage, you know? I don't think that's too crazy of an assumption to make right here.
In the real world, yes, but also, Xiaohu has read the ability. He knows that it doesn't do any damage.
I'm certain he's played this champion at least once before, you know? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You make a great point. Still, it is just going to be 1 kill going over to TES. It's not going to be the end of the world for Weibo. They're still in such a strong position in this game, up by about 5,000 gold. As they're looking to play around this next Drake, it is going to be a Cloud Drake up and available. Jackie Love takes a huge chunk already just to start this fight off.
Has a Bloodthirster, so should be able to heal up at least a little bit, but the Dragon is going to be started up by Weibo. Getting the soul would be big for them in terms of snowballing this game. And want to try and put a stop to it. The question is, will they be
então, quero. Eu tô com um PC melhor agora. Posso fazer live jogando e tal também. Queria fazer live jogando. Meu Deus, não é possível. Não é. Mano, eles. Mano. Cara, meu Deus do céu. Pera aí que o Tian tá vivo ainda. Meu Deus do céu, mano.
But a nice wombo combo is a glimpse of what we can expect to see from Top Esports later in this game.
I say it all the time with these wombo combo compositions. It only has to work once for you to just completely.
Meu Deus do céu, mano. Será que o carro da paçoca vai passar de novo? O jogo ainda tá ótimo pra Weibo, né? Mas era pra tá. Era pra essa fight, mano. Ser soul point. Mano, olha o ult do Kanavi, velho. Que isso. E é o ult da Hell depois do Crisp. Meu Deus do céu. Mano, e o Sion ainda fez muito na fight, velho. Olha o Sion, matou o Kanavi ali. O zumbi, né? Caralho, o zumbi.
And the Drake, when you've been this far behind in gold throughout the entirety of the game, is massive for TES. Anything that they can get that's equal is actually a victory for them.
And man, the unsung hero of that team fight, we talked about for Weibo saving that one. It was Light, actually, who is very quietly become the strongest player in this game.
Cara.
7-0 and 5. He was able to
Light, mano.
off 369 and actually kill him 1v1 on his own as an Ezreal, preventing him from even closing the gap and allowing for Top Esports to.
Ai, gira. Não girou. O livramento, será? Ai, mano.
And that's a big ulti before a potential Baron play to just use to not even be able to pick up the kill right here onto 369. He's going to be able to head back to base. Has the teleport
Ai.
join his team as well. Is going to head towards the bottom lane to get that wave pushing. TES, despite the fact they're still down by a decent chunk of gold, about 4k, it is a lot less than they were down by previously, and they're now beginning to threaten a little bit onto Weibo. But these combos have to work individually. This TES composition really doesn't do too much. It's all about what they can do together to really be able to make this one work. Weibo, they're a lot more free in who they can try to play around.
Yeah, they still have a lot of agency. It started off like a really good fight for Top Esports, and they were able to even up that Dragon count at the very least, but Weibo, they evened up the kill count in that fight, made it a 2-for-2, and they still have themselves that 4,000 gold lead.
É, vamos agora, Weibo. Por favor, não sejam horríveis. Pelo amor de Deus. O jogo tá bom demais pra vocês. Compre é melhor.
This game, despite the fact that there's that big gold advantage, still kind of feels like it's a bit on a knife's edge right now. Xiaohu, look in the inventory, right? These are 2 large rods. He's going to have that death cap completed very soon, already dealing just a crazy amount of damage at this point. Once that one's completed, just going to be able to wreck in these team fights, and not having enough damage if the wombo combo doesn't land is TS's biggest problem right now. They've got proactive champions, but you can't get that damage down without it all happening simultaneously. Weibo, they just have to be careful to have enough warding to make sure that they don't get caught out unawares.
Yeah, I will say, like, we saw glimpses of what that team fight could look like for top esports.
Pô, esse Sion tá muito grande, mano. Os caras acabaram de ter uma fight even onde o Skarner acertou o ultimate em 3 e a Helt acertou o ultimate em 3 e a MF conseguiu usar o ultimate dela nesses 3 também, tá ligado? E a gente teve uma fight even.
Be enough just yet, as the Baron is up, Dragon up in a minute again. I mean, when do TS want to fight? Do they want to wait out another Dragon? Will they fight for the eventual soul, or do they want to go now?
I think that they're in a pretty good spot at the moment, with a lot of these third items completed onto the main carries, that they could probably go for this one. At the same time, if they just continue to sit around in this mid lane and not make themselves choose, make Weibo pick which one of these objectives to fight around, I think that's also going to work out. They've got a composition that doesn't mind getting to these objectives a little bit later on.
Estão querendo baitar. Pô, mano, aí vocês estão querendo baitar a fight, né? Mas o Skarner entra aí, pô. Vocês vão flipar assim? Meu Deus! Olha o Sleep. Beleza, só mata o Skarner aqui. Meu Deus. Hang. Que isso? Como é que o Skarner não morreu? Nossa, a Lilia tá muito forte. Meu Deus do céu. Light, eu confio em você, Light. Eu confio em você, Light. Light. Meu Deus do céu. Meu Deus do céu.
And this happens every game, it feels like. 369, he loses an early kill, but it doesn't matter once he gets back into the game.
Ai. Meu Deus do céu.
Still alive to push these waves through. It's a massive victory here for top esports. They might also be able to turn this one around into the Baron. Jackie Love very low, but obviously he's got a lot of healing that he can get through that Bloodthirster. With 369 in the area, this is going to be Baron on the backside of so many kills.
It's got to be down. Everybody is dead still for Weibo. Let's take another look at this one.
Watch 369 throughout this fight, right? Because the initial engage actually looks really good from Weibo. They're able to completely split Kanavi off from the rest of the team with a really good Weaver's Wall. But 369, he's biding his time, and it's the point at which the damage has already been blown from Weibo, where he decides, now I can go in, now I can try to actually play this one out properly. There's a lot of engages happening. Crisp following engage, and then he's just in, cleaning up the kills, exactly what you want to do on this champion.
369 was 0-5.
Yeah.
Going into this fight. Now he's 4-5.
Look how
and now top esports have a
Fé.
Baron as well. You see the coaching
vamos estar de soul point.
The soul point going over to Weibo, but if you're top, you don't care at all about that. You just even up the gold lead.
No, not even slightly. And another key point of that initial team fight was that Kanavi lived, despite the fact that the Weaver's Wall came through and he was stunned up for a huge impale onto one member of Weibo Gaming. He still was able to just about get away. And without that initial kill, Weibo, they kind of use all of their damage for nothing and aren't able to turn it around into an actual team fight win. We've been talking so much about the gold lead. Well, it was 7k just 10 minutes ago. Now it's back to being pretty much dead even, a small advantage even for top esports. They have well and truly clawed their way back into this game. They are not interested in playing a game number 3.
And you look at who's the most ahead here for top. He was 0-5. He was in this matchup against a Sion that he wasn't going to be able to do much for.
Traz a Lilia tão útil quanto um Minion. Cara, mas Tian jogou mal, né?
In these team fights, and now 4 full items on him. A Mob Malmortius to prevent extra damage from Tian and Xiaohu from doing too much to him. 369 all of a sudden in a great position to try and help Top Esports carry this game to a win.
Cara, os caras pegaram o Baron e não fizeram nada com o Baron, né? Eles conseguiram levar alguma torre com o Baron? Pelo que eu tô vendo, não, né?
Why we saw 369 barely get involved in that team fight until the very end. But once all that damage has been blown by Weibo, it's a great point to be able to jump in, clean up, and then turn it around and grab whatever objective everybody was fighting over initially. The Baron was for TES previously. They're also going to be able to grab that Sun Disc in the mid lane. So this pressure onto the tower going to be pretty big at the moment. It's going to be a bit tricky for Weibo to be able to step up and actually clear out these minion waves.
Baron buff just for another 48 seconds or so. Only one grub here for top, so that is helpful a little bit if you're a fan of Weibo. Nicely used seismic shove to get the cannon wave in. As we get about 1.5 more waves of this buff being available here for Top Esports. They have not been able to break open an inhibitor, but not the end of the world considering that they were behind after taking back into the pockets of their carries as they can. Solar Flare comes out, but Cream is able to get away nicely and so will not matter.
Ai, meu Deus do céu, mano. Guys, eu não entendo porque gosto tanto de Lilia Sion. Agora é pra ele me explicar. Não, é mais assim, o negócio da Lilia Sion não tem... É mais pro mid ali. Porque de Lilia você precisa de ter um mid AD, geralmente, né? Tipo assim, Lilia com Thalia, por exemplo, é meio ruim, tá ligado? Meio estranho. Porque, tipo assim, se você tem... Quando você é a Lilia, o ideal é você ser o único AP, tá ligado? O único AP é, tipo assim, cara, a melhor coisa pra Lilia. Porque senão, olha só, que é Mercury aqui, Mercury aqui, Mercury aqui, tá ligado? Mercury aqui, 4 Mercury threads lá. Aí se você tem Lilia, Sion e sei lá, se aqui fosse um Yone, por exemplo, a gente não ia ter essas Mercury tudo, tá ligado? Soltar aqui o videozinho do canal de cortes lá.
Absolutely. 1 minute 40 seconds until the next Drake is going to spawn. As you said, Cloud Soul available for Weibo Gaming if they're able to pick it up. TES could send themselves to Soul Point if they're able to grab this one, so it's going to be an incredibly hotly contested objective. I'm not sure that Cloud Soul is going to be able to save Weibo from bad team fights, but it will certainly make...
O Weibo fez Atacan? Acho que sim. Se alguém fez o Atacan aqui foi o Weibo, com certeza, não lembro. Quem fez o Atacan nesse jogo, gente? Qual Atacan que foi? Foi o...
Should be right around when it spawns, I believe. Some of the CDR that it's in his kit, but you know, right on rip, not going to be able to start and engage before that dragon spawns. That is going to be big, especially because now he's going to probably have to burn that TP early instead of using that semi-global to get to the fight instead. Clearing out that top side wait for now, as actually Weibo have that early control of the pit, but now resets coming in for Top Esports, and Weibo have to be a little bit more careful now.
There's a few key things as well that are available to Top Esports. You've got that golden available for Cream if he wants to go flying in, can reposition.
Mano, o Jace do 369 tá bizarro, né?
The rest of the team fight to happen around him. Gonna be key to see if you can keep Cream alive because he is a ton of the damage in the sustained fights. Jackie Love very much going to be about using that ulti, but once these fights goes a little bit longer, that's where 369 and Cream are going to be looking to get as much damage down in the extended. Again, going in. Breathe, not exactly who you want to be grabbing.
Cream's passive doing a lot to try and generate some pressure in the mid lane. Jackie Love does get hit by the Swirl Seed. Not going to have that lilting lullaby pop just yet. Kanavi over the wall. Weibo are very separated as Breathe. Not really with the rest of the team right now. Tien on the wrong side of things as well.
Meu Deus do céu, por que o Brief tá ali? O Brief só vai morrer aqui, não? Ó o Brief morrendo, mano. Brief tem flash? Brief tem BTP, né? BTP do Brief. Qualquer coisa give o Drake, pô. Meu Deus, o Xiao jogou bem ele agora. Pô, esse 50-50 aqui é bom pra Weibo, né? Foda é pegar o Drake e perder a fight e tomar GG. Opa, Skarner. Ai, meu Deus. Não foi alma, tá. Dá pra fightar melhor aqui. O Light tá frio na fight, hein. Cadê o sleep da Lilia? Zonias. Beleza. Meu Deus, o Creme se matou. Não, mas ele jogou muito. Meu Deus do céu. Meu Deus do céu. Meu Deus, o Light tá... Ai, 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 ai. Ai, ai, meu Deus. Pelo amor de Deus, Light. Mata esse cara logo. Ai, 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 ai. Ai, 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 ai. Ai, 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 ai. Eu falei que eu tô com a senha. Eu falei que eu tô com a senha. Tem Demolir no Sion? Será que é GG? Acho que é, né? Só tem a Hell viva agora em 5 segundos. Já vai. Ainda acertou ali. Tem que proteger a wave, tem que proteger a wave, tem que proteger a wave. Tem que proteger a wave. Só protege a wave. Boa, Light. Só protege a wave, só protege a wave. Tem um zumbizão ainda. Tem um zumbi ainda, tá? Vou precisar do meu zumbi? Ai, 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 ai. Ai, 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 ai.
What a back and forth one that was.
Oh my goodness, it looked like Weibo just completely threw away their lead, and then what only could be described as a flip of a team fight. Top Esports, it looked like they had the advantage after they chunked out Breathe, but he was able to teleport back to the fight, and then the unsung hero of this game is Light, saving multiple team fights for Weibo in this game, including that game-clinching one.
Ai, ai. Só falo uma coisa.
Light had a very good game. Gotta make a few question marks around some of the decision making in that fight. Specifically, Jackie Love using the ulti to try to just about get a kill onto the Scion. Wasn't even able to pick up that kill, but I think even if you do pick up that kill, once you've used the bullet time early in that team fight, the threat of the wombo combo is gone. That's the main thing that you're looking for to pair up with all of the other CC. And as soon as that's gone, everybody on Weibo, you can see that the demeanor changed from sitting back, not trying to get involved. All of a sudden, they were happy to go in.
Hey man, I need to get another look at that last team fight. We'll get it in the replays eventually, Vox.
Ai, 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 ai.
Close for so long.
Nem suei, nem suei.
Like he might have saved it by throwing out a big ultimate, but maybe he actually ended up hurting his team instead because actually shoving 4 members right into Jackie Love, who ended up going down. Light though on this Ezreal man again. You saw actually in the picture in the cameras.
Gente, pra mim tava 90-10 o game, pô.
He looked very visibly distraught in that moment.
Caramba, mano. Light é insano, mano.
He locked in at the end of that one, and he is, in my opinion, the clear MVP for Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Weibo played, everybody was able to get themselves a few nice team fights during the early stages. Everybody made a couple of mistakes, but I think Light had a really nice look. Xiaohu too, I think, better plays. Obviously, he sort of started the throw that they were doing with that odd play.
Pô, tava suave, tava suave. Deixa eu ver aqui se o pessoal já abriu live do mais aqui.
Eles levam o inib lá no mid.
E aí,
ele anda pra trás, em vez de, tipo, ir matar uma Ashe sozinha que tava defendendo. Então faltou um pouco de atitude também pro Tuts, tá ligado? Justo, mas era um jogo que tava na mão da Fúria, e aí eles deixaram escapar, né? O que a gente falou que a Fúria fez muito, né?
Exato.
E aí, tudo bem, gente?
E aí?
De boa, de boa.
Já ligou a câmera? Opa,
já liguei também. Cara, eu vou deixar... Eu vou deixar a minha live ainda passando LPL aqui. Se eu for falar qualquer coisa do jogo, eu muto aqui na hora, mas tô aqui com vocês também.
Boa. Deixa eu arrumar aqui então a câmera. Ficou meio...
Caralho, que golo. Ah, entendi.
Ficou slow não, galera. Aqui entrou mais uma cam. My bad. Vocês estão vendo aí só os copos.
Não, parecia que você tinha caído. Eu fiquei em dúvida também, mas era o Eric que tinha entrado no game. Não foi você que caiu, não. Não foi você que caiu, não.
Alright. No problem.
E aí, só pra gente matar o tópico da Leviatã, né? Como a gente falou, né? Eram pra eles terem perdido esse primeiro jogo pra Fúria, se a Fúria fosse um pouquinho mais consciente e se o Cell e o Code não fossem bizarros da bola. E depois eles quase perderam pra Leviatã também, Corres.
Não, aí foi...
Foi o 2x0. Foi o 2x0 culposo mesmo da Leviatã.
Foi muito culposo. O
Sem a intenção de vencer.
Jogo, mano. O Fluxo ganhou esse jogo. By the way, boa comp do Fluxo até. Os caras executaram bem. E aí, num ancião, velho, parece que esqueceram que podia ter flanco, tá ligado? Bizarro, mano. É bizarro.
Mano, o Fluxo é muito ruim, né, velho? Bizarro, velho.
Muito ruim, cara. Tipo assim, acho que foi a primeira vez no ano. Não que eles jogaram muitos jogos.
Olha isso.
Esse é o sexto jogo, né?
Peraí, o Scary Robson, eu não vi esse final, não.
Ele não rouba. Não. Então vê o final. Live reaction.
Vamos lá.
Do Elder.
Que assim, você parou pra ver, o jogo acabou, né? Pô, tem um time aí com alma, tá um pouquinho de gold na frente, vai fazer o Elder free, Tá todo mundo longe,
Isso.
acabou o jogo, então.
Tá
pô.
free. Isso.
Tem
Olha o tamanho da Aurora.
Olha pelo minimapa também. Fica olhando o minimapa.
Sim.
Acho que não é nesse não, galera. Acho que eu vejo.
Aí, pô. Tá. Mas beleza.
bem,
Pegaram o
bem.
ancião. O que eles fazem
Mas
com
como
esse ancião?
perde isso aqui?
Nada.
Como é que perde isso aqui?
Porque os caras
Ó.
estão de Baron puxando side, tá ligado? Não vai ser agora. Tá de boa, tá de boa. Isso é até suave. Isso acontece em Liga Major. Suave, isso é suave.
Vamos pegar o Baron? Pega o Baron.
Pega o Baron. Essa aí deles.
A luta com o Nock, né?
É, eles mandam relativamente bem. Pro Delta joga legal.
Tá esquisito, na verdade, essa fight.
Não era pra estar assim. Eles estão de ancião nessa fight? Não.
Tá esquisito essa teamfight.
Não, já acabou o ancião já aí, né?
Já acabou,
Já tem outro ancião já.
Acabado, já tem outro.
Não, mas eles estão 5k de gold na frente.
Só que, cara, dá pra eles ganharem nessa fight aqui. Aqui ainda dá pra eles ganharem. Só que olha como o Zot entra, velho. Olha como o Zot entra, cara.
Tá agindo o flanco perfeito. Nossa,
o Marvin flechou, mano. Na boca dele, velho.
Ah, mas o que o Marvin tava fazendo ali também, cara? Ele andou reto na frente de 4 caras, pô. Olha lá.
Ele é uma Ashe, né? Também, ele tava, sei lá.
Não.
Nossa
senhora. E ele tem cleanse. Volta. Ele tenta... Parece que ele flecha o bagulho da Nico, mas ele dá cleanse, ó.
Ele dá cleanse no snare da Nico.
Ele flecha e cleanse. Parece que ele apertou os dois juntos, tá ligado? Cara, de boa, assim, eu entendo o comentário que o fluxo é muito ruim, mas eles não foram tão ruins assim. Juro,
até
de mecânica. De mecânica, de conduzir o jogo, de jogar mid-game.
Como é que o Ganks morre? Só pra saber, como é que o Ganks morre?
É na primeira teamfight. Tipo, rola uma teamfight.
Calma aí, tem 30 segundos. Ele tá morre agora, né?
Aqui, ó. Eles dão engage aqui antes, ó. Tá vendo?
Ele ulta,
Não, foi bem feio.
Aí, pô, seu time...
Olha lá.
Ele perde pros zones, praticamente, tá ligado?
O Pro Delta
joga.
Joga muito bem,
tipo,
mas não existe perder esse jogo, pô.
Não, mas aí, nessa situação deles aí, você só não vai nesse ancião, mano. Não tem como, pô.
Não, e olha essa situação. A Kalista tá
Você não tem jungle, tá ligado? Você não tem jungle, pô.
Mas é 4x3, a Kalista tá mid.
Mas ela vai chegar, né, Quase? Ela tá
ela vai chegar então, mãe. Vocês têm que lutar isso, tá ligado? Ou vocês
lutam, puxado o gatilho rápido.
Não, mas quem vai puxar o gatilho aí agora? Qual que é o engage aí do fluxo? Não, tô falando, com as ferramentas que ele tem, não tem o que fazer, não tem. Quando o Nock morreu, ele tem que vazar. Tem que voltar. Não tem o que fazer.
Ou você dá a cara, tá ligado?
Não tem o que dar cara. Se dá cara, você vai morrer também, pô. Você vai só morrer, não?
Eu também acho que é a pior
escolha. O Marvin, o engage deles é o Marvin. O engage deles é o Marvin dando auto-ataque. Porque eles não
tem nem ult da Ashe. Não tem ult da Ashe.
Por isso que eu nem consigo criticar o Marvin nesse momento aí. Porque...
Então, é isso que eu tô falando. Ou é um RE da Karma, todo mundo anda, tenta matar...
Não existe,
Então, gente, é a pior escolha possível, ou vocês dão B logo depois que
mano, perdeu é puxar o wave da B, velho. E é isso aí, tartaruga na base até acabar o ancião.
Era atacar a Kalista, essa wave do mid
isso,
aqui.
Os caras estão entrando. O ponto que eu ia falar. Os caras estão entrando no rio e o céu ignora e vai bater na wave.
É TP
eles
do.
De Baron.
Sim. De Baron. É TP do Rumble Bot pra levar aquela wave logo já, sei lá.
Nossa, eles foram muito burro, pô. Que isso?
Então, eles são muito carnais. Eles são muito carnais.
Eu não tinha reparado que eles não tinham nenhum cooldown, pô. Eles não tinham nada, pô.
Gastaram tudo na fight.
Não tinha que fightar aí.
Não,
então, e aí eles ficam sapando, tá ligado? Olha isso, olha o tempo que o céu tá levando pra chegar na parada.
Ele deu a volta toda, no Red vai chegar agora. Não, foi muito feio,
ele pulou antes, o céu chegou agora, tá ligado? Eles não fizeram nada.
Muito feio.
Sabe que é o pior?
Olha o estado da wave do mid, mano.
Eu acho que se você pegar os 5 players da Fúria e colocarem eles no lugar do fluxo aí, nessa situação, depois que o Ganks morreu, eles teriam feito a mesma coisa e iam perder o jogo também.
Provavelmente
tá ligado? Essa situação não tem dedo que faça você consertar depois que o Nock morreu ali, tá ligado?
Mas eu não sei se eles fariam
iam.
A mesma coisa.
Talvez ia fazer pior, porque os pais eles são mais burros ainda. É o time mais burro do CBLOL é a Fúria, mano. É bizarro, mano.
Que isso, mano?
Não, eles são... É porque eles têm muita mecânica, eles clicam muito. Só que eles tomam decisões horríveis. É bizarro, mano.
Que
tipo
isso?
assim... É porque é difícil você tomar decisão quando você é o fluxo. Qualquer decisão difícil você toma multiplayer, porque você é pior que os caras, tá ligado?
Não, e assim, o Fluxo nunca esteve até esse jogo num momento de winning position, tá ligado? Foi a primeira vez que a gente viu o Fluxo numa situação de que eles estão na frente, eles que têm que tomar a decisão boa.
De um segundo Elder e você pegou o primeiro. Eles nunca viveram nada disso.
Nunca viveram isso. E assim, a gente viu... Mano. E só pra concluir o lance da Leviathan ter saído 2-0 culposamente, assim, sem a intenção, foram 2 partidas que eram pra eles serem perdidos, mas que os times que eles estavam enfrentando decidiram entregar ou fazer alguma coisa bizarra. E aí o Lavíbora, o Zot, o Code entregaram ali na hora que tinham que entregar. Mas não foi uma estreia boa da Leviathan. É difícil chamar eles de Jabuti aqui agora, porque eles estão 2-0. Mas não foi a estreia toda, não.
Eu acho que é o seguinte...
Zero engana. Se tu viu os jogos, tu sabe quem engana.
A minha visão da Leviathan já tava igual do Carlos. A gente já tava falando que esse time não era tão bom. Esse time eu acho que não é top 4. Não acho que esse time, sei lá, vai disputar título nem nada. Eu acho que vai ser um time aí, mano. Tem chance de eles serem piores que a Cade. Tem chance de eles, com certeza, piores que a Red também, tá ligado? É a minha visão antes. Por esse fim de semana, dá pra concluir que tá perto disso aí, tá ligado?
Dá.
Porém, da mesma forma que a gente, se eu levar esses 2 jogos em conta, pra todo mundo também, tem muita coisa que dá pra... Eu acho que assim, são 2 MD1 e tal. Então, por exemplo, se a gente botar as 2 MD1 da Isurus, que a gente vai falar já, a gente pode falar que a Isurus acabou, blá, 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 blá. E não acho que é isso também, sacou? Então, vamos ver. O lado bom é que a Leviathan ganhou jogando mal. Então, se eles melhorarem, melhora muito, né? Tipo...
É importante. A gente fala que é importante ganhar jogando mal, né? Tipo, pro campeonato e tal, é importante. Mas não me pareceu...
ser ganhos,
mas não me pareceu esse time todo, né?
Mas, assim, o Fluxo ter atropelado early e mid game da Leviathan, tipo assim, é muito feio pra Leviathan, mano.
Sim.
Tá feio.
Porque você tem ferramentas de mecânica pra não viver isso. Não digo de macro, você tem ferramentas mecânicas.
Lane é dedo, né? Lane é muito mais dedo, às vezes, que tudo, né?
Eu nem acho que é tanto, mas no Brasil, pô.
O cara perguntou, o Eric tá com cara de que apostou nesse jogo e perdeu dinheiro. Não, mano, eu não apostei nessa partida, velho. Inclusive, eu lembro que, tipo assim, acabou esse jogo. Eu falei, gente, graças a Deus, eu resolvi só fechar o site pra não ver odd de nada. E eu só assisti esse jogo. Eu falei, deixa eu ver o que vai rolar. E eu nem vi, tanto que eu nem vi vários momentos do jogo, tá ligado? Eu fiquei brincando aqui, fiquei assistindo outras coisas, meio que vendo o jogo de ladinho ali, de boa, tá ligado? Graças a Deus eu fiz isso, porque tem chance de eu ter que eu apostaria no Fluxo depois que eles pegassem vantagem, tá ligado? Porque tava muito ganho o jogo.
Né?
Sacou?
Sim. O Sanag comentou ali, ó, Leviathan é time argentino, ganha na raça e na catimba. Foi no final de semana, foi catimbando.
Nesse Elder, eles se jogaram no chão e chamaram o juiz mesmo, mano.
Ó, e quem quiser ver minhas apostas aí, é só colar lá no Telegram, tô mandando o link aí, ó. Toda aposta que eu faço, eu mando lá no meu Telegram, tô mandando o link aí pra vocês, rapaziada.
Bom,
bizarro.
Então vamos falar de quem... A Leviathan ganhou da Fúria. Vamos falar de quem perdeu da Fúria, que a gente teve a Isurus. A Isurus estreou perdendo para a PEN, mas daqui a pouco a gente fala desse jogo, porque tem a PEN envolvida aí, a gente guarda. Mas a Isurus, o nosso Seed 1, vindo de bootcamp da Coreia, tomou 2-0, pô. Não pode ser coincidência, né?
Teve uma info que me falaram hoje no meu chat aqui na live, que eu não sei se é verdade. Falaram que o Mireu quebrou o dedo na Coreia.
Foi, pô. O Snaker falou.
E que eles não puderam treinar, né?
Isso.
Não, isso não existe.
Não, é real.
Não, tipo, o cara vai pro bootcamp e quebra o dedo, pô. Como assim, velho?
Não, como não sei, né? Mas
acontece,
o Snaker
né?
falou isso. Tipo assim, truzão, assim, todo cabisbaixo. Depois eu falo tudo que o Snaker falou, mas continue.
É igual, como é que falo? Lembrei do cara do Insec que quebrou a perna e
quebrou a perna.
Aí a foto, mano, eu lembro até hoje a foto dele com a perna dele quebrando, que ele quebrou a perna. Tiraram uma foto que quando ele caiu, sei lá, tinha uma parada assim, né? Ai, mano. Mas, pô, velho, que merda, né, que aconteceu. Mas era pro... Pô, o cara ficou sem jogar um tempinho. O dedo dele tá quebrado ainda? Eu não entendi, né? Porque a Isurus tá mal, assim, mas...
E assim, todo mundo meio duro, né, individualmente falando, eu senti todo mundo meio esquisito jogando o jogo, cara.
Tava todo mundo, né? Porque quem quebrou o dedo foi todo mundo, né, pô?
Todo mundo quebrou o dedo, né? E assim, a gente aqui, eu e o Corres principalmente, a gente defendeu muitas performances do Burdon no primeiro split,
sim.
Mas é impossível defender o Burdol nesse final de semana. Impossível. Ele tomou todos os ganks na lane, ele tomava todos os pick-offs na side. Parecia que ele tava jogando, pô, o League of Legends 5, em outro mundo, outro jogo. Não tava aqui entre nós, tá ligado? Tava no mundo espiritual o Burdol. E impossível defender, porque individualmente também ele não entregou nada, tá ligado?
Me corrija se eu estiver errado, mas o Burdol foi solado nos 2 jogos, né? Contra a Fúria eu sei que ele foi solado.
Eu acho que
Mas
foi. Eu não sei se solado contra o Giga ele foi na lane, mas eu sei que ele.
Foi.
Perdeu flash, perdeu várias coisas assim. Mano, jogou muito mal,
então,
velho.
Assim, errou matchup total, de forma geral. Errou TP também. Cara, foi uma das piores paradas. E aí eu vou com a cota coletiva aqui, porque
Traz
o
a
Snaker...
coletiva.
Cara, acho que foram 6 a 7 perguntas pro Snaker, a DC da Isurus Stral. Nas 6 ou 7 respostas dele, ele conseguiu falar assim, eu acho que o nosso problema é o top. Tá ligado? Só que ele falou assim, o nosso problema é que agora a gente tem que comunicar mais com o top, o nosso problema é que a gente tem que formar mais duplas jungle e top, o nosso problema é que o top precisa estar junto das fights, não tem mais lane swap, é 1v1 do top, a gente precisa da comunicação. Cara, tudo ele arranjava. Snack, o que você almoçou hoje? Frango. Mas também, né, com o top nesse meta, é impossível de jogar. Mano, bizarro. Tudo ele conseguiu falar do Burdol, mano. Então, assim, fica uma parada de tipo, ok, o elenco rachou, tá ligado? E nessa mesma coletiva, ele fala que o bootcamp não foi tão proveitoso porque o Nereu quebrou o dedo, eles não conseguiram treinar contra os times. Vai lembrar que quase todos os times da LTA Norte estavam lá, e tinha os times do First Stand, né? Então eles não conseguiram nenhuma screen e foram pra jogar solo kill. O que explica
Nossa, mano.
como o José do Eodo e o Ackerman tinha tanto jogo, né? Porque eles tiveram muito jogo na solo kill. Então, assim, agora tá explicado, não screamou nada.
Nossa,
mas a Isurus jogou mal no geral, né? Eu acho que sim, só
É.
essa desculpa aí não é assim, não faz. Pô, eles estavam mal, tá ligado? Uma
Mas
parada
jogaram
que
mal
eu-
coletivamente, né?
Faz sentido do que ele fala de que a mudança do meta afetou muito eles. Porque
não tem mais swap.
pareceu que o swap estava escondendo muita coisa. O José Deodo chega a falar isso pro Takeshi, que, tipo assim, é um dos focos da Isurus pro próximo split, incluir mais o Burdol. Só que na época a gente ouviu e, pô, ferrou, se falta é só isso.
Eu vou defender o Burdol aí, que o Berten ele falou na parada no chat que eu concordo, que ele tomou, né? Ele pegou um bad matchup nos 2 jogos também, né? Deixaram ele. Ele jogou de Gwen contra Rumble, tá ligado? E é comum o Rumble bater na Gwen também.
Isso.
E a Camille também é um dos counters da Ambessa aí, sabe? Então, ele meio que blindou nos 2 jogos aí, né?
Foi.
Fora que ele blindou cedo esses campeões também. Então, não só dá pro outro time pensar em outras coisas ainda pra poder ferrar aquele campeão, tá ligado? Mas assim, eu acho que é muito fácil bater só no Burdol também, tá ligado? Acho que a Isurus mesmo, assim, tá mal, né?
Inteiro.
Coletivamente, todo mundo jogou. Individualmente
porque, assim,
até, né? Individualmente, o Mireu não jogou nada.
Nada.
O José Deodo também não jogou nada. Eu acho que o melhor jogador, e aí, né, é irônico, porque foi ele que foi dar a entrevista, eu acho que foi o Snaker.
Mas eu não consigo dizer isso.
Eu acho que foi, cara. Nesse jogo de Kai'Sa aqui, ele tava tentando sozinho, pô. Tipo assim,
Sim,
sozinho ele tava
no
tentando.
jogo de Kai'Sa. Mas pra mim, por exemplo, ele perde a lane solo contra a PEN. No First Blood.
Também.
Tá ligado? Era só ele flechar, mano. E tipo assim, um profissional tem que flechar aquilo, tá ligado? Você tomar First Blood de MF e alistar, não tem como, mano.
Mas aí eu deixo a pergunta.
Não é nada demais também morrer por Tankuri, tá ligado? É normal,
Não é nada demais, mas tipo assim, foi um lance que ele podia flechar. Esse é o ponto. Era altamente flechável, ele só não flechou e morreu.
E aí,
acabou o jogo.
Eu deixo a pergunta pra você, pro chat aí também, corre Zericat. Como será que Cacavel, que Magalu, que Corinthians, que Flamengo estão se sentindo vendo
Cabum,
essa...
né?
Então,
Você falou Magalu, não entendi.
Magalu e
a Magalu é a Cabum, né? Nossa, eu buguei.
Pô.
Esqueci que a Cabum é da Magalu,
tá em
né?
festa, mano. Já é promoção em todas as lojas de Magalu, velho.
Exatamente.
O Ranger, né?
Stral.
Cara, o Ranger que tá lá xingando os caras, o Ranger ganhando o jogo e tendo que ir botando pressão. Pô. E às vezes, a gente assim, porra, coitado do Ranger, né, velho? O cara tá botando pressão pra no final os caras só tomar do José Deodo. Já abre agora um outro mundo, né? Que aí, pô, ó, né?
O Hirit já tá feliz da vida. É isso aí que eu vou enfrentar?
Não, e
É
fora
esse
que assim,
Burdol aí?
se com o Burdol tivesse, sei lá, se o problema, os caras não estão se dando bem com o Burdol, alguma coisa rola, etc. Do nada quica ele. Aí traz outro que às vezes pode ser pior, tá ligado? E às vezes dá pra piorar ainda mais o time, né? E aí vai lá, pede pro Macabum, pro Hirit ali, né? Pro outro time.
Eu sei que, de novo, é o primeiro final de semana.
Pra Hats,
time...
né? Aí toma da Hats ali.
pra dupla Mini Sports, né? Mas assim, é o primeiro final de semana, não dá pra gente cravar que os caras morreram, mas que dá uma esperancinha pros times que estão no Tier 2, dá.
Ó, a única coisa que eu gostaria de falar assim da Isurus é que, né? Eu até respondi um tweet do Brunão lá falando isso também, esse fim de semana. Eu apostei, inclusive, contra a Isurus nesses 2 jogos. Eu apostei na PEN e apostei na Fúria aí também. É que eu acho que tava uma visão grande da comunidade, assim, do cenário, que a Isurus era uma favorita, tipo, meio que, assim, definitiva, tipo assim, como se fosse a Genji aqui, tá ligado? Tipo assim, que a Isurus é muito melhor que todo mundo. A Isurus foi o Tier 1 do primeiro split nosso aqui. Pô, foi o melhor time daquele pequeno split? Foi. Foi o único time que conseguiu tirar, né, jogo e tal? Foi. Mas isso não significa que a Isurus sei lá, que a Isurus contra os melhores times aqui é 80-20 Isurus. É 90-10, tá ligado? Ainda mais em MD1, pô. Tá ligado? É completamente comum a Isurus perder um MD1 pra PEN. E se a Fúria foi isso tudo mesmo, é completamente comum perder um MD1 pra Fúria também, né?
Tanto é que
não é nada bizarro.
Split, né? O primeiro split perdeu, né?
Perdeu um jogo, né? Eles perderam um jogo e perderam um jogo pra Red também. Que também, pô, não é um time tão idiota também assim, né? Pô, tem jogadores bons ali, não é nada absurdo, etc, né? Você perder um jogo ali, sabe? Então, eu acho que assim, ficou às vezes um sentimento muito que os caras são muito melhores e que, nossa, cara, eu lembro que teve um vídeo que eu já tinha uma galera falando que a Isurus, que a Isurus ia ganhar todos os splits aqui. Tipo assim, que um cara falando, não vamos ter nem time brasileiro mais na mensagem mundial, porque quem vai ganhar é a Isurus, que não tem nenhum brasileiro. Pô, já tinha gente com esse pensamento, que a Isurus ia sair esmorfando e ganhar tudo. Cara, pode rolar? Pode, mas, pô, não era como se os caras fossem assim, né? Tá ligado?
O que eu acho é que a Isurus era o melhor time swapando. E isso eu acho que não vai mudar. E dentro disso, eles estavam muito confortáveis, tá ligado? Por isso que até passava uma impressão de gap, assim, surreal. Mas eu concordo até com o Snacker nisso. Tipo, e aí, de novo, ressaltando o que vocês falaram.
Acabei de dar os próximos 2 splits pra Isurus.
Os caras vai fazer edit com nós, tá ligado? Em espanhol. Com legenda em espanhol, tá ligado? Com legenda em espanhol.
Eu não abandonei os Urus ainda, vou falar.
Não, é um time muito forte.
Se eu tiver nesse edit, pô, valeu, galera.
É um time pra ser top 4 da LTA ainda, mesmo com o 0-2 aqui, pra chegar numa final provavelmente, mas foi uma estreia ruim, né?
Não, pra Isurus chegar semana que vem, fazer 2-0 e só ter perdido esses 2 jogos agora e chegar no playoff e às vezes perder do nada também, acontece, gente, é normal, tá ligado? O jogo é jogado.
Agora se reencontrar nesse novo meta, né? Acho que esse que é o principal.
MD1
claramente
também.
Eles estão perdidos. Claramente eles estão perdidos. Então,
eu acho que o draft do primeiro jogo contra a PEN, não sei se vocês querem falar agora, onde eles deixam Maokai e Rumble pra PEN, diz um pouquinho também, né? Tipo, o Weiser tem 87% de win rate de Rumble, o boneco é o boneco mais broken do patch, o Carioca é um Maokai, tá ligado? E eles deixam a PEN jogar nesse conforto também, então... Eles também não se ajudaram, né, nesse final de semana. Se a gente for bem honesto, eles não se ajudaram muito, né?
Cara...
Mas aí eu fico em dúvida, porque eu acho que eles... O que eles baniram nesse jogo? Quer já botar o jogo ou guarda?
Pode ser, e a gente já pode falar da PEN, né? Já emenda na PEN
fala
mesmo.
Da PEN, né? Tá na tela aí o draft.
Dá pause aí.
Os bans foram um pouquinho esquisitos. Não dá pra ver a ordem de pick, mas eu acho que é B1,
Cara,
B1 Gwen, né?
Então, pô, é comum até você dar first pick Gwen, mas eu não gosto de dar first pick Gwen com Rumble Open assim também não, sabe? Pegaram Gwen e aí, pô, baniram ali, tá, Jace, ok, Yone, não sei se precisava do ban do Yone também. O Yone tá forte, tá sendo muito bom, mas não sei se o Romer joga. Talvez o Scout viram, né? Então normal. O Ryze que eu também acho que, pô, cara, o Ryze tá aparecendo bastante LPL e tal, mas tá perdendo muito jogo também, tá? Tava reparando.
Tá perdendo muito jogo,
Eu achei engraçado, né? Eles baniram a pool toda do Romer. Parecia muito que eles só não sabiam o que o cara
só
podia trazer,
cara,
né? Na dúvida, bane tudo.
Não, e aí, pô, picaram ali, né? Cork, Rumble e...
Maokai, né?
E o Maokai. E eles ainda ficaram com medo do Maokai ser suporte, né? Porque eles baniram o Ivern.
Não,
Volta
ali
lá,
não
é.
tava na ordem, não. Ali não tava na ordem, não.
Ah, não
No
tá na
highlight
ordem
não-
ainda?
não aparece
Ah,
na
tá.
ordem.
Então, beleza. Eles ficam Maokai depois, né? Pô, não tem a ordem aí, né?
Ah, dá pra...
Mas assim, eles blindam Skarner, tá? Eu tava falando isso agora com a live, né? Que o Kanave acabou de blindar Skarner, ele tomou uma Lilia do Tian e perdeu o jogo, sacou? Mano.
Perdeu o game, né?
Tão blindando muito.
Não é mais. O Skarner não é mais aquele Skarnerzão.
Eu senti a
lá,
mesma
tá ligado?
coisa. Eu tava falando isso com o Calice antes da gente abrir a live.
meu.
Eu senti a mesma parada do Loud Pain. Que o Shin
Sim.
também blinda Skarner e toma a Ivern na boca.
Sim.
Tem o Ivern, tem a Lilia, que tá jogando, né? Bem contra o Skarner, né?
Estão blindando muito o Skarner e realmente, pô, já estamos no mês 4 já. Esse Skarner tá sendo blind desde o Mundial do ano passado, meu amigo. Já teve nerf, já tem uma porrada de resposta, né? É forte o boneco, é forte, né? Mas, pô, tem Lilia, tem Ivern, né? Eu acho que o Ivern é uma das melhores respostas ainda. Tinha Seju. O Seju é ok também, né? Então, sei lá, velho. Eu acho que, pô, não gostei também do draft, não. E o Rumble, muito bom. Rumble Maokai é um combinho legal, né?
É um combinho muito confortável da PEN, né? Acho que o ponto é esse também. A PEN do Jinquedo, né? Sem o Roamer exatamente, jogava muito de Rumble e Maokai e fazia funcionar. E aí comentaram ali, acho que vale a gente já entrar no tópico, já que a gente vai começar a falar de PEN, que o Hart comentou ali, ó. Por esses 2 jogos, eu não consigo dizer se o Roamer é bom ou ruim. Eu acho que dá pra dizer que ele é bom.
Não, acho que dá pra falar que ele não é ruim.
Então, ok, beleza. Dá
ele
pra
tem uma
falar que ele não é
phase
ruim.
boa.
Ele não vai afundar jogos igual o Jinquedo tava afundando no último split.
As 2 partidas da PEN no final não foram sobre ele, né? Ele fez o trabalho dele, ele deu auto-ataque de Cork, tacou míssel, mas quem ganhou as partidas foi a bot lane, foi o Weiser,
Carioca jogou demais esse fim de semana, que é isso.
O Weiser também.
O Weiser e o Carioca, os dois, né?
O Roamer não precisou mostrar muita coisa, né? Ele só teve uma lane phase sólida, que é meio que a gente tava esperando dele, né?
Então, eu acho até que ele nem só teve a lane sólida, não, mano. Eu acho que ele ganhou as 2 lanes, assim, tipo, e foi bem. Tanto é que nos 2 jogos ele era o cara que chegava primeiro nos skirmishes, tá ligado? Contra o Tinoz e contra o Miril. E eu acho que esse é um ponto válido, saca? Mas, de fato, assim, ele não fez nada gritante, né?
Ele jogou mesmo matchup também, acho que é pro Cork ganhar isso aí também, né? Normal, né?
Cork Azir, né? A matchup mais
na real,
manjada de todas, né?
O Azir de Lethal Tempo, ele consegue trocar até bem, mano. É bem skill matchup, na minha opinião.
Sim, mas assim, eu também não acho que foi... Acho que assim, cara, ele só fez o dele de boa, tá ligado?
E o Kusanagi comentou, ó, ele foi sólido no jogo, foi a estreia dele. O Titã disse que ele tava nervoso. não ter intado ou ficado nervoso o suficiente pra impactar teu jogo no palco com a torcida é importante também, tá ligado?
Cara, e só dele não ter... Igual foi, tipo assim, o Jinquedo tava muito mal, gente. Ele fez o dele, o Jinquedo não tava fazendo o dele, tá ligado? Nesse último split, o Jinquedo tava realmente muito mal. Então, só dele tá fazendo o dele já é um upgrade absurdo pra PEN, tá ligado? Agora, o que a gente ainda não pode, o que eu não consigo ainda afirmar dele é que ele é um cara que ele vai chegar, pô, num jogo importante, que ele vai dar um gap bizarro, que ele vai fazer uma play muito arriscada, tá ligado? Que ele vai ser aquele cara clutch, etc. Isso a gente vai ver ainda, sabe? Vamos ver, mas, pô, já é muito bom pra PEN. Até porque a PEN tem vários outros players que já fazem isso, né?
Isso, eu ia falar isso.
Então, o Weiser já fazem isso regularmente, né?
Se ele só ganhar a lane dele, tá bom. Não?
Sim, ótimo.
Porque se ele ganhar a lane...
E, de novo, a gente chegou a comentar
fazer o básico, né? Se ele pode bater, ele bate. Ele vai flechar, tá ligado?
A gente chegou a comentar na sexta-feira que no split que a PEN foi campeã com o Jinquedo, foi o split dos AD-mids e foi o split que o Jinquedo constantemente ganhava a lane dele. Tipo, pressionava, saía antes. Então, se o Roamer conseguir fazer isso, independente de ter AD-mid ou não, só ser a base dele, é pra PEN rodar muito melhor, né? E pelo menos nesse primeiro final de semana rodou bem, tipo, jogou coletivamente bem e tal. Tô bem hypado, na verdade, com a PEN, né? O Eric tá com o uniforme da PEN aí. Dá pra falar que nesse primeiro final de semana, desculpa, eles foram o melhor time com uma margem até, né?
Sim.
Porque não foi um confronto.
Foi o melhor time do fim de semana, né? De boa. Teve 2 jogos que na teoria eram pra ser difíceis. Já vamos falar da Loud, que a Loud não jogou bem. Mas a Loud fez um jogo até bom contra a PEN até certo momento. Então a Loud teve um jogo legal contra a PEN. E a PEN teve bastante resiliência e tudo mais. E, pô, uma bobeira, uma coisa ali, a PEN achou e destruiu a Loud, né?
E contra as Urus, a PEN destruiu as Urus do level 1 ao 18, tá ligado? Foi tipo... Foi desde o level 1, assim, a PEN tava destruindo o jogo, né?
Eu só quero fazer uma ressalva. Eu concordo também que a PEN foi o melhor time do final de semana. Já falei isso na live. Mas eu só não acho que foi tão by far, porque teve a Cade. Porque eu acho que a Cade também vale um...
Não.
Um tipo...
Eu não acho que
mano.
Também não acho que não.
Não
acho que não.
Eu acho que a Cade... Pô,
aquele joguinho contra o Fluxo lá não convence, não, cara.
Posso falar uma parada? Eu boto mais fé nesse fim de semana. Eu boto mais fé na Fúria do que na Cade por esse fim de semana.
Eu acho que a Cade jogou bem, melhor do que eles tinham jogado, mas o joguinho contra o Fluxo, eu fiquei preocupado.
Eu também.
Aquele early game eu fiquei preocupado.
A Cade deu um outdraft também insano na Red, né? Foi insano, assim.
Não, também acho, mas, tipo... O lance é que eu acho que eles processaram muitas coisas boas de mid-game, tá ligado? Que, cara, é raro de ver no Brasil, saca? Acho que a Fúria também mandou bem nisso, mas não foi... Na minha visão, não foi tão bem quanto a Cade, tá ligado?
Eu acho que assim...
De novo, concordo que a PEN é o melhor time, só que eu acho que a Cade, tipo assim...
Inclusive falaram,
acho que
falaram
pode jogar bem
no YouTube. Alguém comentou no YouTube antes da gente começar a falar da PEN que ele viu o primeiro final de semana e ele acha que a final vai ser PEN Cade de novo.
Não, tá
maluco. Eu não consigo ter essa confiança na Cade já agora. Eu acho que eles mostraram coisas melhores, principalmente o QC, porque o QC tinha sido um horroroso no primeiro split, ele teve aquele bom jogo de Ari. Mas eu ainda acho que tem muita coisa pra melhorar. O early game contra o Fluxo foi esquisito, foi um jogo que durou bastante. Então vamos com calma, Corrisol, vamos com calma.
Você vai ver como é que vai ser PEN contra Fluxo quando tiver aí. Tipo assim, pra entender que, pô, a Cade, pô, o Fluxo é muito ruim, velho. Tipo, e teve um joguinho meio estranho também, sabe? Sei lá. Igual eu falei, a Fúria, cara, me empolgou mais aí até que a Cade, velho. Que a Fúria conseguiu ter early games muito fortes, mid game forte. Né? Era pra a Fúria ter saído 2-0 se não fossem tão burros, velho. Eles foram muito burros no primeiro dia, foi bizarro, mano. Porra, foi bizarro, foi surreal. Foi bizarro. Mas agora a PEN, mano. Quer falar um pouquinho já do outro jogo da PEN também, contra a Loud?
Vamos falar de PEN Loud?
Sim, mas vamos focar em falar da PEN primeiro, né? E depois a gente fala mais da Loud.
A gente sabe que Pencuri é a nossa melhor bot lane, mas que estreia forte dos dois, né, cara?
É, sim.
Nossa senhora, eles jogaram demais, velho. Os dois jogos eles jogaram muito bem, muito
Tem
bem.
uma coisa aí que eu tenho que falar, tá? Pera aí, deixa eu achar. Tem 2 tweets meus aqui, ó. Eu fiz um tweet falando do Rumble no sábado, né? Tipo, tem um tweet meu falando
que o Rumble tava forte, né?
É. Vou te mandar pra você botar na tela aí os 2 tweets, ó. Primeiro esse do Rumble. E aí a PEN, pô, foi lá e picou o Rumble e jogou de Rumble contra a Gwen também, tudo, e com a comp muito boa pro Rumble e tudo mais. E aí teve um tweet meu que eu fiz alguns dias atrás também, falando do Ivern. Mandei aí, tal, o outro do Ivern também. Teve um tweet meu falando do Ivern também, que eu falei, pá, cara, que os times da LTA Sul tinham que aprender a jogar de Ivern, né? Porque eles... Porque é um campeão que, cara, é um campeão que ganha jogo sozinho quando você pega um draft que é favorável, né?
Faz muita coisa, né? Ele faz muita coisa, o campeão tem muita
agora,
ferramenta,
mano. Né? Tá ligado? E aí, pô, o Carioca foi lá e jogou de Ivern. É um time que sabe jogar de Ivern. O time soube jogar de Ivern, né? E eles conseguiram jogar bem de Ivern aí também.
O Carioca joga de Ivern até...
Jogou ano passado também.
Não, o negócio do Ivern não é o Carioca jogar, porque qualquer jungler joga de Ivern. O boneco é muito simples, tá ligado?
Mas é curioso ver que...
Né? O time que tem que saber, né?
Aqui,
sacou?
Mas é curioso ver que a gente aqui não joga de Ivern. Tipo assim, normalmente os nossos junglers não jogam de Ivern.
Sabe, a única liga do mundo que joga muito pouco de Ivern? A LCK. Porque, tipo assim, a que menos joga. E aí estão começando a jogar mais agora. A LEC joga muito, a LTA Norte joga muito, né? Inclusive, mano, a Carmine, os jogos que eles ganharam, o único jogo que eles ganharam da Roma Life foi de Ivern, tá ligado?
Foi um Ivern contra os Carmine.
É, que absurdo o Ivern deles lá. O time sabe jogar bem de Ivern, tá ligado? Então, pô, é um campeão que faz você ganhar. Se você pega ele numa situação boa, faz você ganhar contra times melhores, tá ligado? Não é o caso, porque a PEN claramente tá melhor que a Loud, né? Não precisa. Não... Mas
assim, foi um jogo que o Ivern foi bem importante esse aqui.
Pra caramba.
Ter saído um pouco de controle, porque o team acabou ficando muito forte, né? Esse Azer acabou ficando forte, teve umas teamfights meio esquisitas.
O Rumble tava muito forte também. Gente, não tô falando muito do draft aqui. Tô falando com vocês só. Mas não sei, eu acho que eu não confio nesse draft, não.
É um campeão muito chato de se lidar overall. É uma resposta boa para contra o próprio Rumble, né? Tipo, o Rumble tem dificuldade de fightar quando tem o Ivern. Então foi um baita pick mesmo, contra o Skarner, contra o Rumble. E aí, falando do draft ainda, é uma MF que tá tendo que jogar contra Ivern e Brown. A MF não consegue jogar, não consegue nunca ter um ângulo bom de ult. Até que o Root teve, acho que num Dragon um bom ângulo, mas no geral é um jogo muito difícil pra MF. Então foi um baita draft da PEN. Eu achei esse um draft muito bom. Não digo que era um draft injogável, que o draft da PEN era muito bom e a Loud não conseguia vencer, como eu acho que foi aquele primeiro jogo da Loud, que eles estavam com um draft muito ruim. Mas eu gostei muito do que a PEN fez aqui no draft e no jogo também, né?
O que eu acho que a PEN... Assim, é porque o time ficou forte, tá ligado? Isso poderia ter sido um problema, né? Se a Loud tivesse jogado melhor.
Tava sendo problema.
Porque eles não têm engage, tá ligado? Eles basicamente não têm engage e o range deles ali é o EZ. E parece que, pô, o range do EZ contra o range do Azir ali, o EZ até tem mais range, só que o Azir machuca mais, né, velho? Tá ligado?
É um Qzinho auto-ataque, é meia
machuca em área, sabe? O Azir, né? Então, eu acho que tem um pouco disso ali. Ainda tem MF com ult e tal. Eu acho que, pô, eu só não gosto um pouco disso do draft, né? Porque você tá contra a Azir, às vezes, sem engage. Se você fica atrás, pode ficar complicado, né?
Assim, a gente viu até ali na primeira kill, antes desse skirmish, o que eu tava falando do Romer, né? Que ele sai antes sobre essa parada do Azir, eu acho que na verdade era até a ideia. O Azir ter que dar a cara. E na fight final isso acontece, o Azir dá a cara e é horrível pro Azir e eles ganham. Olha,
eles absorvem muito bem, absorvem muito bem o Azir, né?
Só fazendo eu acho que eu vou ser um pouco voto vencido nisso. Eu acho que a PEN jogou bem, mas agora falar que a PEN jogou muito bem, eu acho que é um pouco demais, porque, tipo assim...
Ninguém joga muito bem, é CBLOL.
Calma. Deixa eu só concluir. Porque, por exemplo, o robô ser solado nessa parada aí, o robô solar nessa parada aí é muito feio. Era pro Wise ter solado muito easy. O Titã faz um dos dados mais
acho que o Wise não ganha essa troca mesmo, não.
Não, ganha, ele erra a ult toda ali, pô.
Não, sim, mas é difícil acertar a ult,
Não, pô, não tem como, pô. Ou você vai pra cima confiando que vai acertando a ult, ou você não vai, tá ligado?
Não, mas aí o robô flecha pra fora, só sai e não morre.
Mas, então, ele não flechou, ele só andou. Esse que é o ponto. E ele tava colado.
Não, mas é porque o Rumble ganha da Gwen. O Rumble ganha da Gwen.
Então, mas a Gwen estando de exaust, não devia perder.
Mas a não ser que o Rumble seja Ignite também, a parada é essa, né?
Então, mas não é o caso. Volta lá. Sim. Você vai entender. Ele só erra. Se você voltar, você vai ver que ele só erra.
É que o engraçado da play... O engraçado da play é que a play seguinte, ele pega o triple kill, tá ligado? É aqui, ó.
Então, exato.
É porque assim...
É isso que eu tô querendo dizer. Eu acho que o Carioca corrigiu muita coisa, muito erro de lane. Ele erra feio pra cacete.
As duas ultimate, ele matava o Rumble.
Não, ele não dá o exaust antes e tal. Só que assim, o robô não morria, gente. O Rumble ele só morre se ele quiser morrer. Gente, o cara tem flash God, o cara dá flash pra fora, como é que você vai fazer o quê, mano? Meu Deus, eu vou ficar maluco aqui, velho.
Mas, pô, no mínimo já é um ganho do Weiser.
O robô só morre se ele for idiota, pô. Meu Deus, mano.
Mas quem foi idiota foi o Weiser, esse é o ponto.
Sim.
Então, é isso que eu tô falando.
Porque ele tá de Gwen indo pra cima do Rumble ali, pô.
Pô, mas ele pode dar exaust, Eric. Não era pra ele morrer, mano.
Mano, tem um mundo.
Por que ele não deu exaust? É uma boa pergunta, na verdade.
Mano, não tem por que ele morrer, mano.
Cara, e tem um mundo do Rumble só sair com shield, dar slow e sai também.
Mas tudo bem. Não tem como. Ele só
tem slow, tem slow do ult, etc. Mano, a matchup é do Rumble, tá ligado? Mano.
Cara, tudo bem.
O exaust o exaust não dá mais slow, hein? Mano, a matchup é do Rumble. É do Rumble.
Como assim o exaust não dá slow, mano?
O BTM falou ali, né? Porque ele tem phase rush e bota 3. Aí não sei. O robô tá de bota 3 também, né? Cara, esse matchup é do Rumble. Quando a Gwen vai de exaust, é pra ela não apanhar do Rumble, tá ligado?
Eu concordo, mas tipo assim, ela é muito do Rumble, principalmente porque o Rumble pode ir de Ignite. E aí o exaust tem que ser crucial. Ele
dá o exaust no finalzinho e morre.
Ele dá o exaust no final.
Eu acho que isso é burrice ele ir pra cima, mano. Ele tá de Gwen aqui, ele tem que jogar só chilling, é isso aí, mano. Ele tá só 15 CS atrás do Rumble, tá no lucro, mano. Fica ali 15 CS atrás, depois ele ter morrido.
Eric. Ele errar todas aquelas ults ali não existe, velho. Só não existe, velho.
É assim, no
assim,
no melhor cenário pro Weiser aqui, tipo assim, ele força o flash do robô, que é uma boa play.
Então, rapidinho, o Berten falou, Phase Rush dá 75% de resistência slow, mas o Phase Rush não tinha procado ainda. Se ele vai pra cima tentar solar, ele tem que dar insta-exaust.
Mas o robô também não dá slow nele. O robô dá slow nele, o robô tem ult, o robô tem coisa.
Tudo bem, mas...
Cara, o Rumble só não morre.
Pra cima,
o Rumble só morre se ele for pra cima. Se ele quiser ir pra cima. Tá
tudo
ligado?
Bem, mas eu tô falando, você enquanto a Gwen, não tendo flash e quer ir pra cima, você tem que dar insta-exaust, esse é o ponto. O que eu quero dizer...
Querer ir pra cima que é burrice mesmo, é.
Tudo bem, é uma burrice. Então já começa esse ponto da burrice. O que eu quero dizer é, a PEN errou certas coisas individuais que não era pra errar, que tornaram o jogo difícil. Porque por essas composições, era pro jogo ser muito mais fácil pra PEN.
Cara, eu vou falar que assim...
Não é pra ter sido tão jogado.
Eu vou falar que assim, eu não tô me apegando tanto a isso, tá ligado? Ele morreu no V1, sabe? Do mesmo jeito que, o Titã... Tipo assim, a coisa mais foda que a PEN fez no fim de semana não foi o Titã ter matado na lane também, tá ligado? Isso tudo acontece no jogo, sacou? Mano, do mesmo jeito ali, mano, não significa que o Aizen vai ser burro sempre agora, não significa também que o Titã e o Curi vão matar sempre, tá ligado? Isso é uma coisa pequena, um detalhe do jogo, assim, sabe? O que eu achei mais importante da PEN a PEN tinha uma comp no sábado e eles souberam jogar em volta da comp deles direitinho. A PEN tinha um outro tipo de comp ali no domingo e souberam jogar direitinho em volta da comp deles, tá ligado? Eles souberam jogar com o Ivern, souberam baitar, fazer os caras ter que vir pra cima do Ivern, tá ligado? Estavam atrás e conseguiram ter, não entregaram o jogo. Eu acho que mais isso, tá ligado? Por isso que eu vejo assim que, a PEN foi o melhor time no fim de semana, sacou? Eu acho que esse detalhe aí, mano, do Aizen solado, lógico, ele foi burro ali, velho, mas...
Não,
sei lá, tá ligado? Normal.
Toda a sequência de jogada é engraçada, de novo. Ele é solado pelo robô, a Loud vai forçar em cima dele de novo, ele pega um triple kill, ele dá um TP no top e entrega um shutdown pro Azir. Tipo, tudo isso é uma play seguida da outra, tá ligado? Aí o Azir fica forte, o jogo fica meio esquisito, e a PEN tem que chegar nesse ponto de ser resiliente, de jogar em volta do Ivern e tal.
E ao mesmo tempo do Weiser ter sido burro ali, que, eu entendo. Olha que o Weiser errou e tal. O Weiser foi insano no sábado, e depois ele foi insano nesse jogo também. Então acho que tem mais ponto positivo ainda, tá ligado?
Também era o ponto que eu ia chegar. Eu acho que nas teamfights ele brilhou.
Sim, pra caralho,
na sequência. O TP que ele dá em sequência... Baron, né? Sim. Então, o ponto que eu ia chegar é esse. Pra mim, o Weiser...
Hoje eu tô penzete aqui, velho. Fala aí.
Não, tudo bem. O ponto, pra mim, que eu ia falar é esse. Tipo assim, se a PEN tivesse errado menos individualmente, esse jogo era um stomp, tá ligado? Se ele não dá o TP de uma forma muito burra pra cima do time e entrega um shutdown, ele estaria só, tipo assim... tá ligado? Tipo, ele estaria tirando parte da força do Azir no jogo e continuaria forte. O que eu quero dizer é, a PEN podia ter atropelado muito mais esse jogo, saca? Pela comp que eles tinham e pelos jogadores que eles têm. Esse é
Não, até poderiam, mas eu acho que esse time, essa comp da PEN, o ideal pra você jogar é jogar suave mesmo, tá ligado? Sem se preocupar.
Exatamente.
Não precisa acelerar o jogo, tá ligado? E eu acho que, depois eles conseguiram ficar assim, suave. Eles estavam de boa, eles não estavam com pressa de ganhar o jogo. Tava 1k atrás, tá suave, tá ligado? Vai chegar um momento, mano, que os caras vão dar engage, a Gwen vai ter 4 itens, shield do Ivern, redenção caindo, né?
Como o Veronzada falou na Twitch, o Titã e o Sax falaram desses erros. Sim, eu também acho. Tipo assim,
lógico,
que
sim.
hoje o ângulo da PEN, mano, é pensar, cara, como ganhar da LTA Norte, tá ligado? Eu acho
lógico, com certeza.
Principalmente depois daquela série do 100 Thieves, que foram erros bobos desses que eles perderam. Tá ligado? Então eu vou me pegar esses erros, porque eu vejo a PEN sendo um time que pode ganhar da LTA Norte. Só que com esses erros aí é que a coisa descarrilha, tá ligado?
Não, com certeza.
Eu também acho,
com certeza.
Só respondendo no chat da Twitch aqui.
E não precisa ter o hype todo, né?
Eu acho que o jogo não saiu do controle mesmo, tá ligado? Eu tava vendo o jogo tranquilo, fazendo matéria assim, PEN ganhou, suavão, mano. Tranquilaço, então eu concordo, tá ligado? Só que é isso. Eu acho que
pra dar o próximo passo, né?
A PEN podia ter caprichado mais. Sim. E bom, quando for da Loud, eu acho que podia ter caprichado muito mais, mas depois
com certeza, já vamos falar da Loud. O que eu concordo, o que eu acho assim, que o ponto que é importante você tá falando também é isso mesmo. Não tem necessidade de dar o hype gigantesco na PEN e falar, acabou o CBLOL, a PEN já é campeã e etc.
Sim,
tá ligado?
Exato.
É só 2 MD1. Mas o que a gente dá pra tirar com certeza essa PEN já é melhor do que a do split passado, porque o Romer vai jogar melhor do que o Jinqueiro tava jogando. E isso tá fazendo o time todo melhorar, né? O Carioca foi, pra mim, disparado o melhor jungle do fim de semana, assim, disparado.
Por sinal, ele conserta a lane do Weiser depois da
Sim.
tela solada, né?
Se pá, o Carioca foi o melhor player do fim de semana, tá ligado? Tipo assim, porque pra mim ele foi brilhante pra caralho nos 2 jogos e ele não errou coisas bobas igual você tá falando do Weiser. Que acho que fica entre ele e o Weiser, sacou?
Uhum.
Pela dificuldade dos jogos que eles tiveram também, né? Então, tipo assim, eu acho que, pô, a PEN, pô, pelo menos tem um hype já de, cara, a PEN tá bem, tá melhor do que o split passado. E aí você vê os outros times concorrentes, né, na teoria, do top 4 do split passado, terem feito um fim de semana ruim, mesmo a Leviathan tendo saído 2-0, aumenta ainda mais o hype na PEN, certo? Eu acho que esse que é o ponto ali, né? Mas, pô, da PEN, eu acho que o que eu tenho a dizer é isso. Pra mim, foi o melhor time do fim de semana. Se for perguntar hoje, pô, quem você acha que vai ganhar? Acho que eu falaria PEN, pelo que eu vi no fim de semana, mas muita coisa pode acontecer ainda, sabe?
Sim, exatamente.
Só o primeiro final de semana. Mas o legal mesmo é, tipo, ver que a PEN jogou bem em volta dos drafts que eles tinham. Claro, tiveram erros individuais, né? Como a gente acabou de ver aqui e tal. Mas me parece um time bom, jogando com coisas fortes do meta, né? A gente falou do Maokai, a gente falou do Rumble, o Ivern aqui agora. É um time que é pra ser o melhor. Que, se a gente ignora aquele primeiro split da LTA, de 4 jogos, a nossa expectativa era que a PEN fosse o melhor time da LTA. E a gente tá vendo isso agora, então dá um alívio também, né, pro torcedor brasileiro, pro torcedor da PEN, ver a PEN jogando muito bem. Então, já que a gente tava vendo aqui a PEN contra a Loud, vamos ir pro outro lado da moeda, que é a Loud, que a gente sexta-feira hypou um pouquinho a Loud, tinha uma expectativa de que eles iam voltar já jogando muito bem. E, cara, não foi exatamente o que aconteceu, não é, Eric? Principalmente, acho que o jogo contra a Red foi um pouco tenso, esse jogo contra a Red. Esse Rise aí, eu confesso que eu não entendi.
Pra mim, o time perdeu o jogo solo, tá? Esse jogo aí, mano.
Eu também acho que ele perdeu o jogo solo.
Muito esquisito esse jogo de Rise do time.
Então, eu acho que o Rise é bom contra o time da Red pra caralho, sacou?
Eu também acho.
Mas eu entendo que o Rise vai, é muito desconexo e tal, mas funciona. Porque vai, mano, vai funcionar de qualquer jeito também. O boneco né?
Exato.
Muito
Agora,
forte.
Rise é forte, mas o team, mano, pô, eu sinto até que assim, a comunidade ficou nesse jogo aí batendo muito em cima do Shin e do Redbert por umas 2 mortes dele ali e tal, né?
Não, mas o Redbert mereceu também, com todo respeito.
Não, lógico, jogaram bem também.
Ele mereceu legal.
Mas eu acho que pra mim quem afundou mais
o
jogo
aí foi o
team,
Rise.
velho.
Foi com certeza. Foi horroroso esse Rise. Pô.
E da Loud antes tem que falar, ó, errei, fui moleque, achei que a Loud já ia chegar jogando ok, já ia chegar jogando legal com as mudanças. E eu até falei que da PEN eu sabia, eu esperava a PEN bem também, mas a PEN já chegou bem pra caralho e a Loud chegou bem estranho já, chegou bem mal. Também, no final a gente pode falar, vamos falar também o que a gente espera, mas eu acho que isso também não significa muita coisa, né?
Chegou 70% estranha, né?
70%
Quem pegou.
Quem
pegou. 70 a mais, 70 a mais.
Mas assim, cara, a Loud que venceu 4 splits seguidos nunca foi um time que dominava, né? Fase regular, tá ligado?
Então, falando sobre isso, esse ponto da Loud que ganhou 4 splits seguidos, eu acho que eles eram tipo, muito agressivos e muito assertivos do que eles queriam fazer. E isso que eu senti falta da Loud, tá ligado? Eu senti que em certos momentos eles entravam em umas piras que, tipo, não era todo mundo que tava na mesma pira. Isso chega a acontecer esse jogo. Eu acho que é nos Grubs, que a vai muito, só ela e o Rakan tentam acompanhar. Mas isso acontece bastante contra a PEN. Eu até tenho um lance para mostrar que eu poderia explicar tipo, mais certinho. Mas, enfim, eu acho que isso rola bastante nesse primeiro jogo. Tipo, eles são muito passivos, eles assistem muito o jogo. E nessa, cara, aí que a comp deles fica horrorosa mesmo, porque uma vai que assiste jogo ao fim, pô.
Sim,
tá ligado?
O robô joga bem até na lane, né?
O robô tava tentando muito. Parecia
então,
o Filipop mesmo, parecia o Filipop.
É,
Fez a build do Filipop, inclusive, e selou o mago na side. É agora que ele vai solar o mago. Acho que é a próxima play, na real. O mago vai dar um B
muito
errado.
Muito estranho chamar o Giamago de mago, mano.
Não é agora,
Vamos falar de Giamago, por favor. Muito estranho.
Eu também acho muito estranho.
É o nick dele. É o nick dele.
Então, eu fico pensando que é o apelido que o Absol chama ele de mago, né? Ou galinho. Então, tipo assim,
galinho também.
Quando chamam de mago, eu fico, é o apelido. Mas por que eu não tô chamando ele de Jean? Eu acho mais. Aí, ó o Red Bad, velho.
Olha lá.
Perdido na porradaria,
Ele
mano.
tomou uns pick-off feio, é verdade.
Nossa, a testa tá
Perdidaço
destruindo a
na
Weibo aqui
porradaria.
agora. Meu Deus, o tamanho do ult do Victor.
Caralho, mano.
E
Então,
aí, lá em
essas
cima, né?
paradas
ó,
são feias, aí solou, exato.
não, depois que a gente for falar da head da estreia do Jean Mago, a gente volta nessa play que explica muito sobre a
Rapidão.
estreia do Mago, tá ligado? Do Jean Mago.
Esse Dragon da Loud, ele acontece da mesma maneira contra a PEN. É o terceiro Dragon do jogo contra a PEN. Eles começam um Dragon completamente rushado, que eles não setam nada, e aí o outro time chega e fatura. É literalmente isso que acontece. Pô, eu não acho que a Loud tem um erro assim, claro, tá ligado? Tipo,
Sim.
Nossa, eles claramente são ruins de early game.
Falta carinho, só. Falta...
Nossa, é a palavra, mano. Falta detalhe, mano.
Falta fightar com um pouquinho mais de carinho.
Tipo, eles startaram o Dragon.
Aí o Shine vai lá, você vai ver seu amigo morrer, você vai deixar? Deixa, Shine.
Tipo,
dá o que pra fora?
Do mid, velho.
Eu nem tinha terminado de puxar o wave do mid.
A solada do robô no Giamago foi muito bem-vindo ao LTA Giamago. Ele foi engraçado, né?
Foi bastante. Foi
muito
Olha
isso,
lá,
né?
De novo,
o Redbet, mano, botando a cara.
O Doom morou na jungle deles o jogo todo também, né?
Aí, essa aí também, o Jean. Bem-vindo ao LTA, Giamago. Pá.
E
cara,
aí, mais uma killzinha.
Olha, o Shine tomou. Nossa, ele perdeu flash ainda, Shine. Flashou ainda.
Tomou o team fora aqui, velho.
Que não é bug, né? De acordo com a Riot, é feature, né? Ele tava dentro.
Reclamou, tá?
Ele reclamou.
Ele protagonizou quando aconteceu com a Cade anos atrás. Falou, vai reclamar não sei do que. E aqui ele reclamou quando aconteceu com ele. Então...
Lógico, é tipo quando seu time é roubado, você reclama quando seu time ganha um pênalti, né? Você não reclama, né?
Foi o karma batendo.
Mano,
foi batendo no time.
Esse bug do Ryze, é até um clipe da hora falar tipo assim, porque rolou com a Cade e tudo. É o negócio é o seguinte, se você estiver dentro da ult do Ryze, mas se você tá clicando pra fora, e às vezes você tá clicando só pra desviar de skill e tal, sacou? O ult entende que você quer sair, que você não quer estar lá dentro se você estiver na beiradinha. E aí você não vai. Ao mesmo tempo, se você estiver pertinho do ult do Ryze, clicando dentro, o ult te puxa. E teve esses dias na LPL uma Karma que ela tava ali, não lembro se era o Crisp, não lembro quem que era a Karma, que ela clicou dentro e foi pro meio de todo mundo.
E tava longe, tá? E tava longe, não tava exatamente dentro.
Perto da bordinha, tá ligado? Tipo assim. Então, a Riot transformou isso na feature. Falou que é feature, que é um bug, né? Pô, é surreal isso aí, não era pra rolar, mano. Tá dentro, tá fora, né? Mas é isso aí. Mas todo mundo já sabe disso, né? Sabendo disso, jogando com Ryze contra Ryze, etc., tu tem que, mano, clica dentro. Você tá querendo isso, você fica clicando dentro, igual um maluco, tá ligado?
Muito bom, velho. Muito bom. Mas é isso, né? Voltando pra Loud, eu senti o que vocês estavam falando, né? Tava faltando um pouco de carinho. Eu ainda senti um pouco desconexo, confesso, assim.
Isso, então, eu ia citar
sim.
isso. Volta e meia, parece que tem a call do Shine que só o Redbert segue. Tipo assim, nos dois jogos rola isso. Que são os dois Dragons, por sinal.
Não,
então,
volta
tipo
a ser
assim,
o Tim morrendo aí pra mim. Nossa, velho, o Tim
também
morrendo.
foi feio,
ele dá a cara muito inocente, mano.
Pra mim, a Loud perdeu o jogo aí. Nesse momento aí.
Sim, foi.
O Tim sem flash, pô, pelo amor de Deus.
Ele dá um auto-ataque ainda, mano. Tipo, ele deu um combo, anda pra trás que fez rush, tudo bem.
Cara, a Hel... Não, ele foi combar uma Hel, pô. A Hel não precisou de flechar pra cima dele, né?
Ele combou a Hel e andou pra frente pra dar um hit. Ó, volta de novo.
Ele achou que tava de mal fight, pô. Ele achou que tava de Sion ali, não entendi.
Esse é o mais feio, ó. Combou, saiu.
Ele voltou pra dar ele deu um Mzinho a mais.
Mas ele tomava de qualquer jeito também onde ele tava ali, né? A Hel passa dele, né, até.
Então, mas pelo menos, pô, mostra alguma coisa.
Nem viu, o Frost flechou? Nem sei, mas tá. Não era pra ele ter feito isso. O Frost flechou. Mas eu acho que o Frost chegava nele sem flash.
Não, do jeito que achou que tava de Azir.
Então...
Não, de Azir não, ele achou que tava de Malphite, pô. Porque ele ia tomar ali da Hell, né, onde ele tava. Pra mim foi muito feio isso aí. Pra mim a Loud perdeu o jogo aí, porque, pô, claramente não tem como fightar mais esse Drake. Eles tentaram fazer uma fightzinha slow ali, o robô pagou o pato, morreu. Perderam mais gold, deram mais gold ainda, tomaram o soul point, hextech. It's over, né?
E na Furious no balada.
E não tem exatamente um follow-up em cima do Shine, né? Você dá pra falar que é o Rakan, mas eu acho que o Giamago joga bem as lutas com o tapetinho e o Rakan nunca consegue dar follow-up na vai. E o Giamago ainda zoneia o Ryze em uma fight importante. Então, Não tem follow-up. O Shin vai sozinho,
Nossa,
o robô
aí
entra
também.
depois flashando. É muito feio, tá ligado?
Olha o
Não
ult
tem
do
como fightar.
Tim agora, olha. Mano, o
Não,
que ele achou?
Nossa
Aí
senhora,
foi o
velho.
flanco do Frost? Foi,
O Frost
Sim.
nas costas.
Mas
Nossa,
sim,
ele
era
jogou
uma
muito.
kill, né? Ia morrer uma pessoa só. Acho que só o Redbat ia acabar morrendo ali, né? Não é? O Shin sai ainda? Não, acho que só o Shin morre.
Ela morreu.
E o Doom quase morre. Aí o Tim vai lá e se mata também, pô.
Se mata, velho.
Mano, olha só,
Bizarro,
se o Tim tem autoestima de encarar essa play ali, mano, o que você tá esperando pra ligar pra ela? Né? Pra chamar ela pra sair. Vai lá, mano. Tenha coragem. Né? Pelo amor de Deus.
Falando disso daí, o cara que você falou sobre ter follow-up, foi o que a gente falou no off, né? Eu acho até que com o Ryze dava pra criar mais follow-up.
Galera, vou desligar a live aqui e ficar só lá na live do mais, beleza? Deixa eu raidar lá.
Possível não é. Só que parece que essa Loud, cara, tá precisando da parada mais simples possível pra galera se reencontrar na mesma página. Tá precisando de Renekton e
Calma,
Sejuani.